All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee bill hearings for Wednesday, February 21st. As you can tell, I was going to announce that there's pizza in the back, but if you look around the horseshoe, I think you can tell that there's something in the back. We have the governor's office to thank for that. It was a little thank you for them for being here so late yesterday. And I have another announcement, but I'm going to wait till the room is more full to make that one. So we will go ahead and get started with HB 24 from the Vice Chair, Environment Impact of Environmental Permits and State Agency Actions. And feel free to bring up your panel, including Secretary McElwain.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Regina T. Boyce presenting HB 24, Environmental Impacts of Environmental Permits and State Agency Actions. This bill is a collaboration with MDE and advocates last year who supported and worked with me when I initially sponsored the bill. The bill I am presenting to you today is the amended version, simplified version of the bill I pre-filed in the fall. You should all have a copy on your desk, and you should have received an email so that we're following along with the bill that I'm actually discussing versus what may be in your bill file. I want to start off by saying that I am incredibly excited about this bill and its many possibilities. And I'm excited because this bill, in my opinion, is the beginning of our state working toward making EJ, environmental justice, a priority. Pretty much, HB 24 requires the Department of the Environment to conduct environmental justice evaluations for specific environmental permit applications, specifically 1-601 permits. This bill builds from HB 1200, environmental permit applications, environmental justice screening, passed in 2022, that requires all environmental permit applications to include an environmental justice score. If the EJ score is in the 75th percentile statewide or higher, MDE would be required to perform an environmental justice evaluation. Per that evaluation and its findings, MDE may make the following decisions. They could deny or impose conditions for new pollution source permits or a renewal of a permit increasing pollution from an existing source. It could impose conditions of a renewal of an existing permit that would not result in an increased pollution source to address any environmental justice concerns. The bill covers a wide array of facilities, including hazardous waste and substance facilities, water pollution permits, and facilities emitting air pollution. MDE is required to maintain a publicly accessible website that lists pending permit applications with specific census tracts. Facilities with more than one permit will be subjected to one EJ evaluation unless the department determines that more than one evaluation is needed. HB 24 allows the department to charge a reasonable fee to cover costs associated with the implementation of this bill, and MDE will adopt their regulations to carry out HB 24 and would seek industry and community input. The effective date is on or after October 1st of 2024. Industrial facilities pose health risk and devalue properties in surrounding communities. HB 24 ensures that these impacts are considered when issuing or renewing environmental permits. The bill aims to promote environmental equity and improve health outcomes in underserved communities. Denying permits for polluting facilities and imposing conditions on existing ones can assist with rectifying past injustices. HB 24 is forward-thinking approach. So often we blame industry for environmental injustice when we in fact have allowed them to do so. HB 24 is not retrospective. It is forward-thinking, measured aligned with our climate solution goals. For instance, the department now has an Office of Environmental Justice. It is my belief that HB 24 will contribute to a cleaner and healthier environment for all Maryland residents. This is the beginning of prioritizing environmental justice while at the same time managing our permit process. My philosophy is a carpentry one: measure twice, cut once. I want to ensure that we have thought of all the things that could go wrong, all the things that could harm, and all that we have not considered before making irreversible decisions. I want to thank the committee for their time and consideration for the support of HB 24. Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to my first panel. Secretary. Oh, you have one, sorry.
Thank you. Good to see you, Chair, and good to see all the members of the committee. For the record, I am Serena McElwain, Secretary of Maryland's Department of the Environment. I really thank you for having me here to talk about House Bill 24. My message has been very clear, very loud and clear as I've been making my rounds throughout Maryland. And that message is everyone deserves clean air, clean land, and clean water. And I say that because far too long, too many communities have experienced pollution up close and personal, and they have been ignored. And these communities typically look just like me. They're people of color. And just like me, I experienced the same kinds of overburden and underserved issues in my community. And maybe if an EJ bill like this was around when I was a little girl, perhaps I wouldn't have had asthma that I transitioned and transferred to my kids too. So just to give a point, environmental justice is really personal to me. It's a personal passion of mine. I've been up close and personal with it myself. It's also a core goal of the Moore administration. I'll tell you about the first step that my agency took before I was here. They created an environmental justice screening tool, and that tool identifies where those EJ communities are. And now it's the time that we bring environmental justice, public health concerns into the permitting process that we have at MDE. And this bill, it represents that next step. As amended by the sponsor, House Bill 24 authorizes MDE to create a process where we can start considering public health considerations of those EJ communities that are underserved and overburdened when we're making permitting decisions. This process would be created through regulation and develop input from those affected communities. Do I need to stop? Okay. States like New York and Colorado, they've passed various types of EJ bills before, but they weren't passed without real hard ways to get it passed because there was a lot of oppositions, but it's done now. It didn't happen overnight. I just want to emphasize that this bill does not address every single environmental justice concern, but with so many concerns that we need to address, it is very critical that we make this next step, that we use our resources in a responsible way to make progress. I know this bill will do that. I really hope that you give House Bill 24 a favorable report with the sponsor amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. Les Knapp on behalf of the Maryland Department of the Environment, here in support of House Bill 24 with the sponsor amendments. Just want to make three quick points on this. As you've already heard, this bill is really the next step in environmental justice. It is an important step and it is a major issue. A lot of people care about EJ, as you could easily see reflected in the amount of people you're going to hear from today and the amount of testimony that has been submitted. At this point, action is needed to move EJ forward in Maryland. Number two, you are also going to hear a lot of concerns about the bill, both raised by the regulated community and some from EJ advocates. MD is committed to working on those concerns. We've already received 8 broad issues that you will certainly hear about in testimony from the regulated community. EJ advocates have also raised some concerns regarding the scope of the bill and specificity of process. After this bill hearing, we are committed to sitting down and trying to work with them to address as many of these issues as possible. Third and finally, As MDE would work to develop this EJ evaluation process and regulations, we commit that this will be an upfront process. We will bring in all of the stakeholders upfront to develop the regs rather than just going through the normal public comment process. So with those comments, we ask for a favorable with amendments report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Betsy Nicholas. I'm the Vice President of Programs for Potomac Riverkeeper Network. And I worked in the past to get the House Bill 1200 passed, which is a great step forward, that we have environmental justice screening that MDE is routinely using. The problem, they can't do anything about it right now. You can find out that the permit that is being requested is going to worsen the conditions in already overburdened communities, and MDE can only give notice of what's happening. That doesn't work. We need to fix that. We need to give the department authority to develop conditions for permits that help address those impacts to the community. So that can be considered on the front end instead of after people get sick and we're having community suffering at the result of this. There's a lot of controversy about how best to do this. And I understand this is a new foray. We're moving forward to address decades of environmental injustice, environmental racism in siting of permits and facilities. There are many problems that are going to take a long time to rectify and really build equity. But we can't even get started until we pass this bill. I think that there's a huge opportunity for communities that feel like they're not fully included in what's going to happen with this bill to work with MDE. We can develop regulations, prioritize the next pieces and the next steps. Passing this bill doesn't get it all done by any means. What it does is ensure that we're moving forward to close these gaps in communities of color, communities overburdened with high pollution loads. As a result, we are strongly in favor of getting this started, moving forward, and we'd ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have one more
Oh.
panelist, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Jumped the gun.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, members of the committee. My name is Jose Coronado Flores. I'm a policy analyst for the organization CASA, Maryland's largest immigrant advocacy and services organization. First off, I'd like to thank Delegate Boyce for her leadership on this bill, as well as Secretary McElwain. CASA is invested in seeing this bill pass because our members live in the most polluted communities throughout Maryland. In my testimony, I want to share two communities, and I want to reference their environmental justice scores to really outline the situation. The first one is Census Tract 8040, which is the intersection between East Riverdale and Bladensburg, a place that I actually called home when I was younger, and a place that you'll hear more about from a CASA member in the next panel. This community is in the top 96% of environmental justice, meaning that a lot of harms are occurring there. And its specific overburden environmental exposure score is 83%. Another census tract I want to tell you about where CASA members also live is 2504, which is in Baltimore City and encompasses parts of Brooklyn Park and is adjacent to Cherry Hill. This community has an EJ score of 99.6%, meaning it's in the top of the entire state. And its overburden score, which tells you more particularly about the pollution, not just who lives there, is also in the top 99%. These two communities explicitly outline how seriously overburdened there are places here in Maryland. The effects of living in polluted communities can range from cancer, asthma, low birth weights in newborns, to just a daily discomfort. People living in highly polluted areas should not have to worry about more polluting facilities opening up in their neighborhood. Therefore, the ability for a permit to be denied or altered based on the living history of pollution and who lives there is a critical step in improving the lives of residents all over Maryland. For these reasons, CASA urges a favorable report.
Madam Vice Chair, can we do questions now?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Delegate
Yes, sir.
Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for bringing this bill. This is such an important issue, and I'm grateful. And to Madam Secretary, thank you for your leadership on and your commitment to environmental justice. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to ask about, and I know it was addressed a little bit, that we have to take a step, and then we can't take it on all at once. But there's a lot of testimony asking for other things to be added, including the Title V permits. And I'm just interested in hearing, is it primarily cost that we don't do that in addition at this point?
So I'll start and then I'll let the department finish. I think respectfully, there is some confusion, right? And so the EJ score is the trigger. And so if a community, for instance, has a 75th percentile or higher, and while that triggers an evaluation, the bill says the department may, right, move in actions, and more often, sometimes than not, there may not be any issues given just because it's the area. And so I do want to make that a point, because there have been points made to me that if you look at the air permits, that there are more air permits that have quote unquote 75th percentile statewide and larger, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there is an issue happening there. So and I'll forward it back over to Les and the secretary.
Yeah, that was perfect. I'll just add that we would look at resources and funding as we continue on with this bill and start adding in more permits, if that's something we look at going forward. We do have to look at what that costs for the agency. Did you want to add something?
And I would just kind of say, as we work through all of these issues, including the permit issue, kind of looking at it from three key areas. One, can we be consistent in our approach to both EJ communities that have genuine needs, the regulated community? Two, is it something that's practical? Can we do it either with existing resources or with some additional resources and not have an extreme impact on permit turnaround times? And three, is it something that's legally sustainable? And I think those are all key issues we need to work through.
So a part of what you're doing here is you're going to be analyzing the results and figuring out how to use that to move forward, perhaps with other issues such as, for example, Curtis Bay, which has had, huge environmental justice issues. And all right, thank you.
And I just want to also clarify, this bill moves forward, so it is new or renewing permits.
Delegate Terrassa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of you. I'll just ditto what my colleague said about that. I think this is a really important bill. And I apologize if you already covered this, but on page 3, it looks like it's taking out overburdened community means, like the definition. Did you already cover that? I apologize if you did. I was just wondering why that is taken out on page 3. It's number A7, I think.
So I think I can answer that, Delegate. So in new language that's added in the reprint on page 5 under 17A01, there's a general reference to environmental justice in 1701 of this title. That subsumes, I believe, the underserved and overburdened community definitions.
So does it change in any way from what was proposed here, or that's just the same
It does
language, but
not
it's done by
change.
reference? It's done by reference.
Yes.
Okay, I see somebody behind you
Yeah.
saying, okay. And then how are EJ scores used now? So I understood from the witness before, Mr. Flores, that you can just tell people about it. You can't enforce. Is that, what are they being used for now?
Well, they're used for an indication now. Legally, we can't use the scores right now to really regulate or do anything different on the permit. We do have one permit, right, where we are suggesting that they use, is it a new law? We have a new, where they have to look at the EJ screening tool and then make some decisions. Which permits are those going forward? Do you remember?
I'm not, no.
Okay, so the way it is right now, the EJ scores are there, they're used, we encourage, but without legal backing,
Okay.
we can't really enforce it.
Okay.
This is the number one application.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. If I can give you a little more answer on that one. When House Bill 1200 passed through this committee 2 years ago, what it did is look at all permits that go out for public notice
That's right.
that are new or renewed. So because MDE has a whole lot of stuff that they do that you never know about until you suddenly say it applies to everything in the environment chapter, like dentist offices because they have x-ray machines. So it removed all of those things that are not environmental issues. And the thought was that having that information disclosed at the time of permitting would be really helpful at the community level, because zoning and local construction often happen before any of the MDE permits. So at this point, it's a flag out there that this community is already overburdened by pollution loads if you're adding this type of pollution load. But when MDE went back to the Attorney General's office and discussed it, they realized that they didn't at the time have the authority to actually put conditions in there. Like what this committee, right, talks about the TMDL and the Bay pollution diet all the time. So think about it like that a little bit, that if instead of talking about environmental justice impacts or impacts to already overburdened communities, we're looking at it like the pollution diet, right? If you're issuing a permit under the TMDL and it's going to worsen the situation, you can't do that. You have to go back and fix that in the permitting process. That's what's laid up into the law. But right now, just to be blunt about it, you can worsen public health, environmental injustice impacts in communities, and MDE can only sit there and give notice of what's happening. This lets them do something about it.
Great. Thank you. Again, thank you for this bill.
Delegate Foley.
Very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for the bill, and thank you, the MDE and allies for your testimony on this and your support of this bill. It is incredibly important. My question is for Delegate Boyce. How will the amendment or and the reprint we have in front of us, have you looked at how that will affect the fiscal note? Do you know whether it'll affect the fiscal note?
I don't. I'm assuming because the department is taking on most of this and the bill was somewhat simplified, that it may not have an impact, but I'll let them speak to their own impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly, we can address the fiscal note with the amendments as is. We believe this can be done with existing resources with minimal impact on permit turnaround times.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Vice Chair. This may sound like a crazy question, but I understand the concept of environmental justice. How do you perform the calculation, the mathematical, if there's a mathematical calculation, I've been trying to find it on the web, how do you do the math to get to the score that you're referring to?
Great question. There is an EJ screening tool on the MDE website, as well as EPA has a website. And what it does, and I'll let MDE take over, essentially looks at a census tract. It looks at where the facility is being proposed, as well as looking at if there are other factors or indicators or other permits that are already in use and open around in those areas.
Were then are those census tracts weighted in a certain manner to get to the score? No, it's linear.
They're weighted in the actual screening too. I have, do you want to speak about the EJ screen? Or are you familiar?
I can do it if you want.
Okay, or you could go ahead.
Okay, so we have actually a couple of different tools that are available to MDE to use. One of them was developed, and it's a Maryland specific tool that was developed by University of Maryland School of Public Health and Dr. Jacoby Wilson. It's many of us think the most accurate, but I know what MDE did was actually took that tool and took into addition some of the permitting information that's more specific even than what has in that tool, and that's what they're using. So to answer your question more directly, that's sort of the big picture of it. And you can play around with them online. It's really interesting to put your house in and
And
expand.
you
the
actually
track.
perform the calculation to get the mathematical number.
Yeah, and
Yes,
you can
it's in-
see that there's a matrix of things they're considering. So it's the pollution loading in the area, air, water, waste. It's dynamics of the population, age, is a big one that's taken into account. Historic pollution loading. So if people lived around a facility that had all of this terrible stuff going into the air, even if it's closed, you're still going to have a higher toxicity rate there. And so it's a whole bunch of different things that are considered together in the matrix to get the score, but you can make it show you that
Okay, thank you.
essentially. Be happy to chat with you at some time.
Delegate, I'd want to also add, when we created the definition of underserved and overburdened and all of the factors identified with that, that too had been added to the EJ screening tool on MDE website. Yep.
Delegate Jacobs.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess this question would be mainly for MDE. As you know, I represent a lot of agricultural areas in my district, and I've got some correspondence with questions of what kind of permits would be affected, particularly in agriculture. Because we have CAFOs over there that are non-discharge, discharge permits. So I'm just wondering how this bill would affect those permits.
So this was an issue that was raised by the agricultural community. CAFOs being a general permit, MDE cannot put conditions on a general permit. So at this point, we would be comfortable taking them out, and we would need to have a separate discussion of how to handle general permits such as CAFOs.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I do not see any additional questions, so that concludes this panel. We have one virtual favorable amendment witness available, I believe, Jody Rose from Interfaith Partners for the Chesapeake.
Yes, hello. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Thank you. My name is Jody Rose. I'm the Executive Director of Interfaith Partners for the Chesapeake. We ask for your support of House Bill 24 as favorable with amendments. Our organization works with hundreds of congregations of diverse faiths to inspire and equip them to be good stewards of the lands and waters we all share. This work is an act of love for the people around us. It is not just about the water or the air or the trees or the butterflies. It's about the people we are in community with and how our actions impact one another. Which is why we were disappointed to learn that Maryland Department of Environment does not have the mechanisms in place to deny a permit based on the environmental justice factors. As people of faith who work hard to make this earth a better place for everyone, it can feel like our efforts are in vain when permits for pollution can be issued in already overburdened areas without regard to how that will impact those community members. We believe House Bill 24 is a step in the right direction to protect overburdened communities. At the same time, we listen to impacted communities when they say that this bill will not sufficiently address new permits for air pollutions. We hope that can be corrected through amendments to apply the bill to Title V air permits. But this bill does protect against some new pollution sources, such as hazardous waste sites like landfills, water pollution permits that might affect people in rural parts of Maryland where their drinking water comes from underground wells. In the interest of achieving justice over time and recognizing that this is the step in the right direction, we urge your favorable with amendment report on the House Bill 24 to include Title V permits in the scope of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions, so we will transition back to an in-person panel. I'm going to group together a favorable and then a few favorable with amendments. Just for efficiency, Marisol Torres for CASA, Bob Enton for Maryland Building Industry Association, Lori Graff for the same organization, Rebecca Rear, Maryland League of Conservation Voters.
Chair Corman, I will be providing translation for Marisol.
Terrific. Well, please go ahead when ready, and we will pause the timer, but please be respectful of the committee.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisol Torres, vivo en Riverdale en el condado de Prince George.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisol Torres and I live in Riverdale in Prince George's County.
Soy miembro de casa, madre soltera de 3 hijas bellas, así como todo padre, yo quiero lo mejor para mis hijas. Eso incluye un futuro con un buen medio ambiente.
I am a member of CASA and a single mother of 3 beautiful daughters. Like any parent, I want the best for my daughters. That includes a future with a good environment.
Mis hijas son estudiantes en la escuela de la Bladensburg High School y en su camino a la escuela, ellas pasan por todas las fábricas y talleres de carros en Bladensburg.
My daughters are students at Bladensburg High School. On their way to school, they pass by all the factories and car workshops in Bladensburg.
Si pasan por Bladensburg, verás el humo que proviene de las plantas de soldadura, las fábricas, la construcción y un intenso tráfico de pasajeros e industriales que solo empeoran nuestro ambiente y nuestro vecindario. No solo eso, sino también el río y muchas veces aparece muy sucio.
If you pass through Bladensburg, you will see the smoke coming from the welding plants, factories, construction sites. Intense passenger and industrial traffic only worsens our air and our neighborhoods. Not only this, but the river often appears dirty as well.
Necesitamos mejorar estas condiciones para no continuar sacrificando la salud y el futuro de nuestros hijos, cual la mayoría son afrodescendientes o latinos. En nuestra comunidad pasan muchas inundaciones y el clima ha empeorado y no ayuda a la situación.
We need to improve these conditions and stop sacrificing the health and future of our children, most of whom are Afro-descendant and or Latino. In our community, there are also many floods and the worsening climate does not help the situation.
Necesitamos acciones audaces y valientes para combatir la crisis climática y la contaminación. Eso tiene que pasar y por el futuro de nuestros hijos.
We need bold and courageous actions to combat the climate crisis and pollution. This has to happen for the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. And you do have our written testimony. The members of the Building Industry Association, as you know, are the businesses that construct homes. I sat in here yesterday for hours listening to testimony about the need for affordable housing in the state of Maryland. Unfortunately, we think that for the home builders who are already subject to extensive review at both the state and the local government level, imposing these additional requirements on the builders of homes would be contrary to what I think is probably the number one issue in front of the General Assembly this year, which is affordable housing and making sure we maintain an affordable housing stock. We've been in negotiations and contact and discussions with the Department of the Environment as early as about a half an hour ago out in the hallway. We are optimistic maybe we could reach an accommodation, but in our written testimony, you'll see the amendments that we've asked for. And basically those amendments would say this bill is not going to apply to builders of new homes. So those are the amendments that we would seek, and we'd ask you to please adopt them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff from Maryland Building Industry Association. I'm not going to reiterate what Mr. Enton said. I think the real question is we don't know the impact. And we did talk a lot about transit-oriented development yesterday and housing and building it where it makes sense to build it. If you look at the EJ maps, that's our concern is we just don't know what the impact is going to be. So we'd like to, we want to prioritize housing, but we also want to prioritize the environment. We need to find a balance. And I think, I think if we work with the administration, we can certainly do that. Thank you.
Great. Is Rebecca Rear here? Can we make some room for her?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Rear, and I'm the Director of Climate Policy and Justice at the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here to support HB 24 with an amendment to address the definition of covered permits. Thank you, Vice Chair Boyce, for introducing this legislation. This bill gives MDE the authority to make decisions based on an environmental justice score and environmental justice analysis, a critical step in embedding equity into state processes. We hope to work with you to expand the universe of permits this important process affects. Our community partners consistently name air pollution as a priority because it adversely impacts their health and their children's health. Although they couldn't join us in person today, our testimony includes stories from 5 promotoras, leaders with our Chispa Maryland program who are actively addressing environmental problems in their neighborhoods and helping identify community-driven solutions. Those who submitted testimony live in areas of Baltimore that have among the highest EJ scores in Maryland, and they're asking the committee to address ongoing sources of air pollution through this bill. As introduced, HB 24 covers a broad list of permits, but only addresses air emissions through permits to construct, which cannot be renewed. The only way to address the ongoing emissions from a facility and to align the bill with community concerns about air pollution is to include Title V permits to operate in the scope of this bill. Renewals of Title V permits to operate provide MDE with the greatest opportunity to positively impact the quality of life in overburdened communities. Without adding Title V permits, the bill won't address any existing major sources of air pollution. Maryland LCV strongly urges a favorable report on this bill with an amendment to add Title V permits to operate to covered permits that would include an EJ analysis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions to this panel? Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so 2 questions. One is I'm not entirely sure to Mr. Enton. I'm looking at section 1-601A, and I don't see anything about home construction in there. Does this actually apply to you?
It's some of the permits that we get. So it would be stormwater management, the general permit, the general construction permit, and air permits for multifamily.
Okay, I guess I just don't see that in 1-601, but it might.
Our understanding is it would cover that. That's our understanding.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. And so for about the I'm sorry, I'm blanking on your name, LCV.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm so sorry. What are the types of permits that you were thinking needed to be added? I think section 5 was something that was mentioned. Can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So the scope of the bill covers what are known as the 1601A permits. And it's quite an expansive list. As you just heard, it's surface water discharge, things like that. And it's actually a lot of them in the state of Maryland. But we hear a lot about air pollution, and we've heard a lot about air pollution. Those permits to construct are the only air pollution permits in that 1601A category. And so to really address air pollution, we have to look at these Title V permits, which are the MDE issues under the Federal Clean Air Act. And those are the ongoing emissions from a facility. So they address the major sources of air pollution. And one way to think about this is thinking about impact in overburdened communities. If you think about the 1601A permits, you can pull all of these permits from, thank you to the MDE website for having all the information publicly available. The 1601A permits, you can go into the database and pull all of them. We looked at the ones that had the deadlines for requesting information listed in 2023. There were 54 1601A permits just for 2023, but only 3 of them were in the census tracts that have EJ score of 75 or above. So only 3 permits in 2023 would be subject to this additional review. But if you look at the Title V permits, there's 109 major source Title V permits in the entire state. So many fewer actually than the 1601A permits, but 35% of them are located in EJ census tracts with an EJ score of 75 or above. So the impact of addressing the Title V permits for people living in those communities is much higher, we feel in our assessment, than looking at just the 1601A. And because there's so few total, we also understand that in the same way that addressing the 1601A permits, it's not that many more per year to add to the workload of MDE.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Delegate Teresa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just going to push back a little in the form of a question on this whole affordable housing issue. You referenced yesterday's hearing, and do you recall the conversation being about safe, healthy, and affordable housing?
Yeah.
And you're not saying it's inconsistent to do something that's healthy and affordable, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
First, we are already quite regulated on the environmental side. Our concern is, and you can look at the fiscal note, the
Okay, but you're
impact
not
is-
saying we can't do additional environmental regulations at all
No,
and
no,
have
no.
affordable housing?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I do not see any further questions for this panel, so thank you all very much. We have a
Thank you.
number of unfavorable. We'll start with the in-person. We have Councilmember Porter from Baltimore, Tom Ballantyne from NAOP, and Drew Vetter from NWRA. Go ahead when you're ready.
Chair Corman, with your permission, I'll start. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, committee members, my name is Tom Ballantyne. I'm with NIOP, Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here, respectfully in opposition to House Bill 24. Our members have repurposed factories, breweries, auto graveyards into housing and commercial amenities all over the state. And we're concerned that the bill is introduced will create barriers to beneficial development and redevelopment that can be a catalyst for environmental and economic improvements. For us, the scope of the permits is very broad. It applies to intense activities like wastewater treatment plants, but also minor activities like stormwater management and very small air permits for restaurant grills and backup power generation. The land area that scores 75% or higher in the EJ screening tool includes 10 designated transit-oriented development areas, 10 Purple Line stations, the Wild Lake Town Center, Odenton Town Center, the Columbia Gateway Innovation District, among other places. For us, the algorithm may not be quite tuned well enough for this use. We believe that evaluating the suitability of zoned land should be earlier in the planning process, and it will be more effective than an intervention at permit application. And the EPA guidance referenced in the bill really doesn't provide a methodology that we can follow and count on. And it also notes gaps and the need for very high resolution data to make decisions at a cumulative impact assessment level on individual parcels of land. Also doesn't really provide a clear compliance pathway for an applicant or for MDE when approving, denying, or modifying a permit. For those reasons, NIOP is respectfully opposed to the bill as it was introduced. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. I'm Drew Vetter here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, which is a chapter of the National Waste and Recycling Association, a trade group representing the private solid waste industry in the state of Maryland. Our members include hauling and collection companies, processing and recycling facilities, transfer stations, and disposal facilities. We are here in respectful opposition to the bill as drafted. Our industry has been supportive of the development of the EJ score review process and assessments to evaluate impact in underserved and overburdened communities. However, I would like to echo some of the concerns of my fellow panelists and say that we're concerned with some of the language that extends authority to deny or alter permits based on the new evaluation required under the bill. I'll just highlight a couple of the concerns. We understand the desire to apply this process to new permits, but concerned about renewals that, per the bill would not result in an increase of pollution. The bill would allow MDE to impose additional conditions. The types of conditions that can be imposed are not specified, making it very difficult for industry to project the potential cost of compliance and, as we heard earlier, a path to compliance once a determination is made. Two, we understand the authority of MDE to deny or alter conditions on a permit based on the evaluation, but we suggest the addition of specific criteria to guide these decisions. So there are factors to be considered, but what's the criteria? We're also concerned about some of the additional timing delays in the bill and have recommendations for tightening up some of the timing. Thank you, and we look forward to participating in ongoing discussions about this.
You both any questions for these panelists? Okay, I do not see any. We have a number of unfavorable virtual witnesses. Karen Sonu, Zachary Wilson, pardon the pronunciation, and Maria Pan. Please go ahead, Ms. Pan. And you're on mute.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Payan. I serve as the Executive Director of Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health, which is deeply committed to environmental justice and the well-being of communities on the Lower Eastern Shore of Maryland. We're also part of the Mid-Atlantic Justice Coalition, which is a regional coalition. We are respectfully opposing House Bill 24. We feel that the bill falls short of addressing the root causes and the broader impacts of environmental justice that our communities are facing daily. Environmental justice has to be informed primarily by the needs of the communities that are impacted and affected. Without having this leadership, a policy can be well-intentioned but may fall short. And we feel this fits into that category. Principle number 7 states that environmental justice demands the right to participate as equal partners at every level of decision-making, including needs, assessment, planning, implementation, enforcement, and evaluation. Our concerns, some of them are that the permits to which this bill applies was not developed with an environmental justice or public health within the communities. We also feel that the bill is not limited in scope. It would create a scope of work that would not actually address the community needs. And we feel this would misallocate resources as well as the metrics used to define an underburdened and underserved community. They're misaligned with the bill's scope. The bill mainly uses air pollution exposure to identify communities in need of extra permit review, but then it largely does not apply to the air pollution permit. So we have some problems here. And the last reason is while permit reviews for water pollution sources would trigger additional review, the permit renewals for air pollution permits.
Thank you. Dr. Wilson, please go ahead.
Hey, I'm Dr. Dakota Wilson. Happy to be here with you, committee. I am the person who actually built Maryland EJ Screen, and the tool that was mentioned by MDE is actually built off our tool. I'm also a member of the EPA's Cumulative Impacts Working Group. I'm a member of the EPA's Science Advisory Board. So the first issue is, when we think about environmental justice, as Maria mentioned, there's 17 principles of environmental justice. We talk about recognition or representative justice, making sure those who are most impacted, principles 5 and 7, are impacted or engaged in the development of the bill. This is not an EJ bill because you did not engage frontline, fence-line communities in the development of the bill. So that's a big issue. Chesapeake Bay movement, you're not the EJ movement. The reason why we have the EJ movement is because environmentalists are speaking for communities are most impacted. The reason why we have the EJ movement, because those voices have not been heard. So this bill is not an EJ bill based on process and recognitional justice. Now, based on procedural justice, I helped to develop the definitions of overburdened and underserved. I helped to build Maryland EJ Screen, which MD's tool is built off our tool. The indicators that are in overburden are primary air quality indicators. So you're missing, there's a mismatch between what's in overburden and the actual permits. From the state of the science and the state of the practice, cumulative impacts bills that have been passed in Minnesota, California, New Jersey, New York, also the city of Chicago, those bills are more progressive than this current bill. So this bill is not in step, in line with other bills in other states. So we want to make sure we include, increase the impact of this bill. The science of cumulative impacts focuses on air quality, looking at public health. This bill is not there with all the water quality inclusion because the science is not there when it comes to cumulative impacts in water quality. So again, you have to go with the science and go with the state of the practice and go with the community's voice. So I'm in opposition to the previous version of the bill, but I do like some discussion about the amendments. Back to you.
This is great. Please go ahead. You're on mute. You mind unmuting? Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Kamita Gray, the president of the BTB Coalition, a place-based organization. Climate change has nothing to do with long-standing decisions about environment and land use injustices. These inequalities are a direct cause of unfair, unequal, and inappropriate land uses and permitting over the past several decades, which have exacerbated the challenges that affect residents. This disinvestment, racial inequalities, and failed legislation and policy strategies imposed from outside the local affected community have left communities intersecting environmental crisis. Environmental justice is conceptualities, not foundational, as Title VI is rooted in law. HBO 27 overburdened communities where 3 or more environmental health indicators have above 75 percentile, statewide being 24 percentile. Newsflash, Brandywine is well over 90% for one pollutant. That is above the cancer-causing rate. So the chance that we need 3 Brandywine Air Quality Program employed bioengineering scientists, for which we are in the worst 30% of public health risk for air contaminants associated with one pollution industry. We have 14. HB 024 addresses none of these in accountability. With PSE&G exceeded its EPA air quality permitting limits, its failure to comply with environmental laws, MDE resolved this through a SEP. This project was to provide tangible or public health benefits to the affected community or environment. Yet MDE used the funding to support a fishing camp. Brandywine has the most unique vulnerable population in Brandywine. This misguided unreliability of an overburden of communities with a hazard of 140 pollutants health risks are enough to demand action. HBO 24 as related to permitting is superfluous in its may or cost. Therefore, we ask for the state aid and on behalf of affected Title VI communities that HBO 24 receive an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 24. As the vice chair makes her way back to the witness table, I want to take a moment to acknowledge we have a birthday. It is Jacob's birthday. He's the guy who keeps all this running up here. So happy birthday, Jacob. And the governor sent you pizza for your birthday, so I hope you enjoyed it. We will now call up the vice chair for HB 613, Natural Resources, Recreational Catching of Oysters or Clams Requirements. And Madam Vice Chair, you're gonna have to tell me how you get cabinet secretaries in for all your bills. That's an impressive trick.
I'll wait till the crowd disperses. Are you in favor of this bill? So they'll call you up right after. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, good afternoon. Mr. Chair, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Regina T. Boyce testifying on HB 312, Natural Resources, Recreational Catching of Oysters or Clams Requirements. HB 613 alters certain authorizations to recreationally catch clams in the state and establishes a recreational oyster license. Maryland does not have a recreational oyster license, hindering the ability to track recreational harvest. The proposed $10 annual license would aid in managing recreational harvest, informing resource management decisions. The license fee would contribute to oyster replenishment efforts, aligning with existing surcharges for commercial harvesters. Recreational users limited to Maryland residents could harvest up to 100 oysters per day under the proposed license. Similar licenses exist in other states, like New Jersey, for example, offers a recreational shellfish license for $10 a year. I thank the committee for their time and consideration of HB 613, and I will turn it over to Mr. Secretary.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, members of the committee. Thank you to the vice chair for the introduction of this piece of legislation. Really, there are two things, there are two reasons why this bill is important for us. One is being able to track the amount of oysters being harvested from our recreational users. Currently, without the license, we're not able to do that. So this will give us a better understanding of kind of what's coming out of the bay for our recreational users. And number two is frankly, human health related. When we have closures or shellfish closures due to unsafe waters, we're not able able to reach out to our recreational users, because frankly, we don't know who they are. I also realized, for the record, I'm Josh Kurtz, the Secretary of Department of Natural Resources. Apologize for that. And I'm joined for technical questions by our Associate Director of Fishing and Boating Services, Sarah Widman. So those are the two reasons why this is important for us, human health and also being able to track and manage the population. With that, I would urge a favorable report by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. You're just here for technical questions.
Correct, Chair.
Great. Any questions, Delegate Jacobs?
I guess this could be for Sarah or the secretary. How many bushels of oysters do you think you're talking about here? As far as the recreational fishery goes?
We have no idea, which is one reason why the license would be helpful.
All right, thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you all. We have another in-person favorable piece of testimony from Robert Brown, Maryland Watermen's Association.
I should mention the other RTB.
Chair and members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Watermen Association. In favor of this bill with the amendment that a portion of the license fee money go to planting oysters back on the public bar, which they were harvested on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Great. We have an in-person favorable amendment from Herman Harrison Talbot Watermen Association.
Yeah, thank you for listening to me. I'm Jeff Harrison, President of the Talbot Watermen Association. Yeah, it's a really good thing. I'm favorable with amendments. As you know, all these oysters will be coming off the public fishery grounds. Last year, a bill was passed to increase the amount of monies per bushel that helps to replenish those grounds. It's $3 a bushel. I would hope that some portion of this money would be used to replenish the grounds. And it's really good to know, I don't know what portion of that would be, but it's good to know that they are doing this so that we will be able to track the amount of oysters that do come off so that we can get some kind of number so that we will be able to get some monies to replenish those grounds. So I'm in favor with this bill with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions. We have a virtual favorable amendment, Timothy Mortis, if he's available. Please go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry. My name's Tim Mortis. I'm the president of the Cecil Hartford Watermen's Association, and I'm also second vice president of the Maryland Watermen's Association. Our group up this way would be favorable with amendments. The portion of the license fee goes to replenishing the public bottom, and it would also be helpful to know where these oysters come from and where they're taken from, and kind of when and where would be a big help. That would be it.
Thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 613. We'll now turn to HB 616, Delegate Munoz, if she's here. And we are hearing agricultural land, adversarial foreign governments, restrictions on property interests. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman and honorable committee members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Julie Butler, and I am the Chief of Staff for Delegate Munoz. She apologizes she can't be here herself today to testify due to illness. I'm here to present House Bill 616 on behalf of her, which addresses critical concerns regarding adversarial foreign governments' acquisition of property interest in agricultural land within our state. Please note there are two amendments for this bill that were created in conjunction with the Maryland Realtors and the Delaware Maryland Agribusiness Association. Agricultural land in Maryland is indeed a precious resource coveted by many for its productivity and strategic locations. As detailed in a support letter from the Maryland Farm Bureau, competitive bidding has driven the price per acre up, making it increasingly challenging for Maryland farm families to access and utilize productive farmland. It's essential that we prioritize the utilization of these lands by our local agricultural communities to ensure the sustainability of our farming heritage. Maryland's proximity to Washington, D.C. brings with it unique security concerns. We are home to numerous government, military, and intelligence agencies whose operations rely on the integrity and security of our land. When adversarial foreign governments can purchase significant amounts of agricultural land, there is a legitimate risk that they may gain access to the same public services utilized by these entities, posing a worrisome point of entry. According to the Maryland Farm Bureau, foreign investment in agricultural land is not insignificant. Maryland currently has 60,000 acres of foreign investor-held agricultural land. Germany investors hold the largest share, followed by Japan, France, and Canada. While China ranks 7th in terms of acreage, the impact on foreign investment in agriculture in the United States should not be underestimated. In light of these concerns, House Bill 616 is a critical step towards protecting our agricultural sector and national security interests. By prohibiting adversarial foreign governments from acquiring property interests in agricultural land, we can safeguard the integrity of our farming communities and ensure that our precious land remains in the hands of those who will steward it responsibly. It's worth noting that 15 states currently have laws restricting foreign private investment in agricultural land, underscoring the widespread recognition of the importance of this legislation. I urge all members of this committee to support House Bill 616 and to prioritize its passage. Please support the well-being of our agricultural sector, the Marylanders it feeds and supports, and security of our state. We request a favorable report on House Bill 616.
Thank you. We do have a question from Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and representing Delegate Munoz. I hope she feels better. Just a quick question. I may not have caught it, or I may have missed it when you said it. Who are the foreign adversaries that are covered under the bill? I think it cites federal regulations, right?
It
So
does.
who are we affecting with the bill? Which countries?
Currently, it's regulated by the Office of the Secretary of Commerce, and it's the People's Republic of China, the Republic of Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and the Venezuelan politician.
The Venezuela Maduro?
Politician Nicolas Maduro.
Oh, okay, all right, thanks.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting this bill. Please give our best to Delegate Munoz. My question is, how is a state-controlled enterprise? What does that mean? Because the bill references means that an adversarial foreign government could be a state-controlled enterprise or government of a country.
I will have to get back to you on that one. I'm not sure. I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Foley, there are entities in some countries that are owned by the government. So I think it refers to like a Chinese telecom company, for example. Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, Delegate Munoz, sick day. And for the purposes of also the committee, there is federal legislation about this, although I don't think it's enforced too much. And it deals with what you're addressing, not just for those countries, but for other countries at large. And it does reference two what they could consider to be highly sensitive military installations in Maryland, one being Aberdeen, one being Pax River, and a 100-mile radii around them that foreign transactions are supposed to be reported and checked on. Now, whether they do it or not, I have no idea, but statute is already in the Federal Register and codified. Thank you.
All right, I do not see any further questions. And Delegate Morgan, I remember getting an email from you about that over the summer. So good job doing your homework. Thank you very much. Give our best to Delegate Munoz.
Thank you.
That concludes the bill hearing HB 616. We'll now turn to Delegate Griffith, HB 715, fishing and hunting licenses and trout stamps, veterans determined to be unemployable. Give our panel, please bring them up.
I feel like an auxiliary member of the committee at this point. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Corbin, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Mike Griffith, and I'm requesting a favorable report on HB 715, fishing and hunting licenses, trout stamps, complimentary licenses, and stamp exemption veterans determined to be unemployable. Currently, the Department of Natural Resources is authorized to issue lifetime complimentary licenses for an angler's license, Chesapeake Bay and coastal sport fishing license, and a hunting license to a Maryland resident who has been determined by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs as a former prisoner of war or a veteran that is 100% disabled due to service-connected disabilities. While I'm incredibly thankful for these complimentary licenses for our veterans and 100% disabled, there is one subcategory of veterans that is unintentionally overlooked due to a technicality, and that is those deemed to be unemployable due to service-connected disabilities. So what exactly does this mean? Unemployable refers to a veteran that cannot hold down a steady job due to service-connected disabilities and either has at least one service-connected disability rated at 60% or more, or has two or more service-connected disabilities with at least one rated at 40% or more, and a combined total of 70% or more. Very, very in the weeds. In essence, this is someone who, due to their service to their country, has sustained service-connected disabilities that prevent them from being able to hold down a job. This is a small subset with only about 4,000 Marylanders who currently qualify in this category. Given the severity of their disabilities and the extreme nature of their impact, HB 715 extends the complimentary 3 licenses in those categories. This extension is not only a small token of our appreciation, but will also serve as encouragement to those veterans to enjoy some outdoors, something we know is important to mental and physical health for these folks. On the physical impact, the impact is minimal at best. As you can note, the fees for the licenses are relatively low. An angler's license is $20. The Bay and Coastal Sport Fishing license, $15. Hunter's license is $35. The question becomes, would the physical impact on a shift of revenue for these licenses? To better understand this, of the roughly 4,000 individuals in the state deemed unemployable, only a handful would likely apply for these licenses, especially since we're talking about a subgroup that is significantly disabled typically. If 50 applied for an angler's license, that would be about $1,000. If 30 applied for the hunting license, that'd be $1,000. So, I mean, we're talking probably about a $2,000 annual physical impact to bring these folks who were intended to be part of this. Again, due to the technicality of not having the official 100% designation, got left out, and we're just trying to fix that technicality. I would also like to point out HB 715 has been cross-filed by Senator Gallion and was voted out of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee with a technical amendment. And we consider, we shared that amendment with the committee, and we consider that a favorable amendment. I'm also thankful for the support of the Department of Veterans Affairs, Department of Natural Resources, and the House Veterans Caucus. And I would humbly request a favorable report.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Dylan Baylor, Legislative Director of the Department of Natural Resources, here in full support of House Bill 715. Firstly, we'd like to thank the sponsor for working with the department over the interim on this legislation. The sponsor summarized the legislation quite well as to what it does. In our opinion, it closes a loophole with regard to who is eligible for the complimentary fishing and hunting licenses in the department. And the department wants to do everything that we can to support those that have served our country. As the sponsor said, it's a very minuscule fiscal impact. The only other context that I would want to provide the committee is that we do actually get phone calls from veterans that have served across the state that are actually ineligible for the complimentary license based on the current structure. So with this bill, they would be eligible, and we would have the ability to work with them to provide them the license. But with that, we are in full support, and we appreciate the sponsor for working with us. And I would respectfully request a favorable report of House Bill 715.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. Okay, well, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 715.
Thank you.
Delegate Hill is not here, right? I believe she's downstairs. Okay, so we will jump to Delegate Hornberger, HB 778, Natural Resources, Sunday Hunting, migratory game birds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could bring up my panel. Okay. All right, well. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce. Get the rest. Yeah. Fellow committee members, my name is Delegate Hornberger, and I come before you today presenting House Bill 778, Natural Resources, Sunday Hunting Migratory Game Birds. This may be the simplest bill you hear all session, as it seeks to remove the word "not" from current statute. And it deals with pertaining to hunting of migratory birds on Sunday. This enabling legislation, I'm going to stress enabling, allows the DNR to structure the hunting season how they see fit and puts us in the same posture as 44 other states. Passage of this bill will not impact Sunday waterfowl hunting prohibitions in the following counties: Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard County, and Prince George's County, as they have already explicitly said no Sunday hunting. That will continue with passage of this bill. I also want to note that if you look in your written testimony, we do have correspondence from a county that would like to be added to that list. And I have the DNR here today along with my panel. We're perfectly open to counties being able to opt out if they don't want to enact Sunday hunting. I think Kent was the one listed in your testimony. Additionally, in the future, if counties wanted to be added back in, they could do so with passage of a local delegation bill. So this isn't precluding or stopping anyone from opting in or out in the future. So in concert with the AG's office over the interim, we found the first reference to this blue law language from Chapter 1 of the year 1678, which it stated, "No person shall profane or abuse the said Lord's day by drunkenness, swearing, gaming, or hunting, or any other unlawful sports or recreations." Much has changed since the year 1678. However, sportsmen and women are still discriminated against by this anachronistic law. The DNR has surveyed a broad spectrum of their customers, and the option to hunt waterfowl on Sunday is overwhelmingly supported, as you will hear today in their testimony. We have assembled a compelling panel of subject matter experts and prominent activist organizations to field any questions of the committee, all in hopes that you will move favorable on this simple bill. Thank you.
Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, Cyrus Baird, Senior Director of Government Affairs for Delta Waterfowl, our nation's oldest organization dedicated to ducks and ducks hunters. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 778, legislation that will provide access and opportunity equity to tens of thousands of Marylanders by repealing the antiquated blue law preventing waterfowl hunting on Sunday. This legislation, as Delegate Hornberger indicated, has broad bipartisan support across the hunting community, and specifically with the waterfowl hunters, with over 75% of waterfowl hunters surveyed in Maryland signaling support. There will likely be lots of statements today made from opponents of this legislation about the technical components and the biological implications, on waterfowl populations as a result of Sunday hunting. So I want to address a few things. First, there is zero scientific data, zero, to suggest that Sunday hunting has any measurable impact on waterfowl populations in any jurisdiction where it's currently legal. Waterfowl biologists across the country know that hunting is widely considered to play a very small role in the overall impact on waterfowl populations, and populations are largely driven and dictated by nest success and conditions on the breeding grounds. Second, Sunday hunting will not add any additional days to the total amount of hunting days that are granted to Maryland within the federal framework set out by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Overall, waterfowl harvest should not see any appreciable impact as a result. All this legislation does is provide the sportsmen and women of Maryland the flexibility to access a shared resource on Sundays. And finally, this legislation allows counties to opt out of Sunday hunting if they so choose. The counties already opted out of Sunday hunting in code, including Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard, and Prince George's, would all continue to be opted out. And counties that do not wish to allow their residents to hunt on Sundays, like Kent, could simply opt out of doing so without impacting the other counties that want to. And in closing, we look forward to working with Delegate Hornberger, this committee, and the rest of the General Assembly in moving this bill forward, and we urge a favorable passage.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and honorable members of the House Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Kaylee Leager, and I'm the Senior Coordinator for the Mid-Atlantic States with the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. In addition to my professional introduction, I would like to make note that I'm a generational Eastern Shoreman, a lifelong waterfowl hunter who relies on public hunting lands for opportunities to pursue waterfowl in this state. With that said, I would like to discuss why the passage of HB 778 is not only important to me, but why it is equally as important to my fellow sportsmen and women that are located across this great state. The passage of HB 778 will lift the prohibition on Sunday migratory game bird hunting and authorize the Department of Natural Resources to institute Sunday hunting. It is important to note that this legislation is not creating any additional hunting areas. It is simply removing the Sunday migratory game bird hunting prohibition and enabling the DNR to have greater flexibility in planning and managing the migratory waterfowl hunting dates. As you can see from my written testimony in front of you, access and opportunity are one of the most cited issues facing sportsmen and women today, and is the #1 reason lapsed hunters cite when asked why they no longer participate in hunting. Like myself, Many sportsmen and women work 5, sometimes 6 days a week from sunup to sundown, leaving very minimal time to pursue and partake in our shared passion of hunting. Each and every Marylander should have equitable access and opportunity for our shared resources. While I do not speak for every hunter in the state, I think it is safe to say that most of us, private land and public land hunters, spend hundreds and sometimes thousands of dollars each year on gear, licenses, gas, and food each hunting season, even though a large majority of us can only hunt 1 day a week unless we take our vacation or sick time. Hunters are boots on the ground conservationists and provide great economic contributions to the state each year. For example, myself and my fellow Maryland hunters contribute to the American System of Conservation Funding each year, which is a user pays public benefit system. This means that the dollars that hunters generate are not only being used by hunters, but by everyone who enjoys the resource, such as hikers, birders, kayakers, paddleboarders, cyclists, horsebackers, etc. For these reasons and the ones provided in my letter before you, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 778. Thank you.
Bill Miles on behalf of the Hunters of Maryland, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. You're going to hear a lot from both sides here today, and a very controversial issue. And I'd like for the record to be that the Hunters of Maryland stand in support of the bill. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Miles, welcome back to the House of Delegates. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not a hunting expert by any means, but my question is this. It appears that this bill allows hunting all day long on Sunday for migratory birds. And my limited understanding of hunting is that there's a lot of gunfire and noise with migratory birds because you're shooting, into a flock. That's my understanding. But that being said, whether I'm right or wrong about that, we have other hunting bills that limit, for example, deer hunting till 10:30 on Sundays. And I'm just wondering how you justify all day long shooting migratory birds.
Yeah, so I would say 2 prongs to my answer. One, waterfowl is primarily hunted on the water or shoreline or ponds. So the area in which the hunting takes place is much different than comparing it, for example, to deer or turkey, whereas that hunting can occur in any wooded area. Secondly, when ducks fly, when geese fly, is more dependent on the weather than it is the time of day. So ducks and geese tend to nest at night on the water. And then depending on weather conditions during the day, they'll fly. Whereas a deer is going to be out and about eating primarily at dusk, for example, or in the morning. So comparing the 2 species, they're really apples and oranges. And we believe that because of where this hunting takes place, public waterways, for example, shorelines, et cetera, that's an asset or a resource that should be open to everyone because they're paying for it. And the conservation of it. So I don't know if that answers your question or anybody else wants to add to that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on this simple bill, simplest one all year, as you said, I understand based on what I read in this simple bill, it's to hunt migratory game birds. Now, the gentleman from Delta was referencing migratory waterfowl, but this bill is much broader than migratory waterfowl, isn't it?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Delegate Jacobs, I think it's migratory game birds, which the only other bird that would include would be probably dove and woodcock that are not within the waterfowl family.
So according to what I looked up, it's mourning doves, rails, woodcocks, ducks, brant, geese, snipe, coots, and that would all be included under the definition of migratory game birds to be hunted on Sundays, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Delegate Jacobs, I'm not sure what Maryland classifies as their migratory game birds. It in code, but yeah, those are all migratory species. If that's what you're asking.
Well, if you Google migratory game birds in Maryland, that's the list you'll find.
Okay.
And I just wanted everyone to understand that we're talking about much more here than just migratory waterfowl that you referenced early in your testimony.
Sure, I would imagine that the number of people who shoot rails and snipes and other things is probably pretty small in the state as it is everywhere else in the country. Primarily, we're talking about the roughly 50,000 people who shoot ducks and geese.
And how many people do you think hunt mourning doves?
I wouldn't venture to, I mean, there's 50,000 or so people in the state of Maryland who have a HIP certification. I wouldn't even venture to guess on how many shoot doves.
Well, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty substantial hunting season?
There's several splits throughout the fall and winter months, but the primary hunting of mourning doves is usually in September. Same as resident geese, primarily concentrated in large ag fields.
But it is a significant hunting business.
I would say more individuals hunt ducks and geese in the state of Maryland than shoot mourning doves.
All right, that's good enough. I just want to make the point, Mr. Chairman, that
I also will add that, again, this gives discretion to the DNR to pick and choose those. So if the DNR wanted to continue to narrowcast this bill to ducks and geese, they could do so. This does not mandate or force anything on the DNR in terms of their game policies.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was going to ask a similar question about the variety of birds, but and I'm seeing the same list that Delegate Jacobs mentioned. And then also specific rules to Maryland about offshore hunting rules, including duck blinds and other areas offshore. So that would be a concern. But my question is about not the Sunday issue, but the extent of these seasons for these different types of birds, for teal and duck and geese, and like what percentage of the year? Are we talking all year? I've seen one season that goes from November to April. Others are concentrated in September, October, November. So what does that look like year round?
Yeah, so the federal government sets those bookends for the seasons, and is the DNR here? I didn't look behind me. So that'd be a question for them. They can only do so many days within the bookend. So that's why we say the aggregate days wouldn't change.
How would the aggregate days not change if you're adding Sundays where they're not allowed now?
Because the federal government only allows you to have so many days within a window of time.
And that's specific to each of these species, to a dove, a duck, a geese, rail, whatever?
For the migratory ones, because they're federally regulated.
Okay.
That's correct.
I do want to understand. I would like someone to follow up end to end. What kind of season are we talking? Are we talking 12 months?
And the DNR can put a finer point on that, but the migratory ones are heavily regulated by the federal government.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And so I just wanted to follow up on your response to Delegate Lehman's question that the total number of days wouldn't change. But my understanding is if we add Sundays, then we lose the compensatory days we have. Is that correct?
I'm going to let the DNR speak to that.
Okay.
But again, it's my understanding that the number of days does not change.
But I believe that some of those compensatory days are weekdays when there would be less hunting. So I'm not sure that we can make a comparison with removing weekdays and adding Sundays. Isn't that so?
The DNR can speak to their harvest rates, but keep in mind that there are daily bag limits. So it's not as if because you have more availability to hunt that you're going to increase your take. It's more so of just an ability to hunt. And then on some species, if, for example, I have a sister bill to this that would deal with a different migratory population, those have limits and caps on how many permits are issued per year. So again, these are highly regulated by the federal government. I'm sure you've heard other bills in here that deal with 1 goose per season, 2 goose per season. We hear, why is it changing? It's largely because of the federal nexus and the flyover studies. They dictate what that harvest looks like.
Okay, I do not see any further questions for this panel.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. We're going to call up 2 favorable and 1 favorable amendment just at the same time for efficiency. Stephen Holt, Maryland Sportsman Foundation, Carl Wagner, Maryland Wildlife Advisory Commission, and Paul Pedito from DNR.
Age before beauty. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here today. My name is Carl Wagner and I represent the Maryland Wildlife Advisory Commission. It's a panel appointed by the governor, both Governor Hogan and Governor Moore. We put a letter of favor in this, and you will hear all the testimonies from all the other people about, is it good, is it bad? Do we add days? Do we take days away? Is there too much pressure on the birds? Are we doing this for the right reasons? And I'll tell you, my opinion and the opinion of the Wildlife Commission is that this just comes down to one issue: equity. Is it right that certain groups, landowners, guides and outfitters, RSA owners can dictate to the entire state what they can do on their own land on a Sunday? And that's why the commission stepped up and said, you know, we're against this. We're for Sunday hunting. We're against the continued prohibition of Sunday hunting because it's strictly just an equity issue. Guys, people should be able to go out into their property on their land and do what they want on a Sunday. And as long as it's within the regulations, and this has been time proven by lots of other places that it has no detrimental effect at all on number of days hunted, number of species taken, the total bag limit. It has nothing to do with that. It's all about equity. Thank you very much. I urge you to support Bill 778.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the board, thank you again for hearing us. I feel like we're beating a dead horse on the Sunday waterfowl hunting issue, but it needs to be heard. As Chairman Wagner said from the Wildlife Commission, it's an equity issue. I wasn't born in Maryland. I've lived here for 17 years. I was born in Southern Illinois, where we have Sunday hunting. My father owns a small business. Sunday was the one day that we could go waterfowl hunting. Illinois has a very shortened deer season. We have 7 days to use a firearm, so we can prioritize those days. But Sunday was always a day that we deer hunted all day. And when my dad had enough money and we could pay to go to an outfitter, we could go hunt on Sunday because I played basketball, golf, baseball, whatever. And as Chairman Wagner said, this is an equity issue. Right now, for hundreds of years, you have not allowed or made legal the ability for people to go out and hunt on their lands on Sundays. And that's just not equity. It's not fair, right? Give the people the option. We live in a state where we can smoke marijuana, right? But we can't hunt on Sundays, right? We don't have the choice to because it's outlawed. Legalize it. Let the counties opt out that want to opt out, right? And let the counties that want to do it, right? That's fair. That's equal. So thank you again for your time. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you'll vote favorable for 778.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Paul Pedito, Assistant Secretary of Land Resources for Maryland DNR. You have our written testimony, so I'll just be brief and highlight a couple of things that the bill doesn't do. First, the bill doesn't include and we have a formal amendment to make this crystal clear from our Office of the Attorney General. It does not include Howard, Prince George's, Baltimore County and Baltimore City as already exists in the code. It does not include any of our state parks. We reconciled that section of the subtitle a number of years ago. That hasn't been tampered with, so those public lands will not be opened. It does not require you to hunt. There's nothing in the bill as it's proposed that says you have to go do this. So if you don't think it's a good idea, there's no mandate here. And contrary to what you heard last year and what you might hear today, if you opt out, you're absolutely given the opportunity to opt back in the future. There's no federal or state provision that precludes that. There is no penalty. And you may hear that the penalty will be, we will lose days. So technically in next year's 30-day goose season, if a county were to opt out this year, you would have 26 days of hunting instead of 30. But if you believe that this would impact those waterfowl populations negatively, it sort of flows in my brain that that's a good thing. So, and then the last thing is that this is one of the oldest pieces of legislation that still exists on the books today. We overturned the primary section of this that existed since 1729 back in 04. It feels like we're long past the point where we should be reconciling laws that existed in 1729. So we hope that you'll move the ball on this one today. Thank you.
Thank you all. Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Paul, it's great to see you again.
Thank you, Delegate.
Could you explain, clarify about the compensatory days? Is it true that if we add these Sunday days, we lose compensatory days? Is that?
So the way it works today is if we don't have Sundays, we'll use Canada geese as an example. If we don't have Sundays, we still get a 30-day season. It just doesn't include those Sundays. So we spread it out. You still get 30 days. If you add the Sundays in, the way it would work very practically next year is we would take Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday from the season, December 16, 17, 18, 19. I think those are the dates. And then we would give you full weekends to total 30 days. So that's all that happens here. Nobody's losing days. They just get shifted.
Oh, thank you so much. And if we're replacing weekdays with Sundays, wouldn't there be likely more people hunting? So more of these migratory waterfowl would be killed?
Yeah, that's a fair sort of summation. But at the end of the day, some of our highest duck breeding populations and Canada goose populations have existed for decades in states and provinces that have Sunday hunting. Virginia, one of the more recent adds to the mix that makes up part of our Chesapeake population, saw no increase in the number of waterfowl killed. They just saw a shift in the activity from Wednesday, Thursday to weekends. And it's important to keep in mind, all of the hundreds of federal and state, provincial and state wildlife biologists and scientists who are making these decisions on these species, they're assuming you have Sundays. They're not sitting around sort of contemplating, well, Virginia might add it this year, Delaware's contemplating it right now. They're assuming that states are going to use the maximum harvest opportunities that exist. So Maryland's already arguably impugned in that context.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask one more question? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand, and could you address this, that the bag limit was increased to 2 and the days increased from 30 to 45, but then that's been reduced back down again because of concerns about the population. Is that correct?
So we had a 45 and 2 Canada goose Atlantic population season and bag limit structure this year. For the coming season, we are proposing a 30 and 2 model. That what that says to me is that the new model that we're using is so different than what we had when we had a moratorium. And that's in these ways, right? We have technology that didn't exist back then. We have literally tens of thousands of individual birds that we know what they're doing minute by minute today. We are putting boots on the ground in those important breeding areas where we're physically observing those birds in person. So I have budget in my budget personnel who go to those breeding grounds. They observe those birds, they monitor those birds during that peak breeding season when it's occurring. And we've got a model that allows us to adapt within the year. So it used to be we sort of had this lag, so we couldn't catch those potential population ups and downs, if you will. That's what this speaks to, is it speaks to the fact that we've got a highly adaptive model that can react to it. What that says to me is not a bad thing that we're reducing the number of days. All we're doing is being responsive to the population so that we're never going to talk moratorium again.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for any of you. I think you touched on a little bit. I can't remember which panel it was, but again, the law, the prohibition on Sunday dates back very, very far. Why was Sunday chosen? Why was the prohibition on, not on Wednesday?
Yeah, so I spent a little bit of time leading into this, when we first, sort of cracked the code on the original tiny piece of this, we entered the Sunday vortex. And in this section of law existed a number of things that we wouldn't even talk about today, let alone prohibit, even on Sunday. They're prohibited for everything. So this has its roots in those historical blue laws, kind of that hardcore posture. And, I'm not going to use marijuana as an example, but in there were things that you can't sell certain things back then. And many other things that I think are really not even mentionable. And here we are today still talking about something that's 385 years old.
So it was religious?
I think that's a fair statement.
Thank you.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for DNR, I'm sure you are well aware of the massive decline in bird species over the last 30 or so years, more than 3 billion gone since the 70s. Are you not concerned about, any at-risk or imperiled migratory bird species and, driving them with just more hunting in general to extinction? Is that not a consideration for you?
So there are certainly guilds or suites of bird species, primarily what we call our early succession species, those groups of birds that rely heavily on old meadows and old fields. Those are some of the most imperiled species in the world. And we are hyper focused on doing what we can in our part of the the globe to remedy that. As it relates to migratory game birds, so let's just talk ducks and geese. We were at 30,000 some breeding pairs when we went moratorium. We're right around 135, 140,000 breeding pairs for Canada geese in this flyway. And you've heard this before. These are some of the most highly studied species on the planet. There's literally from Nova Scotia to Florida, hundreds of federal and state and provincial scientists, researchers, and wildlife biologists who monitor these populations in a federal framework. So what that says is we got a lot of eyes on this, a lot of professional eyes on it, and we've got a federal framework that keeps any state from sort of going too far, too fast. And so we have the concern, but we have what I would argue is one of the strongest frameworks in place to keep us from messing it up.
Okay, well, thank you for that. But Cornell, which everyone acknowledges are the experts on all species of birds, say the loss is across the board in every variety, every species. So I'm not going to take further issue with your characterization about loss. But I do want to point out to the gentleman from Illinois, Maryland is a much, much smaller state than Illinois. And for some of you who casually said, well, the counties can decide, I literally live at the nexus of 3 counties. The neighborhood I live in Northern Prince George's County, I can walk into Montgomery, I can walk into Howard. So it does affect us when different counties change their rules. And I don't know about any of you, but I don't know of ammunition when a gun is fired that knows how to, limit its range and respect boundaries. So that's an obvious cause for concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I respond or no? Okay. No.
Please go ahead.
All right, never mind.
Okay. Delegate Jacobs.
Again, so Paul, congratulations on your
Thank you, Delegate.
promotion. And you sound really good today. But what I wanted to ask, and Delegate Ruth, really, I mean, this committee's really gotten well educated on the issue because she was really touching on kind of what I wanted to talk about, but I want to drill a little bit deeper. So when you talk about, because, one of the big concerns I have, and one of the big concerns of last year's legislation was the amount of birds that were here, the population that would permit that kind of even thought. So this past year, there were 2 geese 45-day limit or season, correct? And then prior to that was 3 years of 1 goose 30-day. So next year, you're gonna go to 2 geese 30 days. So it's a reduction in about 15 days in the season. So isn't it true that the majority of geese are killed on a Saturday, or birds, geese and ducks, migratory waterfowl?
So weekends and holidays, because that's our structure in those shorter seasons, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's right to say that the majority are killed on Saturdays as the current law exists.
Correct.
So if you add Sunday, I mean, part of the idea is to keep people here to go in the hotels and restaurants and, whatever. I mean, it has an economic value. But the point is that those 2 days would be hunted together primarily. That's the idea. Isn't that correct?
It is.
But I mean,
But as you know, you're not gonna shoot that blind on Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, and then successfully gun it again on Sunday. Unless you're, a rare landowner who has control of all the ponds, all the riverfront. At some point, the birds are responsive to that pressure.
But I'm not saying you're gonna hunt it 2 or 3 times a day. I'm just saying that if you hunt, the idea in part of your idea of this legislation is to promote, the business to be more enhanced in Maryland, where they'll be staying in the hotels, eating in the restaurants, et cetera. So they would spend the whole weekend hunting rather than just one day. You would attract probably more business. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, although I think that, at least for the department, and I think a lot of the folks who are advocating for this, it's less about the economics. I mean, that's certainly a benefit, but for us, it's more about creating opportunity and access to people who only have that one day to choose. Or they're being responsive to weather conditions that make Saturday marginal, Sunday looks great. But if as my kids were growing up as young athletes and Saturdays are occupied by all the things that those things required, and Sunday was a day, church, and then you could grab a blind in the afternoon. That's what this does. It really doesn't, we don't stand for the proposition that they're going to go Friday evening, Saturday, and Sunday. They're going to go on a day when it works for that family unit, if you will.
Dr. Jacobs, you good?
I'm going to stop there. Yeah.
Okay. Just a reminder, we've got 10 unfavorable witnesses coming up on this simple little bill. Delegate Otto?
One word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul, hearing the experience you have in tracking these and all, I think we need to send you to the southern border and get that under control for us.
All right. Is there a question there, Delegate Otto?
If you're willing to go.
Delegate Otto, is there a question? Is there a question?
But no, I'm not. I got started there.
Let's move it along.
All right. Now you made me lose my thought now. I'm sorry.
You want me to come back to you?
No, that's all right.
Okay. Delegate Naraki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is probably to Mr. Petito. I just had a question. Is there a total prohibition on Sunday hunting in the state, or are there any private facilities that allow you to go hunting on a Sunday in the state?
So there are exceptions to the general prohibition. Obviously, many of you have experienced the sort of the slow progression where folks can go deer hunting. Some other species are built in there. And then landowners who are shooting on what we call crop damage permits can shoot year round to kill deer, to include Sundays in all counties. And then there's sort of these unique situations. They're called regulated shooting areas. Regulated shooting areas use pen-raised, released waterfowl, ducks, mallard ducks, and they can shoot basically from September to April to include Sundays on those private facilities.
Sure, but at those private facilities, they're still hunting though, right? On a Sunday there at that facility? I mean, that sounds like hunting to me, right? Isn't that?
They're killing ducks.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
it's not hunting. It's not my form of hunting, but
sure,
but
it's hunting. So how do you get into one of these facilities? You have to pay, right? Isn't that the general way to get to one of these facilities?
So there's two classes. There's commercial and private. Arguably, all of them involve a fee. The commercials you pay as you come. The others are more sort of club oriented. So there's X number of individuals. They they manage the thing and then they charge a fee, sort of kind of a country club model, if you will.
Gotcha. So, but the general public just can't walk in and go hunting there, right? As long as you have enough money, you can get in and you can hunt, right?
I guess that's one way to say it.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you all for being here. Help me understand what happens when there is a moratorium. How's that decided? You mentioned that there's a good amount of information up and down the East Coast regarding geese and duck, but what has happened in the past that caused a moratorium, and for how long?
So back in the early 90s, we reached, so it's threshold based, delegate. And it's for the entire population. For our purposes, it's the entirety of, using Canada geese, of the population that exists in that flyway from Canada, down to Florida, kind of along the coast. And those thresholds for the breeding pairs. So you might hear later that our midwinter survey, which is just the birds that are in Maryland on a given window, that data used to be meaningful to us. It is no longer really meaningful, except for certain species like tundra swans. If that breeding population, so those are the number of birds that are paired up on that northern Canadian peninsula during the breeding season, reaches a threshold, and back then it was 35,000 breeding pairs, I believe, at the threshold. We drop below that, and the entire flyway closes.
So it's 35,000 the current number?
No, because we're using a different model than we used then. It's a more adaptive approach. It includes a variety of inputs and sort of anticipated calculus to the larger equation, because we're now thinking about things like climate change and
Sure.
those sort of inputs that didn't exist back then.
And so as I understand it, that I think Delegate Jacobs was getting to that point that in some of the opposition's testimony is that in opening up to Sunday, we may get to a point where we would have to have a moratorium because we have more people hunting on, maybe they're going on Saturday, maybe decide that Sunday's a great day too. So I forget the number of individuals you mentioned potentially hunt, but there will be more. And at what point, how do you monitor it so that at some point that they may need to be a moratorium?
Yeah, so I think the whole conversation about us moving from 45-day season to
Yes.
2 birds and now shifting
And that's
down
2 birds
per day.
Per day.
Yep. That is that evidences the fact that this model is different than what it used to be before. It's incredibly reactive to even the finest changes in those populations. Again, on those breeding grounds, we are physically there with our state and provincial and federal partners during those moments when those birds are there breeding. We didn't used to do that. It was cost prohibitive. It was sort of technologically difficult to do. The relationships with the people, those native peoples who occupied those grounds didn't exist like it does. It's now a different model where, as I said, our ability to pivot from 45 to 2 to 30 and 2 in just a matter of months demonstrates how fine point the attention is on these populations. And I think absent some catastrophic natural condition change, hunting impacts will never create a moratorium, frankly, on almost any species in this country ever again.
Sure, fair enough. And so you don't think 30 and 2 then creates a rush to kind of get out and get it done versus the 45 and 2? I guess 'cause I'm not a hunter, as you can see, so I don't understand the days and the limits. So
yeah, I think that's a great question, Madam Vice Chair. But it practically does the opposite. What it does is it spreads out. So if we gave them 45 days and 1 bird, that spreads out the pressure, not just in Maryland, but across the entirety of the flyway, or at least the Chesapeake states. So there's more impact on those birds for a longer period of time. 30 and 2 concentrates that pressure more directly, and it's why it's done that way.
Thank you.
Delegate Baker.
Chair, I was trying to get out of here without asking a question, but, okay, so 30 days, 2 birds with Sunday hunting, 30 days, 2 birds without Sunday hunting. What's the difference in the numbers of harvest?
I mean, if you use Virginia's data, there was actually no increase. No, it was a de minimis increase in the number of birds that were killed.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions, so thank you all. We have a
Thank you.
number of unfavorable in-person testimony. Alexandra Scholl from Compass, Jared Thompson, Maryland Wildlife and Heritage Association, Peter Heller, Maryland Wildlife and Heritage Association, Webb Johnson, Maryland Guide and Outfitters Association, and James Kimball. You might need to swap out a seat there.
Oh, is that? Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thanks so much for having us today. My name is Alex Shaw McKittrick. I am here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 778. So on behalf of the Maryland Outfitters and Guides Association, the Maryland Wildlife and Heritage Association, and myself as a hunter, we're here to say that we're gravely concerned with the idea of opening up Sundays for the hunting of migratory birds. The reason why Sunday hunting of migratory birds is bad for Maryland are exhaustive. You will hear more detail about each of these concerns from our following panelists, but I wanted to give the committee a quick, concise list of our concerns with Sunday hunting. 1, the species cannot sustain the pressure of an additional weekend day of hunting. As you will hear, Saturdays are the day when the majority of birds are harvested, and opening up Sundays would likely mirror that harvest. Number 2, Sunday hunting could put us back into a moratorium, something that we've already started to talk a little bit about today. Number 3, Maryland would lose compensatory days, and they would not have the opportunity to get those days back should we at some point decide that we did not want to hunt on Sundays any longer. And number 4, landowners and private citizens deserve a day without waterfowl hunting. As some folks have mentioned already this afternoon, it's very different than deer hunting. Deer hunting is usually one shot, it's quieter. Waterfowl hunting is more chaotic, more shots, louder. So Sundays should be preserved as a day of quiet. So as conservationists, we respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on House Bill 778. The other thing that I wanted to flag really fast is that the Maryland Charter Boat Association attempted to sign up to testify today and missed the deadline. So you should have received their opposition or you'll be receiving it soon. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jared Thompson, and I am here in opposition to House Bill 778. I am the president of the Maryland Wildlife and Heritage Association, started in 2023 because the resource deserves a voice. I am a lifelong resident of Maryland's Eastern Shore, avid hunter, and waterfowl conservationist. I have a degree in wildlife and fisheries biology and worked for the Department of Natural Resources for 8 years, managing habitat and conducting waterfowl surveys. Waterfowl hunting seasons and bag limits should be based on science. Decisions based on hunter preference alone are irresponsible. The day man's wants come before wildlife's needs is the day conservation dies. The Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries, along with the food and farmland, make Maryland a unique haven for waterfowl. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Harvest Report shows Maryland's Eastern Shore has 5 counties in the top 25 for goose harvest. Kent is 3rd, Queen Anne's is 6th, Talbot 11th, Cecil 21st, and Dorchester 22nd out of 3,115 counties nationwide. The claim that other states did not appreciably increase waterfowl harvest when adding Sundays is irrelevant because no other state is the same as Maryland. The season and bag limit was increased to 2 geese in 45 days in 2023. The 2024 proposed season is already being reduced to 30 days. Why would we add a weekend day when the population cannot sustain a 45-day hunting season? When the moratorium started in 1995, U.S. Fish and Wildlife stated they were trying to rebuild the breeding pair population to a minimum of 150,000 breeding pairs. In 2023, the actual observed breeding pair population was only 115,000. Managing the migratory waterfowl populations in Maryland is a complex and moving target. Adding Sunday waterfowl hunting is not something we can or should just try and see. The consequences could be irreversible, and that is not a chance I'm willing to take. I would rather be able to take my children and grandchildren hunting into the future than hunt one extra day now. Please put the resource first and vote no on Sunday waterfowl hunting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environmental and Taxation Committee. My name is Peter Heller, and I'm here in opposition of House Bill 778. I'm a lifelong resident of Chestertown, avid waterfowl hunter, conservationist, and landowner. There are many reasons I'm opposed to Sunday waterfowl hunting in Maryland. Allowing Sunday waterfowl hunting would not only be detrimental to the already fragile waterfowl population and it would also adversely affect the quality of life for landowners and visitors alike on Sundays during waterfowl season. Gonzalez Research and Media Services performed a survey in 2018, updated in 2019, that polled residents statewide. 69% of Marylanders opposed Sunday hunting, and 60% of Marylanders said that Sunday hunting would significantly impact their recreational Sunday plans. I manage hunting leases on thousands of acres in my area for large landowners and farmers. In my most recent discussions with them, they have many concerns about this bill. They too enjoy a day off from hunting, so they have full access to their property, whether that means going for a walk, letting their animals out to roam freely, farm chores, etc. There is also the concern that if Sunday hunting is passed, that some will be forced to impose their own rule to not allow Sunday waterfowl hunting on their property, so they too can continue to enjoy that day off. This will also make their property less valuable to the hunters who rent it. By landowners imposing that potential rule, hunters who rent the farm would lose on average of 6 to 9 Sundays per year, depending on how the calendar falls. There is a reason we have not had Sunday waterfowl hunting in Maryland for over 300 years. Why should we start now? I also think that public access and recreational activities cannot be discounted. During the pandemic, it became apparent how important outside recreational activities are. And this is especially critical during the winter months with limited opportunity for the public to enjoy the nature and outdoors. At some point, we must put the resource ahead of man's wants and desires so we can continue to enjoy the outdoors and the rich waterfowl heritage for generations to come. Therefore, I urge you to oppose House Bill 778. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Corman and Vice President Boyce and members of the committee. I'm Webb Johnson. I'm here to represent as Vice President of the Maryland Outfitters and Guides Association, as well as President of the Quaker Neck Outfitters. I'm here to testify against House Bill 778 of the migratory game birds hunting on Sunday. In 2001, the Maryland State Biologist Larry Hyman said the key to keeping population growing is to hold the hunting pressures in check. If you don't hunt them too hard, Hyman said, you will have higher survival rates. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife has told us that if you cannot piecemeal together the compensatory hunting days without revocation for all migratory game bird seasons. So if Maryland were to revoke Sunday waterfowl hunting at some point in the future, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has said that you would not be grandfathered back in on your compensatory days for that state. So therefore you would lose your hunting days on a Sunday. I would also like to remind you that we are the only flyway that has ever gone through a moratorium. And our moratorium was a 7-year moratorium. It wasn't something that just was overnight. So you have to deal with a lot of economical impact on that. And also it would, the youth recruitment and opportunities to be out hunting would be non-void if we did go back to moratorium statuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Is James Kimball here?
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chairwoman Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Albie Kimball, and I'm here today to speak against the proposed Sunday waterfowl hunting in Maryland. I'm against this for a variety of reasons. The proponents of this effort will tell you that it will benefit hunters who work through the week, as well as the youths limited by school who can only hunt on weekends. Hunting waterfowl in Maryland is a privilege, not a right. And as such, those who wish to participate can manage their schedules to include that. As for the kids, I am of the opinion they are just being used as an excuse for the adults to spend additional days in the field.
There are numerous opportunities throughout the season for kids along with their parents to spend time in a blind. This effort is also being made at a time when we're experiencing a reduction in shooting days for AP Canada geese. Adding additional Sunday hunting days seems counterproductive in my eyes. As structured, those Sundays would have to run concurrent through the season splits, resulting in a shorter overall season. Furthermore, the Chesapeake region is a very unique area. The hunting pressure here is unprecedented. The waterfowl here need at least 1 day of rest weekly from the constant shooting and disruption. People will also remark, well, they allow it for deer hunting, but it is not the same. First of all, deer populations and crop damage are out of control and need to be reduced. Also, deer hunting is done mostly by individuals, frequently in the confines of woodlands, and does not generally affect the neighbors who choose not to participate. In summary, I believe the relentless pressure as the result of adding Sunday hunting will be detrimental to an already fragile ecosystem. The juice is not nearly worth the squeeze. So I urge you to say no and to reject any and all Sunday waterfowl hunting practices. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We do have some questions. Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. Good to see everybody. I hear absolutely everybody on the conservation questions and the concern and the moratorium. Like we can, and we do and we can and will go back and forth and debate the science behind that. I want to hone in the previous panel talked a lot about equity, and I want to kind of hone in on that. There's a lot of talk about a day of quiet and a day of rest, but if I'm a neighbor to an RSC, I don't get that day of rest, do I?
It's RSA.
I'm sorry?
RSA.
RSA, I'm sorry. RSA, excuse me. So neighbors to an RSA, there's gunfire going off on an RSA on Sundays, correct?
Yeah, but do you realize how few RSAs there are?
But again, I'm just saying, so only a few people get to shoot ducks on Sundays?
We're talking about totally different animals. We're talking about federally regulated waterfowl, not something that is a domesticated chicken that was
I understand.
lived in a cage its whole life.
Right. But the gunfire is the same, right? If we're
because you're talking about 6 locations. Just in the counties we represent on the Eastern Shore, I can think of 6 versus an entire state worth of shooting. So no, I don't think it's the same.
But it's not. But it's the same if I live next to an RSA.
I guess.
Okay.
I mean, a shot is a shot.
Right. So, has anyone here shot a duck on a Sunday in Maryland the last few years? Any hands? No. How often do outfitters take people out on Sundays?
They do.
You can't. We can't. We hunt migratory waterfowl.
Right. I understand.
We can't hunt Sundays. He's asking about ducks.
Right. Well, or whatever the pen raised animals are, right?
Okay. That is such a small percentage of people. None of us do that. That's a totally different issue.
Okay.
We have no stake in that game.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. And so my question is, I guess, for Jared, what would the impact, and so I guess DNR has submitted an amendment to exclude counties that wanted to be excluded. And what would be the impact of excluding those counties? Would that help with the problem if those counties were excluded?
I'm gonna let Peter.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. So as far as the opt-in and opt-out, that for the counties that chose to opt out, what you're doing on the economic end is, you're taking away, you want to get into equity, you're taking away for opportunities for people in those counties where other counties could hunt on Sundays. They can't hunt on those Sundays when you opt in and opt out. Also, with that being said, those hunters in that county that per se would opt out, we'll use Kent County as an example, those hunters lose those days. It's not like because they opt out, all of a sudden, they don't have to count those Sundays. Basically they're losing those 6 to 9 days a year. You're also losing out, outfitters are going to lose out on money, hotels are going to lose out on money, restaurants are going to lose out on money. there's a big economic impact. So really the opt-in, opt-out option really doesn't work because it isn't equitable. And there are some counties that are going to want to opt out, and then there's some counties that are going to want to opt in. And I don't think that that's really, a good thing by any stretch.
Thank you. And I think my county is one that is in the opt-out category. But so you're saying because we would lose the compensatory days across the board, and so those counties that are not Sunday hunting lose the compensatory days, but they don't have the Sunday hunting. Is that why you're saying it's not equitable?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And could either of you address the question of the favorable panel said adding Sunday hunting and taking away the weekdays would not create any additional pressure on the species, and other states have shown that there's not any additional, and I wondered if you could address that.
One thing that I hit on is just the goose harvest, for example, on the Eastern Shore, that we have 5 counties in the top 25 out of 3,115 counties nationwide, from Kent all the way down to Dorchester in a line. There's those 5 counties. What these geese do is they basically they funnel from Canada. And the reason that harvest is so high is because we are the end result for them. They want to winter in those counties. Thus the harvest is so high. So hunter participation is extremely high on Saturday for obvious reasons. Hunter participation leads to higher harvests. The more people out hunting, the higher the harvest. You're going to get mirrored participation on Sunday. These people, they want to come in and they want to hunt all weekend long. So it just stands to reason that the harvest is going to go up. And we're just worried. It's just fragile enough. These populations keep doing this. So
because of Maryland's unique position and the number of geese coming through, we can't necessarily take the results in other states to be what would happen here. Is that fair to say?
I agree. I certainly wouldn't do that. I mean, just think of all the bay, the Eastern Bay, the creeks, the rivers that we all enjoy. I mean, these waterfowl take to that, and that's why they love it here. I mean, look on a map of the country. You don't see that hardly anywhere else. I mean, the miles of shoreline in Maryland, it's unbelievable. You take the size of Maryland, which is already small. In our case, you can cut it in half. We're talking about mainly the shore, and then we're condensing that harvest down into 5 counties. It's unbelievable what this state does. It's an unbelievable resource, and it is in need of help.
Okay, thank you so much.
Vice Chair Boyce.
And thank you so much. I want to understand something. Webb, I believe, mentioned that when there was a moratorium, it only happened here.
Yes.
Can you
When
explain
is
that
that?
a little bit more, or somebody, anybody?
Here, go ahead.
Anybody?
So the moratorium was for the entire Atlantic Flyway, which is us and 12 other states. That was completely shut down on Canada goose hunting.
And
for
that
7
was within the flyway.
Yeah, it's the
Yes.
entire flyway,
Yep.
basically your whole East Coast, for 7 consecutive years. That's how long it took with no hunting. And obviously they had poor nesting conditions in there as well, but that's how long it has taken to be able to hunt them again.
So I don't want to get too much in the weeds because we can get into the weeds in the subcommittee, but I guess I'm trying to understand why, given previous testimony stating that it's pretty much a stable flyway per se.
I would say that we are not stable. Obviously our numbers are downward trending for the past 30 years, as mentioned earlier. And the season has been changed by the feds to a 30-2 from last season, as we heard, where we were 45-2. The previous 3 years prior to that, we were at 30-1. To me, if it was stable, why wouldn't we be staying at a consistent number that we were successfully harvesting and our population was plateaued or still increasing at?
Well, I want to somewhat rebut that with something that Mr. Pedito stated, was that because there are more on the ground resources, the changes are due to the fact potentially, you could say yes or no, the fact that they have more on-time information, so they can make those changes as needed. Is that so or not so?
I would say that they have more resources on the ground now than they did 20 years ago. Yes, the technology obviously light years ahead.
So
20 years ago.
So is it fair to say then, because of the technologies, that sometimes we're seeing those different changes at the federal level to?
I would say that the statistical error
Okay.
would need to be taken into account. That's published somewhere that they would have to answer better than I could.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure the margin of error on that is relatively high.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I don't see any further. Oh, sorry, Delegate Jacobs.
Try to be quick here, Mr. Chairman. You know, nobody seems to want to talk about this migratory game bird, which the bill says. But that would include mourning doves, which is a pretty heavily sought after bird in the areas, especially on the eastern shore. So could you tell the committee what that means? Because of this expansion is not just migratory waterfowl. It's mourning doves, rails, woodcocks, brant, snipes, coots.
Yes, it would be your web feeded and unweb feeded birds as well, which would encompass all the ones you've listed off as stated earlier as well. So that would open up your season for mourning doves would start Sunday, September 1st this season, upcoming. So, you know, obviously opening day is very big. For me personally, it's the largest mourning dove day of the year. Then Monday would be a holiday. So I would have two very busy days, with 50 to 100 plus people for both days compared to just one day.
So you're talking about 50 to 100 dove hunters.
Yes, at 15 birds per person per day.
That's September like 1st.
Yes,
right?
just on September 1st alone.
So I'm not trying to be nosy about your business, but how many people in comparison are there doing waterfowl?
I take more waterfowl hunters than I do
you?
Dove, but I'm kind of a unique scenario where
Well,
when the moratorium happened, we kind of had to set ourselves up to go out of business or adapt to the ducks and dove side of the goose when the goose season closed.
Right, but I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that this is more than just migratory waterfowl and that dove hunting is a pretty lucrative business.
Very, and there's some over in Baltimore.
I mean,
that have
it's
it as
all,
well.
it's all over the state and
Yes.
it's pretty heavily hunted bird.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that is it for this panel. Thank you. We have another panel of unfavorable in-person testimony. Lindsay Thompson, Thomas Marvell, Christy Claggett, Jackie Cowan, Equestrian Trail Riders.
You want me to go ahead while everybody's getting seated? Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association. Many Maryland grain farmers receive additional income, especially from these very lucrative waterfowl leases. When liberal bag limits and overhunting, in addition to poor nesting and weather conditions, led to the moratorium of Canada goose hunting in 1995 for 7 years, those farmers lost that revenue for 7 years. While you heard that there is no scientific evidence that adding Sunday hunting in Maryland would lead to overharvest based on other states, I would also argue that there is absolutely zero scientific evidence that says that it would not. It is also worth mentioning that 8 out of the other 10 states nationwide that do not allow migratory game bird hunting on Sundays are also in the Atlantic Flyway. So 8 out of those 10 states are in our flyway because our flyway is unique. Comparing Maryland to much larger states in other flyways is not comparing apples to apples. Even comparing Maryland to Virginia is not a fair comparison, as Maryland has 10,000 more goose hunters specifically than Virginia, and is 4th in goose harvest nationwide compared to Virginia at 20th. It might sound a little bit contradictory to you that I am sitting here saying we don't want Sunday hunting, because I oftentimes come before you asking for additional opportunities for deer hunting on Sundays. The reason for that is because more people have the opportunity to hunt on Sundays, and we use Sundays as a population control measure for deer. Not allowing migratory game bird hunting on Sundays is a matter of population preservation of this very dynamic species that is hard to manage. We would hate to see another moratorium and farmers lose that lease revenue in a very difficult economic time already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Marvel. I'm a fourth generation waterfowl outfitter on the Upper Eastern Shore. I'm fortunate enough to be operating a hunting business that was founded by my great-grandfather in 1930. Plain and simple, Sunday waterfowl hunting is a bad idea. The benefit it will bring to the few hunters that will take part is greatly outweighed by the unnecessary pressure that it will put on the wintering waterfowl population during the length of the season. Nothing has positively changed since we sat before you 12 months ago, testifying to the detriments of the proposed Sunday waterfowl hunting last year. In fact, it seems the opposite has happened, just as we predicted. The state of Maryland's current proposal is a goose season that has been shortened by 15 days from last year. The up and down roller coaster of Canada goose harvest strategy in Maryland continues. Maryland's Eastern Shore is unlike any other area in the United States because of its unique geography and ecosystem. Its close proximity to major East Coast metropolitan areas also makes it a chosen destination for waterfowl hunters. Because of this, the waterfowl that winter here in Maryland are already under intense pressure. Hunting 7 days a week for weeks at a time will only make it worse. Sunday hunting, if passed, will only kill any resemblance of quality hunting that Maryland has been famous for in the last 100+ years. Please vote unfavorable for House Bill 778.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Cowan, and I'm an independent horsemanship instructor who specializes in trail skills, safety, and etiquette. I'm an active member of 4 different statewide equestrian trail riding clubs and the Maryland Horse Council. I want to be clear, I am not opposed to hunting. In fact, deer hunting is allowed on the farm to help manage the resident herd. I am here to advocate for equity and shared opportunities for all in our beautiful Maryland outdoors. I commend the counties who have opted out of Sunday hunting. Less than 2% of Maryland's population hold hunting licenses. I understand and appreciate the desire to increase that for children and adults, but not at the expense of the 28% of us who wish to spend time outside pursuing our own passions of hiking, biking, birding, riding, or just enjoying our own backyards. Majority of this 98% work too, and look forward to the weekend also to recreate. Trail riders are the largest interest group of the $2.9 billion Maryland horse industry. Historically, trail rides have been scheduled per the hunting schedule, which used to mean Sundays because hunting was not allowed. But now we schedule to avoid the hunters and to have a safe experience. With the continued expansion of Sunday hunting, this is becoming more and more difficult. Looking at Maryland's hunting schedule, it seems there is at least one species being hunted year-round, 7 days a week. Contrary to some beliefs, some migratory birds like geese are hunted in fields, not just on the shore, but in upland fields next to grazing horses, family homes, and playgrounds. May I continue, sir?
Actually, we have your written testimony, so we're gonna move on. We have to respect the time on this.
Actually, you don't have a written testimony from me,
Okay,
sir.
do you have a last sentence you want to provide?
Yes, sir. And this really is important to some of the things that you all have been asking about with the locations to areas. So back to what I was saying, this means that boarding barns can be in jeopardy. They must rely on access to safe riding for their clients and also must consider the hunting schedule. Many of the state and county parks shared use trails are flanked by privately owned fields that could be hunted. We have state parks and natural resource areas that incorporate fields for hunting. Y Island is a very good example of that. It's a very popular area to ride. And we only go on Sundays when it's not hunted.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move
Yes,
on to.
thank you, sir,
to
very
your
much.
Next witness.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm Christy Claggett, a resident of Harwood, Maryland, and I am opposed to House Bill 778. I speak as a private landowner that allows migratory game bird hunting on my farm, and my neighbors do also. But there is no pressing need for Sunday hunting of migratory game birds. That is a desire for convenience for, I think they said it was 50,000 people that like to hunt game birds. The rest of us would like to have Sundays that are quiet and firearm free. The shooting on the shore is one thing, but there's shooting in the fields and ponds that are close to the rest of us that have recreation time in those same areas. Why is DNR supporting this? Doesn't that make you wonder? Or, I mean, is there some sort of money grab for more licenses or more duck stamps or what? I think that's a question that should be asked, but I'm very impressed with the Maryland outfitters. They are opposing this bill and they are truly the people to listen to. They are living this. They say that this is not good for their population. They're going to lose money. I mean, this is, if they got the Sunday hunting, they'd be making more money, pulling in more people who wanted to use them as outfitters. They're telling you, no, I think you need to listen to them. They really know what they're talking about. So please vote against this 778.
Vice Chair Boyce.
And thank you so much for your testimony. I have a what if question. So we know we have a deer population that it's a little crazy. And let's say, given all the provisions we've been given for Sunday hunting for deer, in a year, 2 years, it becomes under control. Would there be an appetite to repeal Sunday hunting of deer?
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to anybody who would like to answer it.
Very much so.
Sure. But I mean, we've the Maryland Horse Council has come up with the 1030 as a attempt to be cooperative, but sure, we would prefer to have Sundays completely firearm free.
Go ahead.
I would just say that right now, farmers specifically, they can already with crop depredation permits do so on Sundays. And so really they're doing so out of necessity.
Right.
If it was no longer a necessity, then they would not go and hunt those deer on Sundays. Adding Sunday migratory waterfowl hunting is not a necessity. It's to add additional opportunity. And so I don't know that the two are particularly comparable.
Fair. I'm just saying if in the future we begin to quote unquote eradicate the problem, would there be an appetite for those farmers, for anyone else, to essentially have that repealed? I mean, that's because we are talking about Sunday hunting and we are talking about and I can see both sides to this discussion today. But what I'm saying, if it's Sunday hunting is the issue and the crux here and the tension, and we are allowing it for this particular species because it is a nuisance, and I think we all understand and support that. When they become eradicated to a degree, hopefully we can, is there an appetite to repeal it? Because then, in my opinion, I would say, isn't it so that we would then be operating as a state with no really Sunday hunting?
That's definitely something that I would be willing to take back to my board as a discussion. This was a very controversial issue that we actually required a unanimous vote of the Maryland Grain Producers Board. So I can certainly ask them that question and get back to you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May I please?
Yes.
Someone mentioned earlier the Gonzalez poll that showed that majority of Marylanders are opposed to Sunday hunting. So I think I can speak for that greater portion. And as somebody who would want to trail ride on Sunday, that yes, we would love to see it repealed. Until the 1990s, Sundays were not allowed to be hunted at all. And then we began the progression of the different Sunday hunting bills, county by county, that has made it a nightmare for you all, taken up a lot of your time. And it's created a patchwork effect over the state on where can you go and recreate outside safely.
Right. Well, thank you for that. And I'm hoping at some point together, whether we are hunters or enjoyers of activities outside, that we somewhat find a comprehensive, non-patchwork hunting plan for the state. Thanks so much.
Thank you. The Maryland Horse Council is very happy to work with you.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, everybody, for being here. I absolutely hear the concerns, especially about, when it comes to safety and the grain producers, of course. I like I said, I understand the safety concern, having, like you said, the 1 day a week, right, where you feel safe riding in the woods and such. And I was trying to drill down earlier too about why Sunday ended up being this day. Would you be open possibly to another day of the week being the day that we can't hunt on Sunday, or we can't hunt?
Well, I think that, as I said earlier, hunters, hikers, trail riders, most people work at least 5 days a week. And so, and they're looking forward to the weekend. So looking at a day during the week is probably not a good possibility, but a trade-off for Saturday.
Right, because that's what I'm saying, a non-weekend day, because like you said, a lot of people are working during the week and a lot of people can't go ride horses, can't go hunting, can't hike during the week. So, okay, I just want to pinpoint that. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions, so thank you. We do have a virtual unfavorable witness, Jane Siegler from the Maryland Horse Council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jane Sigler. I am here on behalf of the Maryland Horse Council, which is the trade association for the entire state. There's been a lot of discussion this afternoon about equity, and I would like to put things in perspective. Maryland has a population of 6 million residents, of whom 700,000 are horse enthusiasts. And as has been mentioned, trail riders are the largest interest group among Maryland riders. By contrast, Maryland typically sells about 100,000 resident hunting licenses each year. And as been pointed out, most Marylanders work 5 or 6 days a week, and they just want 1 day to avoid adverse interactions with hunters. And adverse interactions do happen. Many of them are listed on DNR's website. Many of them that happen are not reported to DNR. So there's a significant impact on people that want to avoid adverse interactions. And the Gonzalez poll has already been mentioned. I will reiterate that the majority of Marylanders oppose Sunday hunting, 69% versus 22%. In that poll, 78% of respondents said they would change their plans to avoid encountering hunters. So allowing Sunday hunting places an undue burden on the majority. And as Delegate Jacobs has pointed out, this is not just a waterfowl bill, so it will have a statewide impact. And to answer a couple of questions, the Horse Council officially has said that it would switch for Saturdays. It would switch Sundays for Saturdays, but not a weekday because people do work. And to answer Delegate Boyce's question, Vice Chair Boyce's question, DNR actually has taken the position that the deer population in Maryland has already stabilized, and they do not wish the population to be further reduced. They're cognizant of the crop damage problem, but there are other remedies like deer management permits and agricultural cooperator permits to deal with the crop damage problem. So we would urge the committee to give the bill an unfavorable report.
Thank you. I do not see any questions, so that concludes the bill hearing at HB 778. Delegate Hill, sneak in. It's just not back out. Okay, Delegate Allen, you ready? Is Hutchinson here? Yes. Delegate Allen, let's take our guest first. Sorry about that. We'll call up HB 752, Delegate Hutchinson, Environment Title Wetland Permit Ownership of Land. That's you, sir. That's your bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson. I'm here to present House Bill 752, Tidal Wetlands Permit Ownership of Land. I really brought an expert here that I'll probably have really share my testimony, but I want to give you the understanding why this bill came forward to me. So when you do a shoreline stabilization project on a waterfront property, you need to get a permit, obviously. And in that permit, it states the following. The licensee acknowledges that this license does not transfer any property interest in state tidal wetlands. The license allows the licensee to use state tidal wetlands only for the structure or activity authorized herein and in no way limits the use of waters of the state by the public. I actually went through this situation about 15 years ago. I owned waterfront property and was having an erosion problem, and I investigated getting a natural shoreline. And so in my case, they would have removed my riprap. They would have put riprap out 10, 15 feet off of my shoreline with the hopes of then replenishing the land that I have. I have a number of constituents. These are not inexpensive endeavors either. 15 years ago, it was $40,000. We're seeing people spending upwards to $100,000 plus. And when they're seeing this, they're saying, I'm going to spend this kind of money and I don't actually own the land that I'm trying to replenish and bring back. I'm aware of 2 letters of opposition, one from MDE, one from the Maryland Bar Association. I just saw those this morning. We're going to need to reach out and talk to them because truthfully, I believe we're talking apples and oranges in terms of what we're trying to accomplish with the bill versus what they wrote into their testimony. So with that, after you hear my expert here, I ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm William Bauer. I'm a licensed professional land surveyor and professional engineer. And I'm also a member of the MSS, the Maryland Society of Surveyors Board of Directors. I've been working on waterfront properties and performing boundary surveys of waterfront properties since the late 90s. The boundary between public and private ownership of land along a tidal body of water is mean high water, or the average of all high tides during a roughly 19-year tidal epoch. Fortunately, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration has tidal stations throughout the Chesapeake and Delaware Bays and Atlantic coast to give us accurate elevation data regarding the rise and fall of the tides. Simply put, mean high water is an elevation. The authoritative collection of horizontal and vertical data of the surface of the earth is solely within the purview of the Professional Land Surveyors Practice Act. Currently, MDE's guidelines for the preparation of plans for tidal wetland license do not require a signed and sealed survey of the property, as plans for development on land currently do. This can lead to an improperly delineated mean high water line, potentially resulting in MDE claiming land based on flawed data under the current law. When retracing a property's boundary, natural monumentation such as a shoreline holds the highest priority when called for in a deed. Additionally, unwritten ownership rights can be transferred through agreement or acquiescence. The granting of a permit or license to alter mean high water signifies acquiescence by the state of this new boundary. If the state wishes to retain a strip of fast land behind new shoreline stabilization improvements, surveyors will have to research the MDE permit record to ascertain the old mean high water line prior to the construction of these improvements in order to perform a boundary survey. Given that the location of mean high water depicted on the development plans is, in many cases, not derived from a signed and sealed survey, I would have a very hard time certifying the accuracy of that property's actual boundary. So I recommend a favorable bill or a favorable hearing for House Bill 752.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor or his panelist? Okay, thank you. There was one other person signed up. I think it might be on the wrong bill though, David Wheatley. I think you meant to sign up on Delegate Jacobs' bill. Okay, then that concludes the bill hearing on HB 752. I see we've been joined by Delegate Hill, so we will go to HB 729, Department of the Environment, Vernal Pool Wetlands Protection Act of 2024. Panel, feel free to bring them up.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I'll bring my panel up, Mr. Chair? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Terry Hill here on House Bill 729. So we all know, because you are the committee of expertise, that vernal pools are an important part of our environment, and both in terms of the life or lives that they support, and other ecologic and environmental reasons. There is a gap in our knowledge of what vernal pools are and where they're located. And that means that there's a gap in terms of our being able to protect these as a valued resource. And that also means that where landowners are concerned, we have problems when they sometimes go to develop on their property, or developers are trying to purchase property and move forward only to find out that there are vernal pools there, and suddenly they're not allowed to go forward. And that kind of conflict is exactly what the Supreme Court was asked to address this past year. And they came up with a decision that said that unless it's a contiguous body of water that next to another contiguous body of water, that the federal Clean Water Act no longer gives EPA any authority to regulate those lands. So that being said, I'm assured by our state authorities that we still have regulatory authority over vernal pools. The problem is we're not quite sure if the definitions are adequate for what we want to protect. In fact, we're pretty sure they're not, and we know that there's a gap in our information about where they're located and how many they are, et cetera. Okay, so this bill is an attempt to address that by simply asking the department to define vernal pools and to do a study, or at least come up with a plan of how we can do a study to know exactly where they are. If we have a map, it would make it easier for folks to know where they are. We know how we can protect them, and we could move forward. Now, I will let you know, and you can see from the opposition testimony from the Department of the Environment that we've been involved in a lot of discussion back and forth about what needs to be done in order to achieve those goals. And we're very close to having an amendment to offer that will allow us to address the goals of the bill in a way that hopefully is cost effective and just generally effective. And so we ask for some leniency from the committee as we work those amendments through and offer them to you. We hope this will be referred to subcommittee and be considered at that time. So that really is the essence here. But I do want to point out there's been some misunderstanding about what we mean by the bill as written, and that affects the fiscal note. We understand and know from bills that we've introduced some years ago that the actual cost of doing a study, if we were using manpower that's already in the department, would be probably prohibitive. But when we ask for a development plan, what we mean by that is that the department, possibly in conjunction with the Department of Natural Resources, should be able to at least present to us as a state, this is a way that we could do it in a cost-effective manner. For instance, they might say we can use graduate students from the universities who are studying these areas and have them do some of the survey work. It might be partnering with some of the local groups that use high school students to do certain kinds of surveys. So there may be other ways other than hiring outside experts and hiring more people, contracting with more people to work directly through the department, that there may be a cost-efficient way to do this. So that's in essence what we're trying to do. And I thank you and urge you to consider a favorable report with the amendments that we will be presenting to you in short time. Thank you.
Okay, again, good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Mark Sutherland. I'm a professional freshwater ecologist, and I'm representing vernal pool partners today with, in addition to the organizations that will speak after me, we have here the Sierra Club, Maryland Ornithological Society, Smart on Pesticides, Unitarian Universalists, Interfaith Partners, and the National Aquarium, all weighing in for this bill. As Delegate Hill mentioned, vernal pools are a type of freshwater wetland that are typically filled part of the year and not part of the year. And because of that, they have no fish populations, which means they provide habitat for species that cannot reproduce anywhere else other than in vernal pools. such as fairy shrimp, wood frogs, mole salamanders, including the endangered tiger salamander here in Maryland. They provide disproportionately large amounts of ecosystem services owing to their widespread occurrence across the landscape and their ability to replenish groundwater and filter stormwater flows. They even occur in underserved communities where these backyard ecosystems offer convenient connections to nature. So I'll mention two reasons for pursuing this bill. First of all, that our natural waters are in crisis. As was mentioned, there's no federal protections for vernal pools at all. Maryland, it does better, but it's not adequate. As mentioned, vernal pools do not always have the hydric soils or hydrophytic vegetation to currently be protected under Maryland wetland regulations. This bill would fix that. Many other states are pursuing this. Basically, every state from Pennsylvania to Maine has new protections or certifications or monitoring programs similar to what we have in this bill. The second fact is that vernal pools are a little understood. Many of you may have never heard the term before, but they're an important part of the landscape and they're being lost at a rapid rate because of that limited knowledge. Therefore, we're asking that the state develop a plan on how we can identify where they are. And as Delegate Hill mentioned, University of Maryland has some of the leading experts on how the very cost-effective remote sensing technologies that are now present can help us do that. So I'll conclude by saying that the time is now. If we wait, we'll continue to lose vernal pools every year and the biodiversity and environmental services they provide. So I urge the committee to make a favorable report. Thank you very much.
I'm Eli Vogel. I'm representing the Audubon Society of Central Maryland as a longtime volunteer with a strong interest in wetland conservation. ASCM is a 501c3 nonprofit with a mission that includes protecting birds, other wildlife, and their habitats, and we recognize the vital but imperiled contributions that vernal pools play in supporting invertebrates, amphibians, and other species in wetlands throughout the state of Maryland. ASCM strongly supports HB 729, the Vernal Pool Wetlands Act of 2024. Often small and easy to overlook, these temporary wetlands play outsized roles in forested ecosystems. In early spring, they are home to fairy shrimp and nurseries for wood frog and spotted salamanders. As the season progresses, they become a buffet for birds like great blue herons and barred owls, as well as rare and endangered species like the rusty blackbird. These quiet temporary ponds are fountains of abundance that maintain the health and biodiversity of numerous forests. Yet dredging, logging, agricultural expansion, and widespread urbanization over vernal pools have seriously diminished these unique sources of biodiversity and ecosystem services. The threats of a warming climate make their future still more uncertain, especially in the face of the recent withdrawal of federal protections under the Clean Water Act. We do not even know how many remain in the state or where many are located. Other states such as Massachusetts and Rhode Island have set examples by enacting laws and regulations that protect vernal pools and their buffers, an important component of this bill. This year, Maryland can take a leadership role in fostering biodiversity, forest health, and water quality by initiating planning to identify and protect seasonal wetlands. ASCM's members throughout Howard, Carroll, and Frederick counties care about wildlife diversity and abundance throughout the state. ASCM's own Audrey Carroll Wildlife Sanctuary in Mount Airy, Maryland, hosts wood frogs in its woodland vernal pools. We urge you to pass the vitally important Vernal Pool Wetland Act of 2024 to assure that these ephemeral wetlands continue to enrich our woods and watersheds long into the future.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and committee members. My name's Amanda DeLeo. I work for a nonprofit called Patapsco Heritage Greenway. Our mission is about preserving and protecting the Patapsco River and the valley. In addition to all the reasons you've already heard about the importance of vernal pools and why protecting them is important to our ecosystems, I'm here to talk today about why they're important to the humans in the watershed. Vernal pools are an important natural resource to the humans in the watershed, and they are available to all community members, regardless of the language you speak, the income of your household, or your education level. They are available to all of us. As you are probably aware, we sort of have unprecedented rates of depression and anxiety among children, teens, adults in our society. And spending outside time in nature is one way to combat those negative mental health challenges. Additionally, for just about anyone, spending time outside and observing organisms that live in the natural environment can be an experience that stays with you for days. As a lifelong educator, I can tell you that few things affect people more than showing them the organisms that live in the natural environment around you. I've had people change their lawn care practices, their car washing practices, and many other things just from seeing the critters that live underneath a rock in a stream. Vernal pools are a unique habitat to be able to explore and connect with because They occur in a wide variety of places in Maryland. You may live or work near one. You may not know it's there. But you don't have to travel to the eastern shore of Maryland to see these amazing pools with the critters that live in them. You could see an 8 to 10 inch long gray salamander with yellow spots on it called a spotted salamander, and it could change your life. Vernal pools are found in neighbors and parks across Maryland. They're an opportunity to use our backyards and parks to connect to nature. And they're an opportunity for kids from all over Maryland to experience the joy of their outdoor world. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions, Delegate Guyton?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Hill, for bringing this bill and all of you for educating me about vernal pools. I am new to this committee, so I'm sure everyone else already knew, but this is very informative. I want to give you the opportunity, because I know you don't get this later, to respond to some of the letters of opposition. I think we're going to hear some unfavorable testimony today too, specifically as it relates to the definition of vernal pools and how it may or may not be too broad, and the assertion that these may already be covered and protected under current wetland buffer zones. Do one of you want to go ahead and give us your take on those concerns?
Certainly. Thank you, Delegate Guyton. And you heard me say earlier that we're working with the department and also speaking with DNR because of those concerns. We have been saying to them, we would like for you to define, they'll acknowledge that there's a gap. And we've asked them, to define what we're talking about, what is being missed. And they didn't like that bill, and because they said they needed statutory direction. And so we came up with statutory direction, and they said, well, that's not the definition. And we said, well, what definition do you want? And they said, well, you tell us the definition, but our definition is not right. So we're a little circular, right? But we're coming to an end. And so the answer is yes, and we should have a solution. We think we're coming to some amendment language that will satisfy them, will not be redundant, and will help us to close the gap.
Okay, that's very helpful. And that refers to the Maryland Department of the Environment testimony. And they do say that you are working with them on amendments. I guess also, would that satisfy the other unfavorables that we have today, particularly from the building trades?
And the building trades issue has to do with how it impacts the ability to develop, right? And again, when we talk about, we want a plan for how we can actually catalog the vernal pools, it's to get to the point where there are no surprises. The problem is that the cataloging them is prohibitively expensive. And so we're asking the department, again, with DNR, to come up with a plan that, again, can utilize other resources to get to where we need to go. We would expect then that once that plan is made, we would bring it back to the General Assembly and say, is this a plan that we can get on board with, and whatever funding is necessary, supply. So, realtors have and developers have reason to be concerned, but there's less concern when we actually know what is located on our property. And where
Okay,
we
thank
are
you
right
so
now.
much. I appreciate that answer, and I'm glad that you could answer it now.
Delegate Ziegler.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this bill. My question is it true that most vernal pools would be that aren't on state land would be on farms?
They occur throughout the landscape, but you're right. Sometimes they're in rural areas, sometimes on farms, but also in urban areas. There's one in my backyard, and I live a kilometer from the Columbia Mall. So not on a farm. So they're throughout the landscape. It's wherever you have a depression that holds water, for the winter time, you can have a vernal pool, as long as you have some wooded areas around it to support the animals during the non-wet part of the season.
So I guess my question is, because a lot of that is going to be private property, wouldn't it make more sense to catalog, to have some change in the use of the property, i.e. development, or even if it is a farm, construction of a large building or a number of buildings, trigger cataloging vernal pools rather than doing a statewide assessment of what is mostly people's private property?
Well, I think we're trying to be helpful with the assessment, but it is true that the way that the regulations would work, it would work the same way that current wetlands regulations work. So these are wetlands that are not fully covered by the wetlands regulations because of their different nature. So it would be the same thing. Someone would have to evaluate whether they exist on their property, just like they do for all their wetlands today, whether it's tidal, non-tidal, they have to determine that. They have to do a wetland delineation. So they would just have to do a vernal pool delineation as well. So that would ultimately be how this would be, they would be protected. But we're just trying to be helpful by providing more information so that people understand them better. Because the problem is, if you go in the wrong time of year, you don't see them, right? So we would have to go in they have to go in the spring, and that's when they have to do the assessment.
Well, that's my concern, in addition to drought. So what would be the requirement for a landowner?
So if someone
So if you find somebody has a vernal pool on their farm, what would that
they would
mean
be
for them?
required to deal with it as a wetland. So that means that they either have to avoid it, minimize, or mitigate the impacts, just like they do with another wetland. So you can build on it, but you have to do some kind of mitigation at the time, just like wetlands.
Right. I'm just concerned that they come and go, and
Well, they're always
you
there.
might be responsible for something that,
Well, they're always there in the winter, but they're not in the summer. So the assessment would have to be done during the springtime to see if they're there. And if just because they're absent in the summer doesn't mean they're not performing their function, because the organisms go underground and then they come back and use it to breed during the springtime.
I understand that. My concern is about enforcement mechanisms against a farmer.
It would just be like a
But-
wetland regulation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Delegate Terrassa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this legislation. I think this question's for Mr. Sutherland, but for whoever can answer this. How do vernal pools relate to springs?
Okay, so as we talked about before, it's really important in the hydrologic cycle that water's all connected in different cases. So vernal pool can be spring fed, but most of the time they're just rain fed. So it can be any time you have a depression that is impervious enough so that the water doesn't go straight through and is held for at least 2 months of the year, typically from the fall through the early summer. It's wet, and that's when it performs its function. So different ways, and most of it's just rain fed. And
Okay,
so it has a large enough catchment to go to the depression. Yeah.
great, thank you.
Delegate Baker.
Yes, and there refers to 100-foot buffer. So depending on the size of the wetland, 100-foot buffer all the way around that, the amount of land that you all would be purchasing an easement possibly, or controlling and telling the owners that they couldn't do anything on that land, that could be sizable land area. So are there any thoughts to having an easement, paying for an easement, buying the property, or the compensating the property owner for the area that's going to be in the easement?
So it would be the same as general wetlands regulations, where you do have ability to mitigate. If you do remove the wetland, you have to either create new wetland or pay a fee in lieu. So it would be the same kind of thing.
So it's going to be an expense to the property owner.
That's true.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions. You good, Delegate Baker? Okay.
Don't touch it.
We have, thank you, Delegate Hill, and to your panel. We have some unfavorable in-person witnesses. The tag team of Enton and Graff from the Maryland Building Industry Association and Tom Ballantyne for NAIOP.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm going to spare you Bob Benton today, so it's just me. And I'm also going to say, thank you. I'm also going to spare you talking about the housing shortage. I'm not going to talk about that either. I know. I appreciate the sponsor talking about our concerns. I think we do share a lot of the concerns that MDE has. There is challenges with what a vernal pool is. I too have been learning a lot about vernal pools the last couple of days. And we certainly have concerns about the definition. You can see in the bill, it says define vernal pools as seasonal wetlands that support at least one amphibian species. We feel that that's vague. I did look up Pennsylvania. They have a list of what those species would be that would actually help define a vernal pool. So those are some of our concerns. Obviously, we also have the seasonal concern. If you look at it at the wrong time, it isn't a vernal pool, that type of thing. So, we certainly happy to talk about it further with the sponsor and try to figure out a way to appease the situation. But at this point, we would ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NIOP Maryland. We have similar concerns. The commenters that we had from the consulting fields really thought the definition did not reflect the high quality and the biodiversity that they would see in a vernal pool, as opposed to a more common kind of depression in the land. The seasonality and the ability to identify these was a concern, especially for development projects that have a limited amount of time to do site assessments and can't wait for the window of time during the year. And then the 100-foot buffer provision is something that's been reserved for very high quality wetlands. And it was specified from the beginning rather than providing some discretion for the department. So for those reasons, we are opposed to the bill as introduced and look forward to seeing what kind of changes can be worked out between the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you both. I do not see any questions, so appreciate you being here. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 729. Now, Delegate Allen, we will turn to HB 631, Beaver Believer Act.
All right, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, friends and colleagues, the moment you've all been waiting for. My name is Delegate Nick Allen. I'm here to speak to you today about my bill, House Bill 631, the Beaver Believer Act. I'm a proud Beaver believer, and by the time we're finished today, I hope to make believers out of all of you. The North American beaver, also known as Castor canadensis, has made an incredible comeback over the past few decades after being driven nearly to extinction. You will hear more from my panel about the science behind this bill, what we hope to accomplish with it, as well as some of the benefits that beavers provide. I can also go on and on about how great they are, how much I love them, how cute they are, all that. But I want to start simply with this. Beavers are more than a wild animal or a nuisance to some people and in some cases. They are truly a natural resource. They're a resource that has been largely untapped until very recently, mostly due to the decline of their populations in the 19th and 20th centuries. But now they're back, and I believe it's incumbent upon us as stewards of our environment to ensure that we are managing what is essentially a new resource. Make sure we're managing it responsibly and using it to our advantage. And when I say resource, I'm not referring to their fur or the castor oil. Rather, I want to see us in Maryland use the natural benefits that beavers provide as much as we possibly can. We hear a lot of bills in this committee about stream restoration, stormwater retention, runoff, things like that. The status of the bay and all of our waterways in Maryland are a constant concern for all of us. And a happy, healthy beaver population situated in the right locations away from humans can help us all with all of these concerns. A number of states in New England, for example, are beginning to strategically move and introduce beavers to different areas, all in the interest of addressing some of these issues. Additionally, here in Maryland, in Baltimore County, in a certain district that borders my district, a local vineyard and winery has actually taken upon themselves to introduce beavers onto their own land for the purpose of stormwater retention. I'm aware of the current fiscal and budgetary concerns we are dealing with here. That's why this bill is short, simple, free, and enabling. What we hope to do is allow our counties to be laboratories of democracy, or in this case, beaver science, to think of creative ways that we can effectively leverage this furry natural resource. And I also want to point out that our friends at Mako are enthusiastically neutral on this bill. Dom said I could say that. I'm also aware of the Department of Natural Resources concerns regarding this bill. I actually had a really good conversation this afternoon with Mr. Petito. And to be clear, the goal of this legislation has nothing to do with fur trapping, and I don't intend for this bill to preempt any of DNR's authority to regulate wildlife. I'm always happy to work with my friends at DNR. Like I said, we're already in conversation about possible amendments or clarifying language to ensure that we find a solution that works for us. So again, the goal here is to allow our counties to be creative and proactive when it comes to our beaver natural resources, incentivizing, trying new and different things, not trying to curb DNR's authority. So as you can see, I'm really quite passionate about this subject. If you'd like to learn more, especially you, Mr. Chair, I can recommend some reading. I'm a beaver believer and I invite all of you to join me. I want to thank some of my supporters for being here today. I also want to thank my co-sponsors, many of whom are on this committee. And of course, I thank you all for your time, attention, and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Boyce. My name is Lisa Rodvian, and I'm the County Council member for Anne Arundel County District 6, which is right here, the city of Annapolis in the Annapolis Peninsula, all the way up to Millersville. I too am a beaver believer, and I was really excited to find that there was another one right here in the Maryland General Assembly. For those of you that want more background, I highly recommend the PBS documentary called Leave It to the Beavers. So let me just jump in. I suspect that since you're serving on a committee that deals with environmental issues, you're probably very familiar with the benefits of oysters. You probably talk about oysters a lot. Well, the unsung hero that could be even more beneficial to the Chesapeake Bay is the beaver. I want to introduce you to this Chesapeake Bay hero, and hoping that you become a beaver believer too. So when beavers build their dams in creeks and streams in the watershed of the Chesapeake Bay and really areas outside of the bay, they do amazing things. They're awesome engineers, and their engineering helps filter the water that is coming into the streams and the creeks and ultimately the bay. So they help clarify the water. They prevent floods. So they dig deep channels, they slow the water that's coming down the creeks and the streams and can provide some pretty valuable flood prevention. Erosion control. So because again, the water is slowed by the beaver dams, you get less sediment pushed into the creeks and streams. They bring immense biodiversity. By allowing, kind of a still beaver pond, you get additional plant life that might not have been able to survive without or be able to exist without the beavers, and then everything else that comes along with that plant life. I can see my time clicking. So the current state policy towards beaver is a little harsh. Basically, beavers are treated as a nuisance, and this bill would allow beavers to be given different treatment by counties trying to do new things, relocate beavers to places where they might actually be a nuisance, to places where they can really serve their full benefit. Anne Arundel County is full of places like this, and so I personally would love to have this authority within our county to be to bring beavers and the beaver benefits into our county. So I urge a favorable support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle. I'm here representing the Humane Society of the United States, and we are also beaver believers, for the record. The reason for our support extends beyond just our interest in one species and sort of cultivating that, as has been said, with a different vision, not just as a nuisance, but as a resource, but also the fact that when these habitats are created, it allows for biodiversity, not just of plant life, but of numerous other animal, fish, and other species as well. The beaver wetlands ultimately support insects, invertebrate, mammals, birds, and fish, including trout and other important fish that this committee is on the record being heavily invested in expanding the habitat for. We do understand that beavers can cause unwanted interactions with human structures and areas, so we appreciate the level of county control. We do think the counties would have the best ability to know where these populations make sense, where they shouldn't be allowed as far as incentivizing this program. And we're very happy to see DNR have, sort of final regulatory say. My property that we're fortunate enough to live on in Western Howard County is actually a really good example of where this could be deployed. On the other side of the street from us, we have a very vibrant, healthy trout stream. But our side of the stream has been used for agricultural land. It was sort of overgrazed. You've got highly erodible soils. You've got steep slopes. Having beavers in a property like that, where they could help do work beyond the tree plantings and other state-funded work that we've already done, could help balance out, restore habitat, and ultimately allow trout and other state resources to flourish
in those areas that have historically seen degradation. So we very strongly support this bill and look forward to working with the department on amendments to address their concerns.
Thank you. We have some questions. Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, very interesting bill. I'm all in favor of promoting beavers. And I think I can say I'm a beaver believer. My question is this.
Got one.
What's that?
I got one.
Okay. Yeah, it's a start. MDE in its fee schedule has fees for dam owners. So if a beaver builds a dam, is it subject to MDE's permitting fee?
Not that I'm aware of. But I mean, again, those are the kinds of questions that, I think we need to look at, if we're going to, use this resource, like we said, for stormwater retention, stream restoration, things like that. And again, in my conversations with DNR, the beavers essentially went away for several decades because they were almost extinct, and now they're back. And it's almost like, it's like they're back, I don't want to say back from the dead, but they're introduced into a whole new world that they previously did not inhabit. And we, need to be proactive in managing that, because otherwise, like I said to Paul Petito today, I don't want beavers to become the new deer, where we're, we all agree it's a nuisance. We all, we don't know what to do. Like, now is kind of the time that we can, get creative about how we do this. And even, again, when it comes to dams or, beaver created dams, how we manage those.
Okay, thank you.
I think the Speaker Pro Tem is trying to help you get a positive fiscal note there, Delegate. Delegate Stewart.
Mr. Chairman.
There you go.
Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I'm a believer. I'll admit, I'm in support of this bill. I think it's a great idea, but I did hear a concern from one of our colleagues who's not on this committee. And first it sounds a little bit strange, but he was worried that because the bill says that, the counties can promote the population of beavers, that it could maybe open up domestication and folks owning beavers as pets. And I know this probably sounds weird to folks, but I actually had a couple of first cousins of mine who in Arkansas who had, and it's legal there. And it was a couple first cousins and several beavers all in one house.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It sounds like quite a full house.
Yeah. Could you address that concern?
Well, I think that's what Jen was talking about too. Again, structuring whatever amendments we come up with, working with DNR to make sure DNR does have final approval on those kinds of things. So when it comes to domestication, I trust the people at DNR to say no when they have to.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, as we were just talking, I just discovered that I had a vernal pool in my yard. Could these also be released somewhere like that to make that something else in Baltimore County, or no?
What, the
beavers?
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's see, I don't even, you got me on that one. You got me on that one.
All right. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do not see any further questions. We do have another witness, Marissa Canino from the Natural History Society of Maryland, which I believe is based in Delegate Allen's district.
She cannot make it, unfortunately, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Then that concludes the bill hearing on HB 631, and we will now turn to Delegate Stein, HB 655, Environment, State Wetlands, Shoreline Stabilization Measures.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members, HB 655 unfortunately does not have a catchy title. Next time we'll have to consult with Delegate Allen. Its title is Environment, State Wetlands, Shoreline Stabilization Measures. It's actually the second bill that we've heard today on shorelines. It focuses on living shorelines, and these types of shorelines are good for the ecosystem in several ways. They prevent erosion, they provide habitat for fish and marine wildlife, and are more resilient to severe weather than structural shorelines. Living shorelines get their names by their use of natural habitat elements such as vegetation and oyster reefs. Structural shorelines, by contrast, use bulkheads, seawalls, riprap, other types of hardened surfaces. Now, waterfront property owners, or also known as riparian property owners, are authorized to make improvements to their shorelines against erosions. The preference under state law is to use living shorelines as opposed to structural alternatives. But in two circumstances, living shorelines are not required. One is when a property is in an area that MDE has mapped as being inappropriate for a living shoreline. And the other is when a property owner can demonstrate that their property is not appropriate for a living shoreline, and possible reasons could include there being excessive erosion already and the presence of heavy tides. Now, currently, when a property owner has had for a number of years a structural shoreline in place that has eroded, so the owner applies for a new structural shoreline, MDE automatically provides a waiver of the requirement or the preference under current law for there to be a living shoreline, no matter how long it's been since the original waiver was granted. So what this bill would do is that it says that future waivers cannot be granted automatically. And the rationale for that is for decades, structural shorelines were the default, and there was not much study of living shorelines. So in a lot of these cases, it's likely that shoreline conditions have changed since the original permit was given. With an amendment from MDE, which we view as friendly, an automatic waiver could still be given if the property is in an area that MDE has said is inappropriate for a living shoreline. The bill also specifically permits the Tidal Wetlands Compensation Fund money to be used to provide funding for the conversion of existing structural hardened shorelines with living shorelines. And with that, Mr. Chair, I urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Doug Myers. I'm the Maryland Senior Scientist at Chesapeake Bay Foundation in support of HB 655. Living shorelines have the ability to keep pace with sea level rise. They're cheaper to construct, cheaper to maintain, and are allowing for the intertidal zone, very important for bay critters to survive. One of the things that this bill does not do is it does not change the waiver procedure that already exists. I think there was some concern that people could not apply for waivers, but they can, and the criteria for considering a waiver are still there. What's a benefit of this approach is the Department of Environment is allowed to look at larger chunks of shoreline, which is really how the shoreline functions. There's movement of sediment, sand, water, wood in some cases, if it's like a fallen tree, that are dynamic in nature and they occur over sometimes miles of shoreline. It's very difficult to make a decision for the long-term health of a chunk of shoreline if you're only looking at it at about 50 or 100 feet at a time through an individual permit. So the bill is attempting to say, just because you have a current armored shoreline doesn't mean that's the best approach for that larger chunk of shoreline going forward. Because once somebody has an armored chunk of shoreline, it kind of dictates that the shoreline property owners on either side will also want to armor, because you actually increase the erosion potential at the edges of an armored shoreline. Just lastly, the hard armoring presents a marsh migration problem. As the sea levels are rising and the hard armoring, a bulkhead or riprap is kind of fixed in place, there's no way for the shoreline to readjust itself to the new sea.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Allison Colden. I'm the Maryland Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, again, in support of House Bill 655. To reiterate the importance of reversing the trends of shoreline hardening in Maryland, I want to share with you some of the impacts that shoreline hardening or the use of bulkheads, revetments, and other structural stabilization has on the bay ecosystem and its organisms.
For example, for every 10% increase in shoreline hardening, we get a 4% decrease in blue crabs. It also has impacts on invertebrates and other prey species, which are important forage like Atlantic menhaden. So therefore, the continued shoreline hardening in Maryland is having a direct and negative impact on the productivity of our bay ecosystem and its fisheries. Additionally, since the Living Shoreline Law was passed in 2008, there are a number of these projects, structural projects, which are likely coming to the end of their usable life, which were approved prior to the requirement for living shorelines as the default. Therefore, when structural stabilization was the default, many homeowners didn't know that living shorelines were an option. So reducing or eliminating the ability for an automatic waiver, which leads to like-for-like replacement, so hardened shoreline for hardened shoreline, provides an opportunity for education for homeowners so that they can realize by the waiver process, which doesn't currently exist for this like-for-like replacement, that there is an alternative that they can consider, which would help both their property in being more resilient and less costly, as well as helping restore the bay. Lastly, I last spoke to this committee about the importance of the Caesar report and its recommendations on focusing our near-term restoration on living resources and co-benefits in shallow water restoration. And I can think of no practice better than living shorelines to be the example of how we can do that moving forward. So I would urge your favorable report on House Bill 655. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Hamna Sharif. I'm here representing the Maryland, DC chapter of the Nature Conservancy, where I lead our coastal climate adaptation work. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you in support of House Bill 655. Our state's rich and diverse coastline is under increasing threat from climate change, and we're seeing increased coastal flooding. While structured and armored shorelines can offer short-term protection, these structures are expensive to build and hard to maintain and do not offer long-term sustained protection for everyone. By removing permitting exceptions for structured shorelines, we will be encouraging the use of living shorelines, which can mitigate the harm that these structures can cause communities that are not protected by armored shorelines, because they displace floodwaters to low-lying coastal areas that may see even more increased flooding. For communities living at the water's edge, this is an issue of justice and equity, and living shorelines can restore their access to their waterfronts and create more vibrant coastal communities. Nature-based solutions also offer benefits for water quality and restoring habitats for important species in Maryland. These natural features preserve the aesthetic and recreational value of our state's vibrant coastline. These positive impacts combined contribute to the coastal community's well-being, and for these reasons, we urge a favorable report on House Bill 655.
Thank you. Delegates, then did you also want Jana Davis on your panel?
Yes, that'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah, hi, thanks so much. I'm Sadie Drescher, the Vice President of Restoration at the Chesapeake Bay Trust. So thank you, Chairman Corman and the members of the committee for your time today. Many of you know the Bay Trust. We were created by the General Assembly in the 80s as a nonprofit grant maker, and we use the funds from the Bay Plate and tax checkoff for the grant funds. Our goal is to give communities the resources they need to then do the work. Communities ask us for a wide range of practices, stormwater, trees, etc. And when we get asked to fund a lot are living shorelines. We were asked to come here today to give some background on living shorelines and answer any scientific or technical questions that you may have. The shallow fringes of tidal waters are where you find most crabs, juvenile rockfish, birds, and other critters. The shoreline area is also where a lot of hard armor has been used historically for shoreline protection. About 18% of the whole Chesapeake Bay is armored, with some areas over 50%. On the flip side, we also know how big an issue erosion is to property owners, as many studies have shown the critters don't live long along those armored shorelines in high density and natural habitats. Luckily, about 45 years ago, folks here in Maryland developed living shorelines, more critter-friendly erosion control method. About 20 years ago, their popularity soared, and in part because of the Bay Trust Living Shoreline Grant Program, they're now used in every coastal state around the country and in other places around the globe. Our Marylanders should be proud. The trust and our partners, the Maryland Department of the Environment and Maryland Department of Natural Resources, funded over 100 living shorelines, over 10 miles of shoreline. Pictures of some of the most well-known projects are in your packet. Examples at St. John's College, probably the closest one, and then one you've probably seen at St. Michael's, the Maritime Museum. We've learned a lot about living shoreline practices, where they work best, where they're harder to implement, and where they may be more expensive. They aren't appropriate everywhere, but can be a great practice in the right conditions. So we're happy to answer any questions, and you have our written testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Stein and Allison, maybe. So over where I am on the eastern shore, we get these predominant northwest winds that just beat the crap out of the shoreline over there. Where I guess you would call that armored shoreline protection. Is that what you call that with the riprap and all that?
Yeah.
That
Riprap is an example of armored shoreline.
So that's still permitted. MDE can still permit that, is what I understood that. And is that another layer of criteria they have to go through, or they just get exempted because of an area? I'm just trying to understand, because in that area is pretty.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Delegate. So this bill doesn't change anything about the existing waiver process. So if you have an unchanged shoreline or a natural shoreline that has had no alterations made to it, you would apply for either a structural shoreline, which would be a waiver because the default in current law is the living shoreline. In an area where you have an existing structural element, either bulkhead or riprap in this case, all the bill would do is say at the time that you want to either replace that with another structural element, you would have to go through the same waiver process as if you were doing it through an unaltered shoreline to a new structural element, as opposed to it being considered automatically granted a waiver. Now, I know that MDE has offered some amendments which say in 2022, they completed a new shoreline mapper, which was completed by the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. They're the leading expert on the shoreline mapping and living shoreline suitability mapping. So in areas where the shoreline is already mapped as not suitable for a living shoreline on this mapping tool, the amendments which MDE has offered, which are considered friendly, would allow for that automatic waiver. So in areas that you're describing where it's very high winds, lots of fetch, it's most likely already mapped as inappropriate for living shoreline. So it would fall under that waiver process if it's in an area that's mapped as inappropriate for living shorelines.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following on where Delegate Jacobs came from, that friendly amendment that you talked about, have we seen it yet? I didn't see it in the package, so maybe I'm missing something.
It should be in Delegate MDE's testimony.
Okay.
And since MDE submitted it, I did not request it separately, but should be in MDE's testimony. Maybe I can just look over my shoulder to confirm. Yes. Oh. Okay.
So then, okay, so somewhere, Jeremy, it's out here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, so the second part, so the waiver process is just as Delegate Jacobs has problems up on the north end of the bay. I have a lot of problems down the Potomac and the Patuxent with the same type of erosion taking place. Maybe on some of the back creeks, it's not as bad, but when you're on the Potomac, the Patuxent, or the bay, it becomes worse. So for a private landowner, do you know about how much it costs per foot to put a living shoreline in?
Yes, is the answer.
Yes.
Just pick who wants to tell you.
Right, Doug, the costs are very site specific, but the range is about $1,000 to $5,000 per linear foot, which is about the same or even a little bit less than a bulkhead. The way I describe this, if you had two shorelines or two property owners that were right next to each other that had the same kind of shoreline,
yeah,
they would spend about the same amount of money either doing a bulkhead or a living shoreline. From the standpoint of just pure cost of the materials and the labor. Now, that doesn't say that both of those shorelines would be either in that zone where it's appropriate to do a living shoreline or not appropriate to do a living shoreline. That's a separate determination. But when it comes down to whatever there is they're going to build, the per linear foot costs are about the same, but they're highly variable based on slopes and all those kinds of things.
And I would agree they're highly variable because I concur with your cost per linear foot of a living shoreline. But down in the St. Mary's and Calvert and things like that, with the bulkheading in of a hardened shoreline, it's significantly less than $1,000 square foot.
Okay.
So, thank you.
That's from like nationwide average.
Yeah, but I'm worried, like
Sure.
Delegate Jacobs worried about where we take care of our constituents and
Sure.
This waiver process, the default process, and the cost is, $1,000 a foot's a lot of money for somebody who has, 50 feet of shoreline, and add somebody has 100 feet of shoreline.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any additional, sorry, Delegate Naraki, my blind spot.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Delegate, this could be for you or any of your panel. As you know, my part of Baltimore County has, significant weather events from time to time. We had one recently here with the flooding that occurred. I'm just curious how these shorelines hold up compared to, an armored shoreline when you have a tidal flooding event going on. So if anyone could kind of speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So in many cases, these shorelines actually hold up better than hardened shorelines, and they have the benefit that they are made of natural and living elements or incorporate natural and living elements. So they have an ability to sort of self-heal and move dynamically with those events. Whereas when you have an armored shoreline, it's literally just waves and water coming up against a hard structure, either a revetment or a bulkhead or a seawall. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, and some other speakers mentioned as well, that actually makes those issues worse, because instead of that wave energy dissipating, it reflects off of that hard surface and it displaces water to other places and can actually make flooding worse. So the decisions that individuals are making on their properties can actually lead to a cascading effect where everyone else then has to take additional actions to armor their shorelines, because both displacement of water and the displacement of energy coming in, wave energy, tidal energy, has to go somewhere. And so living shorelines actually allow that energy to be dissipated as opposed to being reflected. So in many cases, it is more helpful in a storm surge situation or a storm situation than that hardened or armored shoreline.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions. We do have a couple of other in-person favorable witnesses. We have Kate Johnson, as well as Jeremy D. Baker from the Maryland Department of the Environment.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kate Johnson, and I'm currently in high school. I'm testifying in support of HB 655, a bill that enforces requirements such as prohibiting the exemption of shoreline stabilization requirements. This bill would also protect the current living shorelines from being replaced and encourage and force more shorelines to be created. Living shorelines are important because they bring habitat, biodiversity, and aesthetics to our community. First of all, the economy is positively affected by living shorelines since we sell seafood. Many restaurants sell oysters, fish, crabs, and much more. And if the supply of native species is stable, businesses will flourish and vice versa. Fishermen would also be impacted if the population of seafood continues to decrease. However, living shorelines can support the aquatic population by rejuvenating their habitat and cleansing the water. Next, materials living shorelines are made from, such as bay grasses, rocks, and oyster shells, aid in reducing coastal erosion since it can absorb wave energy, in return minimizing flooding, and as we all know, Annapolis floods easily. Overall, HB 655 will hold MDE and landowners responsible because we need living shorelines to provide habitat, support native species, stabilize shorelines, and create a healthier bay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. For the record, Jeremy D. Baker on behalf of the Department of the Environment in support of House Bill 655 with amendments. I apologize for not sending the amendment or including it in my written testimony. We all worked so well together on it, the delegate, myself, and CBF, that I wasn't exactly sure who was putting it in. So I did send it to Kristen, and I'm happy to send it again to all the members of the committee so that you can see it. Basically, I think all the panelists did a really good job explaining what the bill is doing and what the amendments are doing. I just want to add that from MDE's perspective, the amendments minimize our operational impacts, so we don't have to hire a grant administrator and a support person. And they also, as I think Doug from CBF said, align the decision-making for living shoreline locations with the new MDE mapping based on the best available data that we have. So we appreciate the collaboration with both Delegate Stein and CBF, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, great job. What grade are you in and where do you go to high school?
I go to Broadneck High School and I'm currently a junior.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here. Any questions for this panel? I do not see any, so thank you both. Have a great afternoon. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 655. We will stick with Delegate Stein for HB 807, Natural Resources Submerged Aquatic Vegetation Surveys. And if you have a panel, bring them on up.
Hi, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair and committee members. This bill deals with submerged aquatic vegetation, or SAVs. And, like living shorelines, SAVs are good for critters. They provide habitat for crabs and fish. They prevent erosion. They remove sediments and absorb nutrients. So many benefits to the bay. The Chesapeake Bay Watershed Agreement from 2014 set a goal of restoring 185,000 acres of SAVs bay-wide, with 130,000 of those acres to be restored by 2025. Unfortunately, we're only about 60% of the way there to that 2025 goal. So that makes it even more important to protect existing SAV beds and their seed banks. Now, since 2001, DNR has mapped SAV protection zones using the annual aerial flyover survey done by the Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences, or VIMS. But the cost of these surveys is increasing and results are dependent on weather and water clarity. So this bill, with DNR's amendment, which we view as friendly, enables DNR to use any DNR approved survey that meets certain criteria related to the survey's geographic scope and methodology. And that's in addition to potentially continue to use the VIM survey. And so these alternatives could include satellite or drone imagery and machine learning assisted processing. Also under the bill, DNR is to do a study and report on the implications and feasibility of using these alternative methods. So with that, with DNR's amendment, to urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Taylor Swanson. I work as your Assateague Coastkeeper with the Assateague Coastal Trust. We're an organization dedicated to protecting the clean water rights of residents of Lower Eastern Shore of Maryland. I'm here today in support of HB 807 for submerged aquatic vegetation surveys. For the reasons just mentioned, submerged aquatic vegetation is a keystone species. In the coastal bays in particular, it represents a species which has significant benefits for stabilizing bay bottom against storm surge and acting as a carbon sink in the wake of climate change warming our oceans. Seagrass loss in the coastal bay region is increasing. Unlike in some areas in the Chesapeake, monitoring by Virginia Institute for Marine Science has revealed a startling loss of SAV, or submerged aquatic vegetation habitat, in the Maryland coastal bays, from 20,000 acres in 2001 to less than 10,000 acres as of 2020. These losses are contributed to increased turbidity from nutrient pollution and sediments from development, as well as increased water temperatures from global climate change. These losses coupled with weather-related delays for the Virginia Institute of Marine Science surveys highlight the need for increased frequency of grass habitat surveying and analysis to better understand the issues faced by SAV habitat in the coastal bays. These regulatory changes would help increase the capacity of the Department of Natural Resources monitoring capabilities and help empower the department to explore new means of data analysis. Current survey and analysis timelines are not adequate to protect these critical habitats. I'd like to thank the bill sponsor, and I ask for a favorable report on HB 807.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, thank you, members of the committee. My name's Ben Ford. I'm the Miles Y Riverkeeper with Shore Rivers on the Eastern Shore. I also work in Eastern Bay and Prospect Bay. As we talked about already, SAV provides a number of essential ecosystem services. It serves as a natural filter. It helps improve water quality by absorbing excess nutrients. It sequesters carbon, and it helps mitigate the effects of climate change, storm surge, and erosion, and it helps enhance the resilience of some of our coastal areas. There's additional economic benefits to SAV in protecting SAV beds. They contribute to the economic well-being of our state. Healthy aquatic ecosystems support the commercial fisheries, as well as recreational activities. SAV is particularly important to the blue crab population, a commercial fishery valued at $31 million dockside value in 2022. As Delegate Stein said, as part of 2014 Chesapeake Bay Watershed Agreement, there were certain benchmarks set. We're far short, 53.5 thousand acres short of the 2025 goal. That's about 83.6 square miles of seagrass beds that we still need to restore. That's an area roughly equivalent to 12 Annapolises or Annapoli. Wasn't sure which one to go with. We need to use the best available technology and science to map, measure, and protect the existing SAV beds, as well as the habitats in which they've historically grown. As the cost of the VIMS flyover is projected to increase, emerging technologies may allow for faster, cheaper, and more accurate data collection methods or tools. HB 807 gives the department the latitude and flexibility to adapt to changing technologies and to better understand and protect this valuable public resource. I urge a favorable finding here. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Dylan Baylor representing the Department of Natural Resources testifying favorable with amendments on House Bill 807. You've heard a lot about the importance of SAV thus far, so I won't reiterate that. I do want to thank the sponsor and the advocates for working with the department on potential amendments to the legislation. Also, as you heard, currently the department does rely on the VIMS survey to update our SAV protection zones. And we view this bill as a really important tool to be able to look to alternative surveys that might be available to help us in the delineation of those protection zones. I did, just for the committee, want to walk through the particular amendments that the department is proposing that we've worked out with the advocates and the sponsor. So firstly, we add clarifying language on the specific waterways in the bill. We view that as technical. We do require that all potential alternative surveys be subject and use the methodology approved by the Chesapeake Bay program. That's going to provide us with some operational benefit to make sure that we don't have to potentially look through other methodologies that we are not used to seeing. That we also remove the word or observed, so that way the potential alternative surveys still have to be mapped. They can't just be observed, and that will also provide us with some operational flexibility. And then lastly, for the report that's required in the legislation, we're seeking a 6-month delay. We're excited to do the report, but that would just give us a little bit more time to be able to do that. And with those amendments, we appreciate the flexibility that this bill offers, and would respectfully request a favorable report with amendments.
Great. And Doug, did you have other members of your panel you wanted to bring up now? I think I see L. Bassett was listed for you, and Doug Myers.
Okay, yes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Doug Myers. I'm the Maryland Senior Scientist, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. I also serve on the Chesapeake Bay Programs SAV work group, which is part of the Habitat Goal Implementation Team. Sorry for all that jargon. That group has been discussing the VIM survey for many years, the difficulty in keeping it funded. and some of the scientific limitations of its ability to see into deeper waters. Some of the new technologies, both satellites, because they're using different wavelengths of light that can penetrate into the water deeper, and using remote operated vehicles and other methods, are finding that some of the SAV beds that we thought were disappearing because of warmer water are actually just going deeper to get to cooler water. The SAV beds, especially things like eelgrass down in the lower part of the bay, may be moving around, and there are some concerns that the VIM survey might be missing them, or might be identifying the species of SAV. So as all these new remote sensing platforms are coming online, we still have some regulatory programs that require 3 years of consecutive data from the VIM survey, particularly. There's some flexibility now if HB 807 is giving DNR the authority to approve the use of new survey methods, that we can test those, get more accurate data at different scales, both larger and smaller than what the VIM survey can do, for the SAV protection zones, which are needing this information on a fairly regular basis. This is an important step forward that one day could replace the reliance on the VIM survey for other programs as well. And for that reason, CBF urges a favorable report. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Harrison. I'm here representing, I'm the president of Talbot Waterman Association. I'm also here as a representative of the Maryland Waterman Association Board of Directors. First, thanks for letting me be able to speak on this. As a waterman, we see SAVs as not only a key species, it's probably more important than oysters. Anytime we have grasses, we see increased crabs, increased clams, everything's increased. The problem with the process that is in place now with the VIMS flyover is, it's supposed to be done every 3 years. Well, the reality is, I think at one time back in 2008, it took 8 years to do. There was no protection for the SAVs then. It also, this past time, the numbers were taken in 2019. Well, the buoys still are not set yet. This really affects the clammers. Clammers are people that work these areas. Currently, they're losing up to 12,000 acres that is going to come back in. So last year, they would have been able to work those areas had we had some other kind of surveys in place. So as I'm saying, sometimes it's you don't see watermen working with other groups like this up here, but this is very important to us. We would actually like to see this just to be the beginning as far as SAVs. We would try to see, like, instead of a 3-year, even every year somehow to be able to get it done. So I'm asking for a favorable vote on this bill.
Is El Bassett here?
No.
No? Okay. Any questions for Delegate Steiner's panel? Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you. So Jeff, I heard you say the buoys weren't in place from the 2019.
Yeah, well, and if you remember in 2018, and look, grasses came back 2016, 2017, more than I've seen probably since I was a kid, and that's a long time ago. And in 2018, we had the record rains, 100-year rains or whatever, and it completely decimated the SAVs. Well, the lines came in 2018, which, the grasses had come probably a quarter mile from shore in some places. And when it receded the next year, of course, 2019 was the year of the VIMS flyover. Well, the waters were still so muddy that they really couldn't see what was going on in there. So it took them another year delay to get any kind of sight. And then, of course, they do it 3 years in a row. Well, they continued to recede. And so now those lines are actually going to put 12,000 more acres back into production for these watermen. Now, they should have been able to work there last year, but they weren't able to. So,
Or the buoys still not there?
The buoys still are not there. They are supposed to go in, but they were going to put them in January. And I said, look, it's a good chance we could get some ice, so don't put them in January because they could be moved. Wait until at least it's safe enough to put them out there. So,
thank you. You got it right, Dylan?
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
taking notes.
Okay, I do not see any other questions, so thank you to the panel. Delegate Stein, don't go away because we'll turn to House Bill 8:30, environment covered electronic devices recycling program establishment. If you have a panel, please bring them up. Thank you.
She's gonna rush on. So we'll just try and put her in.
Let's go.
You can say yes.
Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair, HB 830 is on a completely different topic. It concerns recycling of consumer electronics, our phones, our laptops, our TVs, these are all products that are great products. We depend on them, but their core materials need to be managed safely. And some of the component materials are toxic, but many are reusable. Unfortunately, too many electronic products end up in the landfill or worse. Back in 2005, with legislation sponsored by Delegate Morheim, we set up a program to charge manufacturers fees that were to fund electronic recycling efforts. But over time, those fees have proven to be inadequate. Only in 4 years was MDE able to provide grants of minimal amounts, $15,000 in some cases, to localities to underwrite the recycling of electronics. So as a result, most counties aren't able to recycle electronics that it receives. So this bill would change that. It would set up a program for the collection, the recycling, refurbishment, and reuse of electronic devices that are covered by the bill. Fees would be assessed at point of sale and would cover the cost of collecting and recycling TVs, laptops, monitors, phones, and other products as set forth in the bill. MDE would administer the program, or like the paint collection program, if it should choose, it could delegate it to a third party. Retailers could keep 3% of the proceeds, and the bill also applies to online sales. The bill, like our EPR bill, like the paint bill, sets up an advisory council to make recommendations on all aspects of the program. Manufacturers would pay $5,000 per year for mid-sized producers, $10,000 per year for large producers to support MDE's administrative costs. Now, I do have a few amendments. One clarifies that the consumer fee on products would be as determined by MDE to cover costs associated with the program. In the draft bill that you have in front of you, we had specified, depending on the category of products, $10 or $5 per product as the consumer fee, but we've decided just to delegate that to MDE to decide what is the amount that needs to be charged to cover costs. Also, I have an amendment that would take out inclusion of a potential covered or category of electronics, any other computer or electronic device that has a plug or battery, because there's concern that that's too vague. And my amendments also confirm that local jurisdictions can keep in place their own electronics recycling programs that they may have currently. So with that, Mr. Chairman, with the amendments, I urge support for the bill.
All right. Good afternoon, ENT Committee. I'm Kitty McElroy, here as President of Maryland Recycling Network to support HB 830 following testimony I gave to the U.S. Senate this past July on this exact issue. I also bring my experience managing electronics recycling contracts over the last 10 years at the Northeast Maryland Waste Disposal Authority. I am not speaking on behalf of the authority. Maryland Recycling Network members include municipal recycling managers, private sector and nonprofit recyclers, and citizens. We thank Delegate Stein for sponsoring this bill. Maryland's e-cycling plummeted in the market downturn of 2014 and has not recovered. We were recycling over 19 million residential pounds per year, now under 8 million pounds. Local government contracts saw costs, and many began landfilling televisions and computer monitors, the bulk of e-waste. Only 8 of 23 counties recycle all electronics year-round without resident drop-off fees. Just 6 Maryland jurisdictions have spent over $8 million since 2014 to run these programs. This is unsustainable. This bill will take that financial burden off local government, grow local jobs, and increase our domestic supply of rare earth minerals and precious metals for the auto, jewelry, and electronics industries. It will allow jurisdictions to divert much-needed tax revenues to other critical public sector services, eliminate fees at public collection sites, and expand programs, especially for rural areas. It is a true shared responsibility model among government, manufacturers, consumers, and retailers. Maryland already has a consumer fee for tire recycling. This bill complements that law to ensure difficult material is responsibly managed. Maryland has already proven itself to be a leader by passing the third e-waste law in the country back in 2005. We are asking you to lead once again and finish building on what is already in place. Thank you.
Hello, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Oldendorf, and I am Director of Public Policy for SWANA, the Solid Waste Association of North America, which I'm representing today. Personally, I'm a resident of Baltimore City, and I previously worked for the City of Baltimore for over 10 years, including as the Chief of Waste Diversion, where I managed the city's recycling contracts, including electronics recycling. I'm not representing Baltimore City today. I just wanted to note that background. SWANA's headquarters are in Silver Spring, Maryland, and our 10,000 members in the waste and recycling industry are spread out throughout North America. Our members include the individuals who are managing electronic drop-off sites, transporting the materials, managing recycling facilities and landfills, conducting residential outreach, and much more. I'm here to support this bill. Among its many benefits, safety is a very important one for SWANA. Fires caused by lithium-ion batteries are increasingly common in solid waste and recycling facilities and in collection vehicles, creating a major risk for the workers. These materials need to be handled separately, as batteries that are embedded in electronic devices are still at risk of creating fires when a device may be crushed by a collection equipment or compacting equipment, or even dropped or scraped on a hard floor at a collection facility, among any other causes. This bill would provide additional options for residents to responsibly recycle these electronics, and also would provide funding for collection sites to actually purchase heat spot and fire detection and suppression equipment, which would help reduce the danger of fires. It's really important to keep electronics out of landfills and waste energy facilities so that we can recover and recycle the valuable materials within them, and so that we can keep harmful chemicals out of the facilities. The Environmental Protection Agency currently has proposed regulations open for comment that set even stricter emission limits on landfills and incinerators. For example, EPA's proposed regulations on large municipal waste combustors would limit emissions of air pollutants, including lead, mercury, and cadmium, which are really common in electronics. HB 830 would support the ability to keep electronics out of these facilities and be recycled. My submitted testimony provides additional points. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. I am Alejandra Ivanovich, and I represent the Department of Public Works. And I want to thank you for allowing me the time to express our support for House Bill 830. House Bill 830 would establish the covered electronic device recycling program in the Department of the Environment. We understand the importance and necessity of a recycling program to handle the large electronic supply. In 2022 alone, Baltimore City had over 525,000 pounds of electronics recycled. This legislation would ease the financial burden of localities by implementing modest fees on newly purchased electronics, and would establish fees for covered electronic devices to be determined by the MDE. Tier 1 covered electronic devices includes computer monitors, televisions, and video display devices. And Tier 2 includes tablets, cell phones, or any other computer and electronic device or accessory that has a plug or a battery that MDE designates. The fees collected from the newly purchased electronics would fully fund recycling centers and operations throughout the state. This program will allow localities to divert more resources to other much-needed programs in the respective jurisdictions. In just under a decade, Baltimore City has spent over $900,000 on its electronics recycling program. With more and more electronics entering the market, it is paramount that there is a coherent, sustainable financial plan to handle the waste that comes from them. House Bill 830 provides that framework and sustainability. For these reasons, the Department of Public Works respectfully requests a favorable report on House Bill 830. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a virtual witness on your panel as well, Delegate Stein, Michael Howie.
Yes. And, Mr. Chair, we also have Pam Casemeyer is going to testify. She's now as favorable with amendments, but wanted her to be part of my panel, if that's all right.
Okay, do you want to do Mr. Howie first, or?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Michael Howie. I'm the owner of Second Bite Computers in Pikesville, Maryland. I've owned that company for 32 years, and we specialize in selling refurbished computers. And what I'd like to share with you is that there's a possibility that we could assist poor subdivisions within Maryland in supplying free computers to the students who cannot afford computers, so by refurbishing laptops that are thrown away or placed in landfills. We can also provide individuals who are underemployed, unemployed, with jobs that will pay them decent salaries to learn electronics, to learn computer repair and assembly, to assist these individuals, and it would be a boon to Maryland's economy in terms of recycling computers, especially laptops, to help the poor and also to employ individuals who are underemployed. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Go ahead, Ms. Casemeyer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer. I'm here on behalf of the National Waste and Recycling Association and the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Chapter. We are the haulers, landfills, recycling facilities, and the like. I'm really here not to speak. I said support with amendment. That was only because I'm not here to speak to the details of the bill. The Solid Waste Association has not been weighing in on the individual product recycling bills. They didn't weigh in on paint. They didn't weigh in on mattresses, but they wanted to say here at this table, whether it's the details of this bill or some modification, electronic recycling needs to be revisited in the state. We passed our current electronic recycling bill like in 2005. I'm old, I was still here then. And it hasn't been revisited since then. And there's obviously a huge difference in the electronics world than there was back then. So it's really an area where we're looking to work with everyone collectively, but we wanted to say on behalf of the broader waste and disposal industry that electronics is an issue.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Stein or his panel? It has your fair three-letter word, Delegate Jacobs. You don't want to say anything? Okay. Thank you. We have a couple other virtual witnesses. Dan Maddock from Securus. Bring him up.
Hi, thanks ENT Chair or ENT Committee, and my name is Dan Maddock, and I'm here as the EVP of Strategic Initiatives at Securus to testify in support of HB 830. Securus is a Mid-Atlantic-based electronics recycling and data destruction company and has served municipalities, state and federal agencies, and private enterprises for their electronics recycling needs for over 23 years. Our services ensure that electronics waste does not end up in landfills and jeopardize the environment for current and future generations. To carry out our mission of securely repurposing electronics with excellence, it is critical that we cover the costs that we incur during our operations. These costs come in the form of employee salaries and benefits, facilities leasing, recycling, machinery, maintenance, and logistics costs to cover the transportation of equipment from client sites to our processing facilities. While we would love to be able to cover our operating costs from the proceeds that we generate from the recycled commodities we produce, this is often not economically feasible. The cost to recycle e-waste is often more than the residual value of the equipment itself. We cover this gap by charging upfront recycling fees to our clients. While working in Maryland and with other organizations around the country, we have seen both programs that are well-funded and those that are not. Fortunately, the well-funded programs tend to work smoothly and efficiently, providing a valuable service for residents and tangible employment opportunities for diligent workforces. In contrast, poorly funded programs tend to get shut down and leave residents scrambling to find ways to get rid of their old electronics in a way that protects the environment. To handle electronics recycling the right way, we are strong advocates for well-funded programs that encourage recycling vendors and residents to handle end-of-life equipment properly, like the proposed covered electronics device recycling program outlined in this bill. We strongly support HB 830 and are happy to provide additional information as requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we also have Martha Ainsworth, favorable with amendment for the Maryland Sierra Club. Please go ahead.
Okay, got it. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club's Zero Waste Team, speaking in support of HB 830 on behalf of the club's members and supporters. Maryland's had an electronics recycling program since 2005, but the program's funding, based entirely on manufacturers' registration fees, has been inadequate to reimburse local governments for the cost of collection and recycling. In the past decade, residential electronics recycling has dropped precipitously. Many programs have dropped collection of the most expensive devices to recycle, like TVs and computer monitors, and their disposal poses environmental and health risks. Furthermore, access to the public to recycling drop-off points has remained low. Of the 8 counties that provide year-round collection of all electronic devices, 3 have only a single drop-off site. 7 counties have no public drop-off point at all. Sierra Club supports the bill's intent to increase funding for electronics recycling and the amendment that would replace the $5 or $10 recycling fee with a fee determined by the department, hopefully a fee that reflects the actual cost of collection and recycling for each device category. However, the bill must ensure that the new financing mechanisms will be adequate, and it's also an opportunity to improve program performance. So we encourage the committee to consider 3 amendments. First, set the manufacturer registration fee annually at a level that will fully fund the department's anticipated costs. Second, include an evaluation of the convenience and availability of drop-off sites in Maryland with recommendations and estimated costs for improving access. And third, to avoid another 5 years of insufficient funding, move up the start date of the flow of funds by 2 years to 2027 instead of 2029. So with these strengthening amendments, the Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on HB 830. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. So we do have an unfavorable witness, Sarah Price from the Maryland Retailers Alliance.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Sarah Price, here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. The sponsor did meet with us on this bill, so I appreciate his time, but we do still have some concerns about the legislation. It jumped out to us that manufacturers are explicitly excluded from collecting and recycling in this legislation. And we worry that this would allow them to walk away from the goal here with no incentive to innovate new product designs that use materials more efficiently or sustainably, or that could be easier to recycle. And this exclusion also could impact participation for retailers that have private label brands who may fall under the definition of both retailer and manufacturer. We also were pretty concerned by the fiscal note portion about the department, where they basically said that they would not be enforcing this against e-tail. They would only be focusing on brick and mortar businesses due to the cost. It sounded like the sponsor may have amendments to move the enforcement mechanism under a different office, which could solve this problem. I also appreciate his amendment to remove the open-ended definition of a tier 2 device, because that was another big concern of ours as far as the cost that it could have for consumers. I know that moving the the amount of the cost to regulation could result in lower fees for consumers, but ultimately we have to oppose anything that could increase those costs for customers. So with that, we would urge unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, do you know if other states with programs like this have a noticeable increase in cost of electronics?
I don't know how much it has directly impacted the costs. I do know that in California, retailers have struggled with the amount of the fee fluctuating over time because it's in regulation and can be changed more easily. I can reach out to our counterparts in that area and to some national businesses to see if they have data on the impact to actual costs.
Yeah, I'd be curious. When I say, I mean the actual price, not
Yes.
the cost. I understand there's a cost.
Yes.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much for being here. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 830. We'll now turn to Delegate Jacobs, HB 725, oyster, striped bass and crabs, commercial authorizations, suspensions and revocations.
I get all three of them. We got room for four. All right, sit wherever you like. All right, sure. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the Environment Transportation Committee, the best committee in Annapolis. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 725, oyster, striped bass, crabs, and commercial authorizations, suspensions, and revocations. This bill would protect the due process rights of commercial watermen by ensuring the Department of Natural Resources may not revoke their license to catch oysters, striped bass, or crabs unless the license holder has been convicted of or pleaded nolo contendere to a violation of the state's natural resources law. This bill allows for a suspension of an individual's license for a period not to exceed 3 years if that individual receives a citation for certain offenses relating to oysters, striped bass, or crabs. This suspension shall immediately end upon the individual submitting documentation demonstrating the underlying violation resulted in an acquittal, dismissal, not guilty verdict, or an entry of nolo prosequi. However, if the license holder is convicted or pleads nolo contendere to the underlying violation, the department may extend their suspension or revoke their authorization at the same manner they can currently. Under current law, DNR can pursue a revocation of a commercial waterman's authorization based on a citation alone. We should never use an administrative proceeding with a lower burden of proof as a substitute for a conviction of a criminal violation that carries with it the presumption of innocence. This bill is consistent with the intent of current law by providing DNR with a way to expeditiously remove bad actors from our state's waterways, but also provides an avenue for the restoration of the license should a conviction not be obtained. And the reason why I bring this law, this bill, I've done this, a version of this probably 3 other times. And I'll challenge any of you to tell me a punishment in this state as severe as the one levied towards oystermen or straight people that are violate one of these statutes or one of these 5 different categories under the bill. It's a lifetime revocation. And currently it can be done even if you're not convicted in court. And what this bill is trying to remedy is at least you're innocent in America until you're proven guilty. So, and this legislation really tries to say that you can't be convicted. I mean, you can't be sentenced and lose your license unless you've been convicted in a court of law. And the reason why I bring this up, and I brought it up several times, and I said this earlier, I challenge you to find anything severe. But if you're involved in a car accident where where someone dies and you're found guilty, you don't have a revocation of your driver's license the rest of your life. You can reapply. It's a point system and you can reapply and get your license back. That's if a death occurs. You know, we talk about expungement every year in the General Assembly about people's records and things that happened in their life that, you know, you want to give them another chance, a second chance. And we all want to see a second chance. But there was I'll tell you how this law is really currently centered in one particular group and not doesn't capture everyone in the industries. There was a gentleman down in Dorchester County that was caught 2 times oystering in an oyster sanctuary. And that's one of the provisions under the current law. If an oysterman is caught in a sanctuary, it's lifetime revocation. Well, this guy was an aquaculture leaseholder. He got caught twice. Second time, they reduced the footage. So anyhow, he was caught at 4 o'clock in the morning. Jeff, you may want to touch on this if you were asked by one of the council members, committee members. But he was caught at 4 in the morning, which is illegal, with a boatload of oysters that he'd stolen off a sanctuary heading to his lease. Now, this guy, after 2 times, not 1 time, 2 times, received a $1,000 fine and 1 year probation. So we talked about inequity today. There's inequity right there. When a guy that's an oyster leaseholder can go in a sanctuary 2 times and stole what was reported to me as $66,000 worth of oysters and received a $1,000 fine and 1 year probation. And you can verify that if you want, Jeff, when it's your time. But, you know, these are concerns. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be punished for a penalty. If they do something wrong, there are certainly egregious crimes that people need to be accountable for. And then we're not saying, and I'm not saying, that they shouldn't get the proper punishment. But what has levied through this statute that we're dealing with is just, there's nothing to compare it to in Maryland. And we have a young man here, and I appreciate him coming up today, and he's really a good example of how this can affect a young person for the rest of their life. Not only does he have lifetime revocation, but he can't work in other states as a result of this interstate compact. And perhaps you can ask him about that, or he can touch on that. But all we are asking for is a fairness in penalties. And I think what's been in law for probably 10, 12 years now, it just goes way over the top in some cases. It's not that some people don't need to be punished and punished properly with a revocation, but I don't think one size fits all. And that's the reason why I bring this bill back every couple of years or so I can see Allison and Larry and the rest of them. Just so we can, you know, touch up with old friends. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it over to the next person. Go ahead, Robert.
Okay.
Let him have it.
All right, Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Watermen's Association, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of this committee. Like to have a favorable on House Bill 725. This came effective back in 2011 when the sanctuary bill was put into place. And it put in there that it didn't leave no room for the judge to have any leniency whatsoever on it. And some of these cases were bad and they didn't need no leniency, but some of them were dealt with way too harshly. And it said in there that if you plead guilty to it and convicted of it, the judge shall revoke your license. The judge didn't have no authority but to suspend a sentence for 2 years, 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years. No, he had to revoke it for life. And that's just not right. And it's been 11, that was back in 2011, and here it is 2024. And it comes to several things that there are reasons why this bill should pass. One of them is the captain is the man who is responsible for the vessel. As you know, if you're in a boat and there's say you run into another boat or something goes wrong, the captain is responsible, not the mate, not another person on the boat. And when these boats were caught in some of these areas where it wasn't something right, they gave the captain the ticket, but then they also gave the mate a ticket also. And the mate is not the operator of the boat to say where the boat is supposed to be at. And to take his license for life, it's wrong. I believe it's room for rehabilitation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my name's Jeff Harrison. Thank you all delegates and Chair, Mr. Corman and Vice Chair Boyce. Just to touch a little bit on the situation in my area, there's probably 4 people that have lost their license to this process, had them revoked. 2 of them definitely deserved it, and good riddance to them. And this bill allows for that. It still allows for your license to be revoked. But then there's another couple that didn't deserve it. One guy who was a young man with a family, he was caught in it was a power dredge test area. And of course, he says he didn't go over the line. The officer says he did. Anyway, they worked it out and they said, look, I'm just going to give you a warning and I'm not going to give you a ticket. Dump a bushel of oysters overboard and we'll call it square. And then 2 weeks later, he came and he gave him a ticket. How he can do that, I don't know, because he went to his officer, a higher officer, and they said, give him a ticket. Boy ended up losing his license. He went to court. He got a probation before judgment, but that's a guilty, and he ended up losing his license. So that's just one instance there of this, and he's never going to be allowed to oyster again. He did go down into Virginia for a couple of years, but now that's out of the question. And then just to hit a little bit on what Jay Jacobs was talking about, the guy who got caught aquaculture, he had also been caught the year before, twice on a sanctuary. And when he went to court, the officer didn't show up, so it was thrown out of court. So this is like a known offender that was treated completely different than a waterman who sometimes you are trying to do right and you end up doing wrong. When they talk about these lines, I mean, there's no line out there that you see. It's an imaginary line that goes from shore to a buoy. And so you very easily can cross that line. It's one of the reasons that I don't even get near them anymore. So I'm asking for a favorable on this bill, please.
Good afternoon. My name is David Thomas Wheatley II. I am a commercial waterman, as you know, and this is my story. On February the 28th, 2018, I was commercially harvesting oysters aboard a vessel that I was not the captain of. On this date, the Department of Natural Resources Police boarded the vessel and issued 2 citations, one to the captain and one to me. Upon going to court, my charges were null processed. Later that day after court, the Department of Natural Resources served me with paperwork to attend an administrative hearing in Annapolis. Upon the conclusion of the administrative hearing, my oyster endorsement was revoked for life. To me, that was a harsh punishment. I understand that there has to be punishment for violations and laws. And I understand the importance of sanctuaries and protecting the oyster because it is a great asset to this great state. With that being said, hopefully with this bill, I could get my second chance instead of a life sentence. Thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you, Delegate Long. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I just have a question. Sir, thank you for sharing your story. Just for clarity's sake, what is like the average salary? What would you say you bring in from this line, what you brought in from this line of work, and how has that affected you financially, of course? And
average salary differs from year to year, of course, with the market. I mean, sometimes like during COVID, the market wasn't so great. it took out about half of my yearly salary, which is probably around, say, $30,000 to $40,000 on a decent year.
Okay.
And now I have the primary income is harvesting blue crabs in the summertime.
So you've had to switch.
I've
Clearly.
had before too as well in the summertime.
Okay. I think I got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Delegate Otto.
Mr. Wheatley, the delegate touched on it a little bit about the impact in other jurisdictions that this revocation has had. Can you explain a little more about that?
Yes, sir, I can. When they revoked my oyster endorsement for life, I'm no longer allowed to harvest wild caught oysters in the state of Maryland. As well as Maryland, or excuse me, Delaware and Virginia due to the Tri-State Compact. So I cannot be aboard a boat that's commercially harvesting oysters in either 3 states. Even jobs that don't require you to have the license, say work on a skipjack as a deckhand, I can't even step foot aboard there because I'm not allowed to harvest wild caught oysters.
Thank you.
Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jacobs, Delegate Jacobs, thank you so much for this bill. And you know you're speaking my language, right? I'm gonna have to use all of your witnesses for some of my cases, for some of my bills. I mean, I do think, and I agree that the penalty is too much, and there should never be a penalty that affects you for the rest of your life, especially that would stop you from earning a living to support your family. That is totally ridiculous. Jay, I quoted you on presumption of innocence, innocent until proven guilty. And the leniency of judges, how important that is. I'm going to hold you to it. Yeah. But I think it's a great bill. Thank you.
Isn't that so?
Yes.
Delegate Ruth.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just trying to understand the current process a little bit. So the department makes the decision on these revocations. Is that correct? Department of Natural Resources?
They have an administrative judge.
I'm sorry?
There's an administrative judge.
Okay.
And you see, you could be not not guilty in the court of law, but yet the administrative judge at DNR, gives a sentence like what happened to him with lifetime revocation. So you could be found not guilty in a court of law, but yet a lifetime revocation because of the administrative judge at DNR.
So could you just walk me through it a little bit? So somebody's caught by a natural resources police officer and then what happens?
I think Mr. Wheatley can give you the blow by blow.
Yeah, and then what happens after that?
As in my case, I was forwarded by 2 Department of Natural Resources officers. They in return, just like a traffic citation, wrote 2 citations for being on the sanctuary, greater than 250 feet. Upon going to court, just like a speeding ticket, my charges got null processed, but I had an administrative hearing that I was summoned to in Annapolis, and they told me if I didn't attend the administrative meeting, that it was going to be automatic revoked. But they did give me the opportunity to come up and defend myself, but the decision wasn't made till weeks later, and they mailed me a letter in the mail stating that I was done for life. Oyster.
And is there an appeal from that?
It was, but it was hard to afford it to lawyers that what they were trying to. I think one lawyer quoted me $17,000 if I'm not mistaken, and it was less than a 50-50 chance of getting my oyster license back. Okay. And as you would imagine, it takes quite a while to make $17,000 working on the water.
Thank you so much, and thank you.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate or anybody really, again, trying to understand the current system as best as possible. Is under current law and current procedure, is DNR able to enact a suspension rather than a complete revocation? Is that still an option that DNR can leverage?
Not in one of those 5 categories.
Okay.
I don't believe so. That's one of these 5 categories. It's an automatic lifetime revocation. One of them is so many feet in a sanctuary, I think, right?
250 or more.
Yeah, 250 or more. So they wrote you up as 250.
252.
252. There you go. 2 feet gave you a lifetime revocation. So there's no need for me to say anything more about it. I mean, that's that's the severity of what I'm trying to show
Got it.
in
Thank
this
you.
piece of legislation. Is there anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, just the other one that's even worse is if you use the wrong gear type, which means there's an imaginary line down the middle of this room and you're allowed to hand tong on this side. Now you can hand tong on this side too. You can hand tong anywhere, but you can only power dredge here. If I went over 1 foot, 6 inches even into here, I could be revoked.
That's a
My license
lifetime
would be revoked.
revocation.
Just one time.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Jay. You do continue to bring this back. And there are a couple of questions that I still have. Mr., is it Wheatley?
Yes, ma'am.
So while you don't have your oyster license anymore, you are able to get other licenses?
I'm allowed to, I have a CB3, which is a commercial crab pot license for 300 pots.
Okay, so you're able to get another type of license, but
Yeah.
not an oyster
I
license?
can hold any other kind of license in the Department of Natural Resources. as far
Except
as
for
I'm-
that one. Okay,
except
so
for
you're
that.
not excluded from getting other ones.
No.
And so Delegate Jacobs, I feel you with this revocation for life, but one of my biggest concerns continues to be that this is also the only type of license that you can purchase and do not have to show any competency to receive. Isn't that so? Any fishery license, right? There's no test, there's no training. I can just buy it. I can go buy a license, correct?
No, I don't think you'd get an oyster authorization very easy at all. You can't get one unless you have a TFL, right?
It's not no more being issued.
There's no more available.
You can't get one.
I can't get, so to help me
You can
understand.
buy a TFL. You can buy a TFL.
Okay, that's the
and you
point
can
I'm
pay the
making.
surcharge,
I say, wait a minute.
but he can't.
Well, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about in
So,
general.
If
In general,
you can't get a TFL from the Department of Natural Resources.
No.
You can only get one by somebody who's willing to sell it for probably $15,000.
okay, it's kind of like a liquor license in the city.
Yeah.
So, but the point is I could potentially buy it. I do not have to show like my driver's license or a barber license. I don't have to show competency, right, on the waters or how to do this. I can buy it or buy it from someone. Isn't that so?
I believe that is correct, but.
Because we talked about this before.
But you would be insane to buy one without any knowledge of how to catch.
Well,
an
that's the
oyster.
kind of point I'm making. When we have all these issues where folks are essentially losing their licenses for life, one of my concerns has been is that, you know, I love watermen and women, and there is you know, folks learn this from a little kid. They learn from working with someone. I have never seen, and I'm not saying that it is necessary, but I haven't seen anything that would otherwise train people up to know, for instance, the difference so that we would have less issues of individuals potentially getting in trouble for whether it's the wrong gear or crossing the wrong line or being in a sanctuary, because I think it sounds more encompassing than dropping a rod or a pot into the water to gain certain fish.
It is.
It is.
And, you know.
But I can buy that license.
We just had a bill last week, the microloan bill, where it talked about generational watermen and beginner watermen, and beginner watermen have to kind of go through a journeyman process even before.
Is that a certified program, or is that just like an on-the-job training type of?
I don't think you have to pass a test, but in the case of generational, your income tax has to be at least 50% for 8 to 10 years, I think it is.
Show that you've been doing
Show
this?
that you've been at least 50% of your paycheck is waterman.
Well, I certainly want to discuss this more, and I'm interested in DNR's opposition. And I think you do have a point, but that has always been my concern, is that this is a license that you purchase that you do not have to show any competency for. So I'll leave it there.
Delegate Long, did you have a question?
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for a second bite of the apple
Oh,
very
second
briefly.
bite.
I'm so sorry, but I'm fascinated by this topic. So would it be possible to perhaps, I'm not sure this body in the future and in previous cases have set standards for training that DNR have had to adopt to show competencies for receiving these kind of licenses, so that if we were to move on something like this in the future, there'd be no excuse because they were properly trained, and moving forward, there perhaps could be levels of suspension and or possible revocation. But is there precedent for us setting standards of training? I'm not sure. So I'm not
Are
sure.
you talking about after?
Beforehand, prior to
Prior
receiving
to
a
getting the
license?
first license?
Yes.
Well, I think that they pretty much do a journeyman's path. You don't just walk up and say, I want to be an oysterman. If you're a young man, you know, you got to kind of pay your dues and work for somebody, and you may not like it anyway, you know, may be bad at it or good at it, who knows, but you have to learn.
So I'm clear, there's no precedent. We've not set standards that DNR has to,
Well, it's unwritten.
understood.
It's very unwritten in the world of the waterman, I can tell you. If you're not good at it, you won't be there long.
So perhaps it's something that we have to look at then. Thank you.
Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the gentleman on the end, you said something about you went down to Virginia and that didn't work out. What happened?
No, he did go to Virginia, and now you're unable to do that. The law was passed where you could not, so he hasn't been able to. Right now, he's perch fishing.
That's because
You know, because in the winter, you either oyster or there's a short rockfish season if you have quota, which he does not, but he is perch fishing right now. So.
Got it. Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
That was that interstate pact that I think is 3 states, tri-state. So, you know, if you lose your license in Maryland, you can't work in Delaware, Virginia, I think it is.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Jacobs, back to this question of certification. Isn't it fair to say that if you were going to be a waterman and you were going to be harvesting oysters for a living, that you would have to make, somewhat of an investment, personal investment, either in time or maybe even in money, getting a boat, but you wouldn't go and apply for these licenses unless you were going to try to make a living at it. Isn't that correct?
I would say that. My great grandfather always came to Rock Hall and oystered out of a log canoe. And that was my great grandfather. And then my grandfather was a waterman. My father was a waterman. And then I did it. So, did I have to pass a test? I had a generational test. And, it's either you got it or you don't in most of that community. But I don't know of a test that you have to pass, like a written test.
So if I were to, go to Rock Hall, like I would not go and get a license, but, just me, right? If I just said, oh, it'd be fun to get one of these licenses, I would not do that because I wouldn't be interested in making a living off of being a waterman, right?
Probably not, but you got to understand that in order to get any license, you have to have a TFL. And a TFL, if you're on a waiting list, what is it, 10 years or something? 10 years at least. So the only way to get one is you got to buy one from somebody who's like getting ready to retire or, who's hurt himself, can't work. So that's the Waterman's retirement package is the TFL license. Sells that for whatever he can get for it, 15.
Yes, and another thing about it, the investment that you have to put in by the time you buy a boat, if it's say 35, 40 foot long and all this, and you're able to get a license and everything, now you don't have no experience if you haven't been brought up into the industry. You've got to be brought up either mostly through your family or neighbor who's into it. You started out working, maybe crabbing a little bit with them in the summer, just culling crabs. And then you go with them oystering to start with. You would just cull a few oysters just to learn it. You have to learn a trait. You got to learn the river. You got to learn where to go and everything. For somebody to just come in and say, look, I'm going to be a waterman tomorrow, I'll take all bets he will not make it. Because he doesn't have the people to teach him the experience that you need. And it's not no school you can go to. Now, there is a school about being right and wrong. And there's one good lesson being taught to all the watermen out here now while we're here today. All these people that have lost their license and couldn't be into it and have lost the last 3 or 4 years of oystering season that we've had in our state in many years. We've been very fortunate at that. And it looks like we're better because we got more seed oysters, small baby strike oysters we coming in this year.
Okay.
But
Okay.
A lot of
Thank-
people, just one more thing, please. The other thing is, it's very hard for a person to make it just oystering. They'll have to crab during the summer or clam during the summer. It takes two things to make it. If not, you got to go up the road and work up on the road some and then come back. But to be a waterman, that's the reason why you got a TFL. Because at TFL on that license, you can do pretty much everything you want to do to make a living into the seafood industry. And thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Delegate Jacobs. Thank you to this panel. Is George Hayden here?
Who's that?
George Hayden, sign up.
He's on,
Oh, that's virtual. Oh, sorry, it's not highlighted here. Let's bring up George Hayden.
oh, that's Keenan, right?
Please go ahead.
Hi,
Hi, George.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening all. My name is Ernestine Hayden, and I'm here today to testify myself and on behalf of my husband, George Hayden. He could not be here today. He's working. Maryland DNR filed a civil case against my husband, George Hayden, on March 30th, 2017, to have his oyster license revoked. A civil hearing was held before a DNR administrative law judge on June 19, 2017. On June 27, 2017, the administrative law judge affirmed DNR's permanent revocation of my husband's oyster license. Based on that ruling, we then filed a petition for review to the Circuit Court for St. Mary's County, and a hearing was held on January 22nd, 2018 before Judge Karen Abrams. At that time, Judge Abrams upheld DNR's administrative law judge's decision. However, Judge Abrams stated that she was not happy with the revocation for life. She thought that was a very stiff penalty, and if the case had gotten to her in an earlier stage, the outcome could very well be different. We then went on and appealed the case to Court of Special Appeals of Maryland, and on September 3rd, 2019, they upheld the decision of the revocation. My husband has been a waterman for over 45 years, and in this time of working on the water, he has never had any oyster violations with Maryland prior to this revocation. In fact, he has never been in trouble. He has no criminal record, not even a speeding ticket. We believe he was given a very stiff penalty. This revocation for life of his oyster license is a stiffer penalty than a murderer would face being charged criminally. In closing, I hope that you will consider passing this bill, as this is a severe penalty for being charged civilly and having no criminal records or prior violations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now Timothy Mortis. Tim Mortis.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Hello, members of the committee, chairman. As Jay stated, we've been down this road with this bill, I don't know, 3-4 times now. And this is a professional license, no different than a doctor, lawyer, dentist, plumber. None of those others go through this process when there's an infraction made. Are there some deserving of a lifetime revocation? Absolutely. And then there's some that aren't. This just gives the opportunity for those who aren't deserving of it another chance. It's in our world, this is a lifetime revocation is almost, might as well just consider it a death penalty. And it's not always deserved. Thank you for any time and consideration you give this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes, oh, no, I'm sorry. We have an unfavorable witness on this bill. We'll bring up Allison Colden, Chesapeake Bay Foundation.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Dr. Allison Colden, Executive Director with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, here in opposition to House Bill 725. Thanks in no small part to the work of this committee, there are some very strong natural resources laws on the books. Unfortunately, lack of enforcement has led to repeat offenses which damage Maryland's natural resources and its economy. For example, in a review of oyster poaching violations dating back to 2015, we found that enforcement of existing laws was uneven across counties. For example, Somerset County declined to prosecute 1/3 of all oyster poaching cases, while Talbot County dropped poaching charges in only 5% of cases. District courts also frequently assessed fines on offenders at fractions of what state laws permit or for court costs only. In recognition of this inconsistency, last year, this august body passed legislation establishing the Environmental and Natural Resources Crimes Unit within the Attorney General's office to provide expert support to district attorneys and courts in natural resources cases. This bill would conflate the administrative and criminal proceedings by prohibiting DNR from issuing a revocation following an administrative hearing. It fails to recognize that the administrative penalty process is based on a point system against your license, similar to a driver's license. Not only that, the point penalty schedule has been determined by commercial and recreational fishing stakeholders as part of collaboration with DNR through the penalty work group. Both striped bass and blue crab populations, which we haven't spent a lot of time on in this bill hearing so far, are currently struggling. Additional actions have recently been taken for blue crabs that are experiencing recruitment failure, as well as striped bass, which are overfished. Ensuring strong enforcement of fishing regulations for these species, especially at this time, is critical to their recovery. Therefore, we urge the committee's unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins, you're not signed up to testify. You're not on our list, so I'm going to let you speak briefly, but just so you know, you got to sign up to testify.
I'm sorry.
In the future. So please go
did
ahead.
that Monday.
Please go ahead.
Sorry. For the record, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee, I'm Larry Jennings, Coastal Conservation Association, Maryland. And I got involved in oysters in early 2000 and have followed it since then. All through the first decade of this century, everyone recognized that enforcement was not doing its job. We didn't have enough NRP officers out there, and that has not changed. Many legislators at that time tried to get beefed up ranks, and to this day, the recruiting classes are still not meeting those retirements. So it's not going to change. This law, when this bill came up in 2013 to put in this action, we spotted it. And I sat here with, at the time, the chair of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee, Brian Frosch. We looked at the bill and this is different. These people are self-selecting. Even the watermen back then said, we have bad apples out there. We recognize that. This bill makes it self-selecting. Most of the people who have lost their authorizations have 30 to 40 convictions. You don't get caught most of the time you're poaching. There's not enough NRP officers, or they can see you on a lease with binoculars, but they can't, the corner post is pulled and they can't prosecute those kinds of cases. So it's very difficult to do this. And these people who have lost their licenses, you need the full record in front of you to see what was actually done. No one loses the first time they haven't, and every single one of them, and usually the mate on the boat, has a license because they're pulling two limits that night.
Great, thank you. Delegate Guyton.
I appreciate being called on, Mr. Chair. I just got really confused by the last thing he said, but that wasn't my question necessarily. Thank you for being here. I am, this whole issue is very confusing to me, to be honest, and it's concerning what we've heard. What I sort of wish DNR were here to ask specific questions, but what you just said sounded a little bit different than what we heard earlier. So I'm going to ask both of you again to reiterate. What I believe we heard earlier was that you can actually be pulled over or cited for something and not found guilty. And there is a possibility that you will still be revoked for life. That's what I believe I heard from the prior testimony. So let's wait right there, which is not the same at all as saying somebody has 30 or 40 compliance issues and has those many points on their license. Those are two very different things. I'm with you, I think, if the second is true, but if the first is true, then in fact, it does seem too harsh. Can you clarify that for me? Because I am super confused right now.
Do you mind if I take that first, Delegate? So one thing I want to be really clear about is this bill covers oysters, blue crabs, and striped bass. Oysters have a special exception that does not apply to those other two species. So when we're talking about a single strike violation and a revocation for the 5 categories that are listed in the bill text, that only applies to oysters. So when we are talking about penalties and fee schedules and multiple citations and violations for revocations, that can happen in all 3, but for striped bass and blue crabs, there are no these 1 strike revocations like we have for oysters. The legislation that was discussed earlier that was implemented in 2018 recognized that there was a 2009 report by the Oyster Advisory Commission that cited oyster poaching is a significant impediment to the recovery of the Bay's oyster population. And for that reason, there's this separate separate section in the law that lists 5 what they called egregious violations that would result in a revocation. However, they do have specific thresholds associated with them. There is a separate part of the code that also applies to oysters. It's 4-1201 as opposed to 4-1210, which is a normal citation and a normal ticket, just like any other violation. So that's how sometimes you'll have people with multiple violations in the oyster fishery that are just paying court costs that are payable fines, $100, $200, because you have to be more than 250 feet in an oyster sanctuary. So say, for example, you were caught 150 feet into an oyster sanctuary, you get written a payable citation as opposed to a lifetime revocation. And those thresholds were incorporated into that specific section to account for the honest mistakes.
Mr. Chair, may I reiterate my very first question because I still don't think I got the answer? Is that okay? Can you not be found guilty of something and still have your license irrevocably taken away for life?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think my questions have partially been answered, but I want to clarify. So someone who is at least 250 feet inside can have their license revoked on a first offense.
Yes.
And is there any appeal to that?
It goes through the normal administrative law process. So there's a hearing and there is appeals. The witness that you heard earlier, Ms. Hayden, described the multiple appeal processes that they went through for that situation.
And so if somebody is 249 feet, then they get a ticket.
That would be under the 250-foot threshold and subject to a different section of the code, which is a payable citation.
And who makes that judgment of whether it's 249 or 250 feet?
The NRP officer on site has that discretion.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allison, in years past, when we've had this bill, you've talked a lot about, because we hear these stories and they're sort of heart-wrenching.
Of course.
And you've put a lot of them in context for us, that these aren't usually one-time violations. And I recall a list that you had before of people who have had their license revoked, and there was a whole series of other violations. Do you still have that list? Can you give us some examples?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to follow up with a list and basically what we have done in the past. And some of the information was included in my original testimony. Is looked at some of the case the case search history from folks that are listed on DNR's revocation list. And often the average that we found was 18 violations for folks that have been revoked. It can be much higher, can be much lower with folks who, you know, have 2 to 3 citations and then, you know, had a revocation of some sort. So we have found that. I'm happy to provide information to the committee on that and update that with some more recent information. I'll provide that to you.
Delegate Naraki. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just another, because I'm confused as well, just another point of clarification. So I get that there are bad apples and there's habitual offenders inside of any industry. And of course, we want to be, you know, serious with those folks. But I just want to be clear. So you're saying that there's no one in the history of the state of Maryland that has had one offense that has had their license revoked?
No, I'm not saying that. I think you probably heard from someone earlier, and I don't claim to know every history of everyone who has been revoked. But what I'm saying is for the people who are on DNR's revocation list, whose case search history that we have looked up, the average number of citations is, you know, closer to 18 to 20. So in terms of being a first-time offender is not necessarily the common situation.
No, I understand that might not be the common circumstance, but someone could have one offense. They could have a spotless record for 40 years. They could have one offense. And I'm very familiar with the water. I live on the water.
Mhm.
There are certainly weather conditions and all sorts of things that could make it difficult to know that you're 250 feet or 150 feet in certain circumstances. So someone could be in that situation and have one offense and have their license revoked for life. Is that what the law says?
Yeah, for oysters,
For
and
oysters.
for those five specific violations.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Long. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So very briefly, so because water is a very recalcitrant, substance, right?
Mhm.
So how easy is it to go from a 250 feet line beyond?
Well, I think that the watermen who've testified before you would be much more qualified to tell you how difficult it is to hold space. But as you heard from Mr. Harrison earlier, those folks who are concerned about it just stay away from the lines. And one thing that related to the competency question that came up earlier, every waterman receives at the beginning of the season as part of their license a shellfish harvest closure book. And that shows all of the areas that are off limit to oyster harvesting. And as part of receiving that book, they have to sign a legal affidavit that says, I understand where these legal lines are and that, I'm not going to cross them, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Stewart. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming. And also thank you to Delegate Jacobs for bringing the bill. It's a tricky issue. And I sense some amount of sentiment, I think, in the room for folks who, may be facing a one-time offense. But the bill says that basically you have to get a criminal conviction first before you can have your license revoked for life. Is this usually a high priority, these natural resources crimes? Is this usually a high priority in state's attorney's offices?
Well, not to disparage them, but what I'll say is our opinion on it, it has been inconsistent at best. Natural resources cases are pretty specialized. There's, usually maybe one docket a month or something like that where natural resources cases are heard. And I think in support of the legislation that you carried last year, Delegate, that's kind of the recognition that we had. And I think was maybe part of your intention in bringing that bill forward is that the criminal side of the prosecution of these cases is very inconsistent is what we've seen across the state. And in some cases, I think when there is an administrative penalty that is handed down by DNR, in many cases, those attorneys, will null pros the case because they've seen that a penalty has already been handed down. So it sort of complicates those two processes, which are running in parallel.
Yeah, and I guess, we've talked a lot about sort of like the case of the most sympathetic possible defendant, and I totally get that, and maybe there's something we should do there. But to take it back to the really bad apple situation, which, the proponents of the bill talked about, some people are just relentless. But under the bill, if they happen to live in a jurisdiction where the state's attorney has just decided not to prosecute these crimes, and the environmental resource unit that we created doesn't have the resources to do it. Everybody's under resources. State's attorney's offices are constantly coming to us, telling us they don't have enough staff, enough resources to prosecute any crimes. And so if you do have a true bad actor, if basically there's just not enough prosecutorial resources to go after them under the bill, their license just couldn't be revoked.
That's correct. The most that DNR could do is a suspension. And what that does is it kind of holds those licenses in purgatory. You've heard from the previous witnesses that there are people on wait lists who've been waiting 10 years to try and get into this fishery. So if we have to, if there's ever an opportunity for people to get back into this, either because their suspension of 3 years is up or they're reinstated because of a lack of a guilty verdict in court, DNR cannot move those licenses to somebody who's on the wait list. They basically have to hold them in perpetuity until we see what the outcome is, or for 3 years, because the suspension would automatically be revoked at that point. So those people who are patiently waiting and maybe are good actors on the wait list do not get to enter the fishery because those licenses don't get turned over like they do under the current system.
Got it. Okay.
And I would add, from what I've heard also, there are very, very few cases in the county courts that ever have a prosecutor address them. There's no record of previous convictions or anything else considered at the time.
Yeah.
Unless they know the judge.
Okay, thanks.
Wrap us up, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you so much. And so I'm hearing a lot of things. And one of the things in my notes I'm seeing is that there is certainly confusion between the two parallel systems that you said, right? And so on one hand, you're saying I could be innocent in one court and then be held guilty in another one based on the law around a particular license. So what I'm hearing you say, and tell me if I'm right or wrong, is I can have a revocation for a one-time violation on an oyster license, but it would have to be also contingent on other violations that I've had on other license or citations.
No, let me clarify that
Yeah,
for you, Madam
because-
Chair. So again, this one strike revocation is specific to oysters and specific to the five things that are listed in the bill text in 4-1210. So that is it in both in the administrative hearing, if you had a one-time offense for those 5 specific oyster violations that
And
have those
no
minimum
other
thresholds.
citation, no other violations within your other, if you have other licenses, for instance.
Yes, that's correct. And that the thought when that was put in was that these are the most egregious. There's oyster poaching, which is preventing the recovery, and we want a significant deterrent to that behavior.
Okay, so that is an issue. So let me wrap it up to this last issue, is that it sounds like, and I don't want to make assumptions or mischaracterize anyone, it sounds like the administrative court is used to do what we don't think district court should be doing. Isn't that so? So, because what I'm hearing is that I can be found in the court of law, I can be found innocent, but then I can go on this parallel track and go before an administrative judge and be found guilty because we think respectfully that the court is not looking into it enough and they're therefore not doing their job. So we're using the administrative court to quote unquote do the job of the courts.
I'm not sure I would subscribe 100% to the summary there. But one thing I think we also need to consider here in terms of the parallel tracks is there's also a time limit. So the administrative proceedings have a time limit by which they have to proceed. So they are operating completely independently of that. With respect to the other licenses, the administrative law court is taking into account that history based on previous points and penalties. Now, this is specifically talking about all licenses generally. So they are allowed to take in that point and penalty system into account, whereas a criminal court is looking at a very specific case and a very specific violation. So you have the case history and the criminal history or the violations history weighing into decisions being made at the administrative law hearings, which are not really weighing into a singular violation being tried in the district court.
Thank you. And I just want to be on the record saying I'm very disappointed that DNR is not here. Thanks.
All right. Well, that was a great bill hearing. It concludes bill hearing HB 725. We'll now turn to HB 841. Good luck following that, Delegate Ruth. Environment, plastic bottle, waste reduction, water bottle filling stations and reporting.
Mr. Chair, I think this will be a less controversial show. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm here bringing before you HB 841. So plastic is ubiquitous. It's also causing a lot of harm. There was a analysis done last year, almost a year ago, by the Monaco Commission on Human Health, which found that plastics cause significant harm to human health, the environment, and the economy from extraction to disposal. Plastics also are major contributors to climate change. Plastic is made from fossil fuels. It also contains any number of chemicals that have to do with the consistency, the durability, the color, all different types of things. There are some 10,000 or more chemicals that can be used in plastic production. Of course, not all chemicals are bad, but some of these are bad. And some of the chemicals in plastics can cause cancer. Some of them are endocrine disruptors that can affect the hormone system, diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular problems, fertility, growth, learning disabilities, neurological problems. All of these can be in the plastics, and some of these can leach into the water that we drink and cause problems. Not only that, plastic breaks down into micro and nanoplastics, which are now everywhere. We are probably breathing nanoplastics right now. You probably had some microplastics for lunch. And so while there's still research, right now, while there's still research being done on the health impacts of these microplastics, there is some laboratory evidence that not only can they carry some toxics, but they can also be toxic in their own right. So what do we do about this? This committee has done a lot of work in terms of trying to make sure that things get recycled, and we are continuing that work, and that is important work, but recycling is not the answer. Even recycling is an imperfect solution. There's an environmental cost to recycling processes. There's also another study that found recycling process generates a significant amount of microplastics. As much as 6 to 13% of the incoming waste can be released as microplastics into the environment. And even just this month, the Center for Climate Integrity released a bombshell report that showed that plastic producers have known for decades that recycling is not a viable solution, yet they continue to promote the convenience and disposability of single-use plastics. Now, not all plastics are bad. I'm not a Luddite. I'm not throwing wooden shoes into the machines. Plastic has done some revolutionary things. In the medical industry, for example, plastic has really revolutionized it. But what we're doing is we are sacrificing our health and our climate for the convenience of being able to buy a bottle of water and throw it away. And so what this bill aims to do is just to take some simple steps to reduce our dependence on single-use plastic bottles. It's just a couple of very common sense steps. The first thing it does is it requires buildings in new construction that are already required to have water fountains under the plumbing code to install either a water bottle refill station or a water fountain integrated with a water bottle refill station that can accommodate a 10-inch container. If you've ever tried to fill up your container in a water fountain, they often don't, it doesn't fit. Sometimes you might try to fill it in the bathroom sink and it won't fit there either. So we need to have, the first step to reducing our dependence on single-use plastics is to have these water bottle refill stations everywhere. And we have some of them, right here in House Office Building. We have some water coolers as well, but we need to make sure that these are much more widely used. So even the fiscal note notes that there's really no fiscal impact to these, and that they found there are integrated water fountains integrated with water bottle stations that are equivalent costs to just a water fountain. So there's no reason not to do this. Other states have done this. There was bills passed last year in Illinois and Washington State, which are very similar to this, that were enacted into law. The second thing this does as the state government, we should be leading the way and setting an example. So this just requires the Department of the Environment to survey the quantity and volume of water bottles purchased by state agencies and state universities, just so that we can see what we're purchasing, so that we can begin to figure out, are there ways that we can reduce our dependence on single-use water bottles? And that report should also include alternative methods of providing water as well. And Maryland Department of the Environment is fine with this. They said that they can do it. In fact, this is their language that replaces my original language that I had come up with. That Department of Labor takes no position. The plumbing codes are under Department of Labor, so that the requirement for buildings would be under Department of Labor. They have no problem with the language. They take no position on the bill. And so there's really no reason not to do this. And there is potential, benefit of starting to reduce our single-use plastics. And Mr. Chair, Martha Ainsworth is virtual. She's on my panel as well. Thank you.
Yep, let's bring up Martha Ainsworth, and then we can do questions.
There you go. Good evening. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team. Speaking on behalf of the chapter's members and supporters in support of HB 841. I think Delegate Ruth covered a lot of the material I had hoped to say, but let me add a few more facts. The plastic water bottles are the third most frequently littered plastic in beach cleanups and are half the trash by volume in the trash traps of the Anacostia River. So they are getting into our waterways. And scientists have now found that we may be ingesting as much as a credit card's worth of plastic. It's 5 grams a week in our house dust and so forth. HB 841 will reduce the use of single-use plastic water bottles in new construction by requiring that water bottle refill stations be co-located with drinking fountains, facilitating the use of reusable water bottles. And furthermore, by requiring the survey of procurement of single-use plastic water bottles by state agencies and institutions of higher learning for calendar year 2024, the bill will provide necessary baseline information for policies that ultimately reduce or eliminate their use by those agencies and institutions. So for these reasons, the Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on HB 841, and we commend Delegate Ruth for taking this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Ruth or her panelists? Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Ruth, I really like your bill. My only question is about the agency that's to adopt regulations. Shouldn't that be the Department of Labor?
Thank you so much for that question, Delegate. And actually, I did mean to say there are 2 amendments in the bill folder, one of which just adds the word water because as written, it asks MDE to survey all plastic bottles, and that was not the intent, just to survey plastic water bottles. But the second one changes Department of Environment to Department of Labor in terms of which agency has to implement regulations on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, that concludes the bill here on HB 841, and we will now turn to our final bill, HB 773. I believe we have a representative from Delegate Jones's office to talk about Human Services, Individuals with Disabilities, and Service Disabled Veterans Voting Fund.
What? Yeah, sure. You guys can sit out here.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Madeline Lager, the legislative aide to Delegate Dana Jones. Please accept the delegate's regrets as she could not be here today for the hearing. Currently, she is in Ways and Means Committee presenting a bill. I come before you today on behalf of the delegate to introduce HB 773, which would establish the Individuals with Disabilities and Service Disabled Veterans Voting Fund. This legislation will increase opportunities for disabled veterans and people with intellectual and developmental disabilities to enjoy accessible boating, kayaking, canoeing, paddleboarding, and surfing across Maryland. In District 30A here in Annapolis, in Anne Arundel County, we are extremely lucky to be blessed with a number of organizations providing these services. These include the Chesapeake Region Accessible Boating, Brendan Sailing, and Patriot Sailing, just to name a few. However, statewide, from Ocean City to small lakes in Prince George's County, disabled veterans and those with intellectual and developmental disabilities are having life-changing experiences with similar organizations. The therapeutic value of on-the-water experiences cannot be overstated. For disabled veterans, on-the-water activities, specifically as a team, can foster teamwork and collaboration that can be difficult for veterans to find when returning to civilian life. These effects are exacerbated for our disabled veterans, as they also have to deal with additional struggles in daily life. But the freedom allowed on the water can help restore and empower these veterans. For these reasons, I'm happy to say that this bill has earned support from the Maryland General Assembly's Veteran Caucus. For intellectually and developmentally disabled people, on-the-water experiences can also greatly improve their feelings of freedom and self-determination. These opportunities teach new skills and push participants into situations that allow them to take control and make decisions for themselves. The impact of this is much further reaching than during and briefly after the experiences. They increase feelings of self-confidence and happiness while reducing anxiety and improving mental health. The delegate is introducing this legislation alongside 2 amendments that include surfing as an accepted activity category and expands eligibility to all state waterways. You'll see in your floor systems the amendments, as well as the favorable testimony from the Maryland Department of Veteran Affairs and the Maryland Department of Disabilities with the inclusion of these amendments. HB 773 will provide the Department of Disabilities another tool to support the lives of disabled veterans and intellectually and developmentally disabled people in Maryland through therapeutic on-the-water experiences. With that, I humbly request a favorable report on HB 773.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Pica from Pica and Associates. I am testifying today in support of House Bill 773. The bill will also include criteria guaranteeing that legitimate nonprofits offering these opportunities would have access to this fund. We understand that there are amendments that will broaden the scope to include all waterways in the state of Maryland and also include surfing. We support these amendments. With me today is Rebecca Gonzer from Chesapeake Regional Accessible Boating, Doug Silber from Downtown Sailing Center, and Peter Quinn from Patriot Sailing. We respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 773. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. You can go next.
My name is Rebecca Gonser, and I have the honor of representing Chesapeake Region Accessible Boating. And we provide sailing instruction and boating for people with disabilities, recovering warriors, and have done so for more than 30 years. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of House Bill 773, Individuals with Disabilities and Service Disabled Veterans Boating Fund. The importance of this bill cannot be overstated. What it will mean for thousands of people with disabilities and disabled veterans is life-changing. We see firsthand at the Annapolis Adaptive Boating Center what the effects of the opportunities of getting out on the water does for this population. Not too long ago, one of our guests arrived in a wheelchair to go sailing with Crab on a picture-perfect day. And sailing near the Bay Bridge, he turned to a volunteer skipper on board and said, "I want to thank you for taking me the furthest from my wheelchair that I have ever been, and the memories of the accident that put me in it." This guest shared his feelings and opened our eyes and our hearts to the freedom and thrill that sailing can provide to a person's well-being. Crab provides sailing and boating at no charge for 1,200 guests every year. We expect this to increase by 30% this year at the new Adaptive Boating Center. And we anticipate that it will continue to grow at the same rate. In addition, we'll be adding other opportunities like remote control sailboat racing for guests who do not want to leave their wheelchairs behind, and fishing from our new Gemini powerboat. We are pleased to announce that Crab will be teaming with the U.S. Naval Academy sailing team to host a Recovering Warrior Sailing Regatta at this event that will bring together next generation of military leaders with those warriors that have given more than most in the defense of this country. CRAB is grateful to have the opportunity to testify in support of HB 773, and we appreciate your support for this passage.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice. Thank you for giving us time tonight. I'm Peter Quinn. I'm a retired naval officer, graduated in the United States Naval Academy, a lifelong sailor on the Chesapeake Bay, and an 18-year resident in Calvert County. I'm also a service disabled veteran, and I'm here today as the director of U.S. Patriot Sailing, a national disabled 501c3. For the past decade, we've supported Maryland service disabled veterans with weekly access in the waterfront in Annapolis, Solomons, and Baltimore. We also support participation for safety at sea training, regional regattas, and waterfront events across the Chesapeake Bay. Our mission directly is to prevent suicide, to increase functionality of veterans suffering from chronic post-traumatic stress and the effects of traumatic brain injury, and to support the totality of the veteran community in integrating with their local community. Our programs, which were inspired by multiple internationally recognized therapeutic sailing efforts, have continued to develop and grow nationally, yet our highest concentration of effort remains here in Maryland, as we supported over 1,000 veteran sailing days on the water last year in Maryland alone. The therapeutic value of engaging in water sports has been documented starting in 2006 in an Israeli-based clinical study that veterans suffering from chronic PTSD and the effects of TBI can have a measured 30% increase in daily functionality after sailing and racing with fellow veterans. Similar evidence is available for a wide range of the water-based adventure therapies that this bill considers. While clinical studies can provide metrics, the tangible positive impact for veteran sailing can be seen through individual repeat participation, establishment of new individual goals, successful transitions to careers here in Maryland, promotions and weddings, and healthy homes and healthy families. Currently, the majority of the funding of our Maryland-based programming comes from federal and out-of-state funding. Bill 773 will support the future sustainability and benefit Maryland's 95,000 service-disabled veterans. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. My name is Doug Silber, and I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Sailing Center. Also 30 years old, like Crab. I echo all the comments of my esteemed colleagues. We're all sort of saying the same thing. The Downtown Sailing Center this year alone, or last year alone, provided 700 sailing outings for folks with disabilities, neurologic and physical. We push them to try it. Most have never been on the water. And once they get on the boat, it just transforms them. We work with a lot of the area hospitals in and around Baltimore. Kennedy Krieger Spinal Cord Injury Center is one example. A lot of the folks that have spinal cord injuries were athletes, and they look for a way to get back and compete. Sailing is a way for them to compete, to become free again, to be free of their wheelchair. I think there's a photo of a whole bunch of wheelchairs in the docks. That was taken 25 years ago. We're still going on with that. A couple of quick anecdotes. We have a lot of young kids that go sailing that have had neurologic issues. They were born with them, or they contracted them. A mother of one of our young sailors told me last summer that a child who's confined to a wheelchair sees one thing all the time: the rear end of the person standing in front of them. But when they get on a boat, their view opens up and it's unimpeded, and they get to see everything. And it is transformational. They said their kids, their happiest moments are when they're sailing. My 91-year-old disabled mother-in-law, confined to a wheelchair, dependent on aids, went sailing last summer. We got her on the boat with a Hoyer lift. Her hands were up in the air. She was screaming joyfully. We got her back to the dock. We said, okay, it's time to get out of the boat. I'm not moving. When are we going again? That's all she wants to do. Lastly, we have a video on the record of a quadriplegic who operates a sailboat purely with sipping and puffing. It was life transfer. It's just unbelievable. Please watch it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is this the end of your panel?
I believe we have some more people as well. Yeah.
Does Anna, well, I'll take questions now and then we'll bring up the next group. Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking through the support testimony. I just wanted to point out the General Assembly Veterans Caucus endorsed this bill as well. Isn't that so?
Yes, that is
you.
correct.
Delegate Long.
Thank you. Out of pure curiosity, what part of Calvert County are you from?
I'm both parts, the pure south, lived in Leslie, now I'm up in Calvert, in Chesapeake Beach.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Delegate Holmes? No, no question. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll bring up the next panel.
We're good.
Good evening, not afternoon anymore. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and committee members. My name is Kirsten Bozak. I am here on behalf of Secretary Beatty with the Department of Disabilities. I am the Director of Health and Behavioral Health Policy within our department. Our department is thankful to the delegate for her commitment to people with disabilities, her willingness to collaborate with the department on the amendments, and for putting forward a bill that will promote the health and wellness of people with disabilities and service disabled veterans. The amendments we are recommending would be adding in surfing as an eligible activity and would allow the fund to promote adapted water activities more equitably across the state and beyond the Chesapeake Bay region. With that, I'm going to keep my remarks really brief and get you guys out of here because it's been a long day. We ask for a favorable with amendment report. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Greg Snyder, and I'm the Vice President of Engagement at the ARC Central Chesapeake region. I'm here today in strong support of Delegate Dana Jones's bill, House Bill 773. This legislation would provide more opportunities for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and disabled veterans to enjoy accessible boating throughout our state. At the ARC Central Chesapeake region, we serve over 3,000 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families in Anne Arundel County and Maryland's Eastern Shore. Our mission is to support people with disabilities to live the lives they choose by creating opportunities, promoting respect and equity, and providing access to services. Many of the individuals that we support have enjoyed sailing through Chesapeake Region Accessible Boating's therapeutic sailing program on the Chesapeake Bay. The experience provides a refreshing chapter in their spring and summer season, and the staff at Crabs help them feel more empowered by teaching them new skills and presenting a form of independence. With the establishment of the Individuals with Disabilities and Service Disabled Veterans Boating Fund, more opportunities for accessible sailing and boating will be created for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities across the state. We urge a favorable committee report to the successful legislation at the ARC. We are committed to creating more inclusive communities with access to activities that make a difference in the lives of the people we support.
Thank you so much. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Paul Bollinger. That was you. That was Rebecca, right? I'm sorry. Thank you so much. And then Mary Zarcone.
She's not making it.
Okay, no problem. Any questions for this panel?
Not see any questions, so we have some virtual favorable witnesses. I'm guessing Kashina's not here. So Charlie Arms from Brendan Sailing.
Hi, thank you. My name is Charlie Arms. I'm the past executive director of Brendan Sailing. I'm coming in from the Learning Disabilities of America Conference in Orlando, Florida, where we presented a workshop on Brendan Sailing. We've been in thank you, committee members, for your tenacity and sticking with us all day long. 30 years ago, Brendan Sailing started in Annapolis, a day camp for kids with learning differences. We build self-esteem and self-confidence using sailing as our platform. We use the term learning differences to be inclusive of all diagnosed learning disabilities, which about 1 in 5 children today in the United States will have, as well as attention deficit disorders and youth on the autism spectrum. Our day camps in Annapolis provide challenges for these individuals so that they can build self-esteem. The Brendan approach was developed after our 3 decades of work. One of the key things is a 3-to-1 student to instructor ratio, which provides the opportunity to really meet the child where they're at, figure out what their individual needs are, and develop challenges and give the support to allow them to realize success. With that, success breeds more success, and thus self-confidence and self-esteem through camp, through the rest of the summer, through academics, and later in life. Funding is a key part of our program. We have had the good fortune to never turn away any student for financial reasons. The funding from this bill would allow us to keep that promise as we expand our program both in Annapolis and down at St. Mary's College of Maryland, where we also run day camps and residential camps. We've provided written testimony to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I'd like to thank the chairman, the vice chairman, and Dana Jones for support on this bill, and Brendan Sailing hopes for a favorable response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing and all the bill hearings for the day. Subcommittee announcements, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Environment Subcommittee will be meeting virtually. Let's see, 6:23, let's say, is 6:30 enough time for everyone to get back to their office? Okay, how about 6:35 then?
Delegate Holmes?
Housing and Real Property will meet virtually at 6:35.